Alright guys, before we start, let me tell you what will be in the course. Exactly. So, first we will make a head without references, just making a head. And I suggest you make a head by yourself, and then just without any references, just to see the level you are currently. Make it, and then save it. And I will tell that in the first lesson, so don't worry about it. And then we will make a head, just a head. And I will explain a few things about making a head, of course. But then we will make, in the next lesson, we'll make a planes of the skull. I will explain a lot about the planes of the skull, of course, because they are very important. We will see later. Then we'll make kind of a realistic skull, fast. It's not super realistic, but it's enough. Then we will make a head over this skull. So as you can see, the skull is below and the head is over it. And then we will see where are the thin parts of the skull, where you can feel the bones, and where the skull and the meat over it, it's a little bit thick. Then let's see what we can do. Or we will. We will do planes of the head, just exercise from everything until the first. Everything after the first lesson will be using references, which will be included in the project files. This file, which is the puref file, will be included, and we will use only things, references will be inside. Everything we use will be inside this file. But you will see it, we will look at all of these things. There are a lot of things in this file, but you will be very familiar with this file after you finish the course. Then, this will be a head from a guy called Seong Kim, I think. Then we'll make Anatomy for Sculptures head with all the fat pads and muscles and everything. I will explain what to do exactly. Then we will do a head, just very simple base head, like a base mesh. And then from that we will do this kind of anime head, a little bit anime. Then we will make the Asaro head, which is very important, planes of the head, Asaro head. If you write Asaro head in Google, you will see something like this head, and we will do it. We will do this, which is from Asel Kozureva art. It's very cool. Then we will do this, which is from a scan, from Aaron Hernandez. I think it's a scan. And then from this, we will do this. And then we will explain the differences between female and male anatomy on the face. Because we will make from the male, we will make a female. Then we will go and make a head from photos, just male head from photos. And then we will make a girl from photos. And then we will make reference from Vimel Kerketa, which is a very, very good artist. We'll make this face from his reference. We will analyze the references, we will write over them, we will draw over them, and everything else. And then we, of course, will have feedbacks, about 7 feedback heads. Those are heads made from beginner artists who gave it to me, gave them the meshes to me, and I am doing live sculpting from this to this. I mean, explaining what is wrong with this head, and 7 heads like this, female and male. And you will see a lot of things, and maybe some of the mistakes that those guys are making, you will be making, so this will be very useful. Next thing I want to say here is about this. So I have 2 YouTube channels. One is with around 17,000 subscribers, and it has only 2 videos. But it doesn't, because if you go to the live section, you will see a lot of videos. Those are lives that I make in YouTube just for 2 hours. Like, I tend to make like 2 a week. So 2 times a week, I make a mesh, kind of a whole character, sometimes just in 2 hours. Then my other channel, which is my primary channel, you can see all of my courses, all of my other courses here, which are, you know, the promo versions here, not the courses themselves, but the promo of the courses, the promo videos, and they are here. You can also see in the playlist, my channel is Speedchar, the other one is Speedchar Live. So the Speedchar is with almost 60,000 subscribers. In the playlist, you can see a very useful playlist, creating 3D character for commercial game series. And then here you can see a lot of videos for making a character, and at the end it can be given to the animators and to put in the game. So this is a character from zero to a hero in Blender, around 25 hours of playtime. It is. Everything is live in front of the camera, everything is narrated by me. And it's a lot of stupid things I said in this course, but it's fine because I always talk, I never shut up, which is kind of cool. Now, here this is my ArtStation, and those are my courses here, all of them. This is also, this character is free in YouTube, but also a paid course. So whoever wants to just support me can pay for this course. The other courses are mostly paid, but this one is free in YouTube too. So in the store, you can also see my courses in ArtStation here. Of course, in Udemy, you can also see them. If you are downloading this from the torrents, also you can see all my courses are in the same torrent site. You know what I mean. So, okay. Yeah, let's start it. I mean, it's very cool. But as I said in the first video of the course, I will tell you again, but let's say it again. Make one head without watching the videos. Make one head by yourself, without any knowledge, or with the current knowledge you have, and then save it as before. A file, call it before. Either make it with ZBrush, with Blender, it doesn't matter. Either just draw it, and then watch the course, practice with me. And when we finish, at the end, you can make another head with your current knowledge, and you can compare both heads. And I would like to see the comparison, by the way. This will be a very nice thing to show me before and after heads, just to see, and you will also see how you improved with this course. And I'm not saying that you will be the best artist ever, or the best likeness artist, or the best head artist after this course, but this course will help you to understand what exercises, what is the useful exercises you have to do if you want to become a good head artist, or to make good heads. So yeah, let's kind of start it, shall we? Yes. Okay guys, before we start, I suggest something. You make a folder in your desktop called Head Exercises course, for example, and then you make in your own program that you like to work with, which can be ZBrush, can be Blender, can be Photoshop even. The idea is that you make a head without any references. Just make a head, take your time. Just pause this video when I stop talking. I mean, I will never stop talking, but when I start doing the head here, you just pause the video, make the head, spend like few hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, make a head and see what your level is. Then save the file in this folder in your desktop as before. And then open a new file and we can start with this course. The idea is to see your level in the beginning and then to see your level at the end, because we will go through just making a head. I will now make a head also without reference, but I will explain a lot of things. So I suggest you don't watch it now. You just see what your level is before, and then you come to this one. So I will do a head, I will do a lot of explanation, and then we will start from skull in the next video. We will start from planes of the skull, we'll do a skull, we'll do the... I will always tell you the most common mistakes that people make, and probably you are making too. We'll go through planes of the skull, then we'll do a skull, then over the skull we can do a planes of the head or a head, we will see. And overall we will do a lot of exercises which I suggest you do with me. Just do them with me, but first just do a head without any references by yourself for the beginning. Then one thing I like to clarify, this is not a Blender course. This is a course about shapes, about forms, about anatomy of a human head. It's useful for everybody, even 2D artists. It's not only about 3D artists, it's not only sculpting and something like this, or ZBrush or Blender, no, everything. You can do it in ZBrush, no issues. You can do it in Blender, no issues at all. You can do it in Photoshop even, everything, everywhere. It's not a problem at all. So, let's start. You can do the head, pause the video now, do your head, and then come back. But we start now. This is a ball. I always start with a ball. So the head, what is very important, if you're using a program like Blender or ZBrush, is to go and your focal length to be around 85, 88, it doesn't matter, 88 millimeters. I write here because it's easier for me. Don't ever do a head modeling, I mean, if your focal length is less than 80. Some professionals are doing even higher than that, 120. But we are doing 88 and we are doing fine. We'll see. So for now, with the big grab brush, which is move brush in ZBrush, in Blender is a grab brush, I will just grab it and make it more flat, and then make this shape, which is kind of a helmet, but more, you know, flat. As you can see, you can use as a reference my head, because it's pretty cool reference, I would say. I have a lot of things, like for example the temporal line. You can see it here. It's very prominent in my case, but as we will see, this temporal line in female especially is absolutely no. I mean, maybe 95% of the time in a female this doesn't exist. You cannot see it. It's there, but it's flat. It's kind of round there. So we have to be careful about those things. But let's continue with our head. So I will make the back part of the skull a little bit bigger, and then I always like to make a neck. So what can be said for the neck, especially from the side view? The neck from the side view should be kind of parallel. So this front part of the neck should be parallel to the back. So if you do the neck like this, or if you do the neck like this, it will not work quite well from the side view. You know, they have to be parallel lines. And also, when we have our jaw in here, as you can see, the neck kind of connects to the middle of the jaw. And the jaw is kind of to the middle of the face. This is the middle of the face from here to here, around that. And this is the jaw. Those are general directions. Of course, if you have a reference, you can always watch the reference, but bear in mind that most references which are from the side view are not exactly completely profile view. They are a little bit side view, but a little bit front. So then your ear will seem to be much backwards than it is. But this is something else. Let's continue here. So here will be the ear, of course, and from the forehead here, and then from the forehead we always have this bump here. In the female you have it less pronounced, this bump. It's there, but very slightly. We have to be careful. For the male it's a little bit more pronounced, but it depends on the concept. Then we have inner part, and then we have the nose. The nose is here, and then from the middle, around the middle, between the front part of the nose and the end of the nostrils, we will have our lips. And then the lower lip, and then, of course, now you see that we have a pretty big chin of this guy, but he's a male, so it's fine. Then we'll have, around here, we'll have some eyebrows. The eyes from the side view are looking like triangles, and we have basically here something like ear, and we have our human. So what we have to be careful are a lot of things. So there are a lot of things going on. That's why we will do a lot of exercises, and we will do also feedback on student works that probably have mistakes that you probably have in your own works, which will be, I think, very cool. Now, let's continue with our head. So for now, I will try to squeeze the front part here. Where is the chin? Where is the mouth? Because the face is going like this. It's kind of going in and connects in front of the mouth, for example. So those, I will flatten those a little bit, and we will have them. So many times the big mistake that people are making is to make the top of the head look flat. What I mean by that is this, looking like this. It's not like this. It's always wider in the back and narrow in the front. We will see that in the reference and everywhere. So as you notice, for now I haven't even remeshed or dynameshed here, because one of the best beginner mistakes or one of the biggest beginner mistakes is to bump up the resolution too fast. And then when you bump up the resolution, you start doing details. You start doing the mouth, but not the main forms. But you start doing some details on the mouth before you have the main forms, and then you don't have the main forms, and then it looks awkward and odd. That's why I suggest for all of you to just, for example, in Blender, use the default resolution of remesh, which is around 0.1 in the beginning. Control R and I remesh. In Blender, use, it depends on the size of your ball, of course, but for the default ball, I would use the lowest resolution, for example, of Dynamesh. For example, 30 or something like this. So you see, basically for the first remesh that you will do, you have to have kind of a big squares, visible squares, because otherwise it will be odd. And now what I'm doing is I'm flattening a bit the forehead, because this is a male, and the male has a little bit more aerodynamic forehead here. You know, it's like, because we run faster, you know, we have to. Yes, so when I do that, I always want, as you can see, my forehead is narrower, and you see my head to here, the forehead here is narrower than here. You see, it's going again in, not so much like here, but also it's going and connecting somewhere here. So we have to be careful about that. But also the eyes, where should be the eyes? Around the middle of the head, looking from the front, are the eyes. But for the male, you can get away with putting them a little bit higher than the middle point. So what I will do is, I will, let me just do this, I will cut the forehead from the rest of the face, and I will do this. So cutting the forehead and the rest of the face, and I will do this. What is this? It's nothing, don't worry about it, but still we have a forehead here above this, and below this will be the face. And here we have separated the chin, this part here, we separate the chin and the muzzle of the mouth. And then I will kind of cut to make the muzzle of the mouth like this. And then this we have to push it in, because those areas here are not existent. We don't want them. So I will push in and smooth. So we have the muzzle of the mouth. We have the nose, although it's not, we don't have it. So from the side view, I will just grab it and move it and just flatten the top part, and then move this back, because those are the nostrils and I want them back. I don't want the nostrils on one line with the middle of the nose. What I mean by that is always, let me show you what I mean. Always do this. This has to be around. Many people are mistakenly making it the nostril and the middle and the other nostril like one straight line. And there are people like that, but this is very, very rare. Most of the time it's like this. So be careful about that. We have to make it like this, basically. So the nostrils are going in the face here. You see? This is the nose. The nostril is here and the other one is here. The holes are around here. And here we have a big area of emptiness. But whatever, this doesn't matter for now. Now, let's continue. We have a nose, we have a muzzle of the mouth, and the mouth also is from the bottom, if you look at it, it's like round, like an arch. It's not flat on the face, like flat. It's not. It's like an arch. So we have to try to do this. The jaw, I think I can push it a little bit, because I don't want it to be that fat in here. Also, the chin, I will make it a bit flatter. This part of the chin flat, and then this parts of the chin. Basically, what I want to achieve from the front view is, let me show you, is this flat line, not like this, flat line, a little bit, you know, flat line which is a little bit pointing down. Although if you look at my face, it's basically flat line here, then jaw, and then chin. You know, this is what I'm trying to achieve. So jaw and chin, flat chin. Then here we will have some eyebrows, some eyes, the nose, and the mouth will be around this area with M shape. And we will talk about this M shape of the mouth a lot, because it's important. And yeah, the mouth, very important, don't make it too wide. For example, if your eyes are here, and the middle of the eyes going down a line will be the corners of the mouth. But this, of course, are common things. Here are the ears, for example, and our neck. By the way, the neck is pretty important, and also the traps in the back, because you see, when we do it like this, if we leave it like this, just a neck and a little bit of traps, it's not good. But if we make a big traps like here, it will be better, I'm sure. So let's continue. I don't know how long this should be, this video should be, but I'm trying to explain a lot of things at the same time. I'm sure that many of those things you will not quite get in the beginning. If you watch this video a couple of times, of course, it will get a bit more clear, but don't bother. I mean, yes, bother. Watch it a lot of times, it's fine. But the idea here is that I will talk about all those things again in the other videos. So don't worry about too much if you don't get something. So now, what I like to do here is, let me show you a trick. So from the nose eye part here, I will do a line down and I will smooth it here, because in this area there are some muscles and some fats. So it shouldn't be that kind of in so much. It should be a little bit. And then here we will have our chewing muscle, which is the masseter, I think it's called. And this will make the basic jawline from the front. This. And then the back here, behind the jaw, where the ear will start, will go a little bit in. However, it's strange, but it's going like you have the cheekbone, and this part is going a little bit inside, like this. And now I will make the ears. That's why you never see, if you look at the person absolutely from the front view, you can never see the beginnings of the ears. You know, the beginnings, they are hidden behind this curvature here a little bit. But don't make it too big, because it will be bad. Make it a little bit. So I made the mask, inverted the mask, and now I'm making the ear. And this will be our amazing ear. So I will clear the mask, and now I will just, you know, the ear, I like it to be, let me show you what I like the ear to be in the beginning. The ear, I like it to be just this shape. Just a shape which is outside of our head, connecting with the head. But then the head is a little bit, you know, going outward and then in. And then the shape is like this. And here we will have something, but we don't care about it that much. Now, we have the ear, basic shape. We will fix it later, because the ear is important. And I will increase the size of the neck, because we want a little bit more muscular guy. It's not the most muscular ever, but also what I always do here, when I like to make the shape of the neck, is to make the sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is my favorite muscle in the human body. This is the sternocleidomastoid. It's this muscle that's coming out from behind the ear. Let me show it to you around here. So this muscle is connected around here on the skull behind the ear, and it's going down like this. And this shape here is all this muscle, and it's kind of making a little bit of detour here, and it's connecting to the clavicle in the front. The clavicle is this two bones in here. Very important, by the way, landmark, bony landmark. The clavicle here, and in the middle, it's connected to the sternum. The sternum is this bone in here, which your ribs connect to, the sternum. And the clavicle is above it. Two bones that are moving. You can move them. Okay, so the clavicle is this. The sternum is this front bone. So sternum, clavicle, sternocleidomastoid. Because this here where it connects on the back is a mastoid process of the something. Yeah, I'm not super good with names, but still, sternocleidomastoid muscle, very important muscle. From the front view, how the neck looks most of the time is just a straight line. Just a straight line from the jaw down. Yeah, many people are making strange things with the neck, and for example, they are making it look like this because of the sternocleidomastoid, of course. and then they're making a big dump in here, big they're digging here, which is not correct. You shouldn't do that, because they're connecting the sternocleidomastoid, they're connecting it only in the middle here, to the sternum, but it's also connected to the clavicle, which makes this a little bit like this. But we will see that on the reference later. Now, you can notice that even now I still have very, very low resolution. Why? Because I told you, I've seen professionals that are using higher resolution from the beginning, but they're professionals. They know what they're doing. Even I always start from very, very low resolution, because this way it will kind of make it so I don't make too much detail. And that's good, because detail now we don't need. We need main shapes, and that's my main purpose in this course, to teach you the main shapes, to make sure you can make a basic human head. So for the nose, let's basically do this. The nose from the side view should have a flat line here, a little bit of line in here, which is the thickness of the front part of the nose, of course. Then in the back we will have the nostrils, but overall it will start like this, almost a parallel line to this one, and this will be our nose in here. And then here we will start to have our eye. And the eyeball, you will notice it's pretty small. It's kind of the size of the front part of the nose, even smaller. So be careful with the eyeball. It's very, 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 very important. Many people, and most of the time, are making the eyeball too big. And of course, that's making their sculpts bad, pretty bad. So what do we have here? Okay, let me show you how the nose, base nose shape will look from here. From here it will look like this. So the front part is flat, then we have this, of course, and then we will have kind of this triangular shape. You see, like this, and this is the front shape. And then of course here on the top we'll have this, which will be in shadow most of the time, and then we'll have the upper portion of the eye socket, then the bottom of the eye socket. Then here we'll have some mouth, like this, the bottom of the mouth, and then the lip, the bottom lip, the upper lip. Here we'll have some eyes. I'm just drawing for fun, because I like it. I was a 2D artist before, by the way, if you haven't noticed, and that's why I like to draw, but whatever. Okay, as you notice, I haven't bumped the resolution yet, and I will not. Now, I will make the bumps for the eyes themselves. So, where to put those bumps? It doesn't matter too much. You put them somewhere, and then we can move it easily without having an eyeball yet. We don't need an eyeball yet. Then, I will flatten a little bit the forehead, because I think from the 3/4 view, this forehead is too big, especially for a male. So, we'll have to push it back a little bit to make it more aerodynamic, as I said. And also we can flatten the sides, because here the sides are pretty flat, and then here we have this kind of a round shape. So let's make this work a little bit, making the flat sides, and then making a little bit of a curve line inward. And then here what I like to do is push above the eyebrows to make this brow line. And see, now it's looking better, because it was flat, and it's never flat in here. It's like a bump, and then it's going in, and then here we have this kind of a, you can cut it around this area, and then you have this a little bit more pronounced. So that's why I will cut it in this area like this. And then, yeah, you have to watch also my face and what gestures I'm doing, because yeah, it's I'm showing on myself, because it's pretty important to see. Of course, we are not using reference right now, as I said, but you can use me as a reference. Then we'll have a whole reference sheet to use. Now I think we are ready to go up a little bit, so I will increase the resolution a little bit more than double. And now we can smooth. In Blender, you have to be very careful how you smooth, because the smooth brush in Blender is very sensitive. If you push it a little bit more, it will smooth the whole thing very, very easily, which we don't want to do. Now, I will do a little bit of a nostril here. So I will push in to make the nostril. Then with the move brush, I will go a little bit pull this, which is the side of the nostril. And then the front part here is a little bit too stylized. I will just flatten those areas and we will see. I will smooth this, and then the top part of the nose, I want it to be thin. But when it comes to the bottom here, it could get thicker as this. So here, then this is very thin. And then here it's going a little bit thicker like this. And then we have our nostrils. But be very, very careful. This meat in this area here has to be here. You don't push this. So you don't do this. So beginners always do this. Push this a lot. And this is a nose. It's not good. Just leave it like this. Leave this meat there. And I can even push a little bit and add more meat, because we have something like a fat pad in there, but we will talk about it other time. Now, you see, I have a muzzle of the mouth. I have this kind of a curvature of the nose from the front. Here, this curvature in the base of the nose. I have my inflation of the nose in the bottom part, and I don't have my eyes. So what I will do, I will just add more meat in here, and then on the top and the side, I will just do a little bit of this. And what is this? These are fat pads which are located just on the outer upper rim of the socket of the eye. So it's this basically. And here in the bottom, in the middle part, in the middle between both eyes, it's not that prominent. Even if we have some fat pads there, usually you can touch your bone in here. It's pretty bony. And then here, it's a little bit fat pads. Especially in female, they're more pronounced. In male, not so much, but they're still present. We have to be careful. Then we can make the upper eyelid. And I always like to push it a little bit more up, closer to the eyebrow. Because for the male, this looks more heroic. When the eyes, you see, my eyes and my eyebrows, they are very, very close together. If I do this, then they're not close together, you know. But if I do this, a little bit more manly look, they're close together. That's why I like to put them a little bit close together. Okay. This is the bottom of the eye socket, but we will look at that in the skull video, of course. And let me show you the skull landmarks. So we have the top part of the cheekbone, we have the front of the cheekbone here, but they are covered with fat mostly. Although in many cases you can touch your cheekbone here, but it's a little bit in. It's not like here, for example, it's complete bone. Also here in the bottom, in the middle of the nose, it's completely bone. Here the cheek is always covered with a little bit of fat, a little bit of... There are not so many muscles going over the cheekbone, but fat there is. Now, the ears. Very importantly, we have to make the ears look good. Many people are neglecting their ears, and they are thinking, okay, I will do head studies. I will flatten this a little bit. I will do head studies, but not make the ears because they are not important. But for a head, not only the face is important, the ears are very important, and I will do them even before the mouth. It's pretty important. So that's why I will do this. Now, what I'd always do when I start doing the ears is to push this area a lot, because this is exactly where your ear canal is going. It's very, very deep. So I push it, then I make the so-called, let me show you what I mean. I make the so-called question mark, because it's like question mark, this. And then I make inside, I will make this Y shape. So the question is Y. That's how I call it. And the question mark is going even inside like this, inside this hole. So it's going not only in this area, is going like this, but from the front view, it will go like something like this. from the front view, and it's going inside. But you will see. So it will, and that's the difficult part, because we have to make it. We don't have enough geometry, but even if we have enough geometry, it's also not so easy to make very fast. So that's why we have to take our time. And we will have this little bumping here. Of course, it's always good to use references, but I'm explaining to you what you will see in those references. You most likely will see the upper part of the upper corner of the ear, which is like a question mark. And then you will see this a little Y shape inside, and then this Y shape is going to be just the corner of this part, of the bottom part here of the ear, this part here. The Y shape is going there. It's a little complex shape, yes. Many people take a long time to learn how to do ears, but it's very important for you to learn how to do them, because without ears, people are looking very, very odd. And with bad ears, this is one place that, you know, when people are looking at your sculpt, and your face is decent, for example, but your ears are not very well done, and this is your weak spot, and they will judge your sculpt by the weakest point. That's why you have to be impeccable in everything. I will increase the resolution just to be able to make the ears. So now when I smooth them, you see it's working kind of great. Okay. Now, by the way, I have to say, if you don't know how to sculpt in Blender, for example, or in ZBrush, I have courses about that. I also have, in my YouTube channel, Speedchar, I have videos how to start sculpting in Blender just in half an hour or so, or 1 hour, I'm not sure, but it's kind of short. You can start very quickly. There are people who said that this video helped them a lot. So you can check it out too, if you want. And as I said, the question mark shape is going in like this. The other shape, the Y shape, is going like this. And then here it's going to this. And then around here will be the whole of our ear, I think. But it doesn't matter that much. Mostly, we will look at our ear from the front. That's why we have to make it look good from the front. And also the ear. Many cases are where the ear comes out to be here, and it's not correct. From the front, the ear, the beginning of the ear has to go with the bottom of the nose. And then the ear begins, and then it finishes around the eyebrow area, a little bit below that. So, yeah. But that's our basic principles that you have to know, and when you know them, and when you practice them enough, I don't expect you to learn from 2 heads. You have to make hundreds of heads in order to become better, to practice all those principles, because every time in the beginning you will forget some things and your head will become a little bit worse, and then it will be better, then it will be worse and better and worse. It will be a, you know, a wild ride. But at the end, if you practice enough, you will learn and you will be better. So the goal of this course is to give you a lot of useful information, that then this information you will kind of know, and when you are looking at the concept, you will be able to find this, or concept, or picture, or whatever. You will be able to find this information, and you will be able to see it, because I know that in the beginning, if nobody has explained those things to you, you will not be able to even see those things, those forms, those shapes. I will smooth this and then make the bottom eyelid. And the eyes are pretty difficult, but yeah, we will explain them in later videos. For now, I'm just doing it because I don't want this first video to be super big. I'm just gonna explain that for the eyes, you need the shape of the eyes, especially from the bottom and the top. But from the bottom we can see, because from the top the eyebrows are covering. Then from the bottom and from the top, they have to look like there is an eyeball inside. Of course, I will not put an eyeball now, but later we might want to put one. Now, let's see this particular thing. You know, you see how this is coming from, this line is coming from here. It's your bottom of the eye socket. And then it lost itself a little bit, and then it comes out a little bit in here and going backward like this. Of course, those lines are kind of visible somewhere, they are not visible in other persons, so we have to be careful about that. But then what I like to do is, I would like to just add a little bit more fat in here, just from the nostril here, like this, smooth. Then I add this mass, which is here in the corner of the mouth. Very important mass, by the way. And then I will tuck the mouth behind this, or just, you know, the corners of the mouth will come here. And then we'll make this M shape a little bit. You see, now the bottom here, I will make the marionette lines and smooth them a bit. And then I will make just the distance below the lower lip. It's a little bit big. Then I will make the lower lip. And then the upper lip, usually I make it with just the grab brush or the move brush. It depends which software you're on. And then I push between them. And it's starting to work immediately. Of course, this marionette line on the bottom, I will always kind of smooth it, except if it's a very old man. If it's a very old man, the marionette line will stay. Because the skin is kind of sagging and everything. I don't know. But I would like to put even more. And also here even more meat. Then in the middle, I will make this kind of thing which is over the lower lip, over the upper lip. Then we will do the upper lip. And we are kind of golden. We are tugging the mouth, the lips, the corners of the lips, we are taking them a little bit in. You see how this is a curve line. It's not flat. And it's looking overall good. So maybe the chin is a little bit too big on our guy. I will move it a bit up. Maybe the upper portion of the face, of the skull, is a little bit too big. So I will just make it a little bit smaller. It shouldn't be ultra big. And from the side view, we have to always consider that our proportions might not be absolutely correct. And with a big grab brush, we can correct them easily. The skull is never a round shape. Sometimes it can be, of course. There are always people who can look strange. But most of the time it will be, especially from the side view, it's like a squarish shape like this. You see? Everything is like a squarish, like a flat lines, we may say. You see the jawing here, the ear, yeah, of course, you can just make it like this. Yeah, just straight lines. Here, 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 and here. I think this will be enough for our first video. In the next video, we will start doing, with references, the planes of... By the way, here, if we make this, it will be kind of cool. But yeah, a lot of explanations I will do. And I think you will learn a lot in this course. This course will be very, very useful for all people. Yeah, I don't completely like how he looks, probably. I will make the nose a little bit smaller. I will make the nose a little bit more up. He is very sad, so I'll make him a little bit smiling. Overall, yeah. We have something that's relatively fine. Relatively. But make sure you have your neck and a little bit of your traps because without it, it will be a floating head. It never looks very good, except if it's amazing head, but most of the time it will not be. My heads are even not amazing. This is the Adam apple because he's a male. This is the inner portion of the sternocleidomastoid muscle, and overall we have it. Although I made a little bit of mistake, I think, but for the male it's not a big problem. I mean, the corners of the eyebrows, yeah, I will push them a little bit back. This for the male is not a big issue. For a female it could be a lot of issues there, but for the male, not a problem at all. I will push this area, you will see why I'm doing this here, and we're golden. Silence is golden, golden. Okay, for 40 minutes with a lot of explanations, I think we are good. Make sure you save your second head, and hopefully it will be better than your first one, and I'm sure it is. Although we are not using references, but I'm explaining, so it should be better. Now, in the next video, we will start doing the planes of the skull with explanations and stuff like this. Bye for now. So guys, hello again. Now, for how I do the thing. So if you are using Blender or ZBrush, it doesn't matter. What I do is, I go, for example, and this sphere, this head, I will name it Head 01. And then we'll have it. Then I will hide it from here in Blender. In ZBrush, you can always do a subtool and hide the other one. It's very easy. Then I will just add a sphere. Of course, I have to do it in object mode, add a sphere, and go put more on my symmetry and start working on this sphere. So it's easy. You don't have to always open a different file and do it. You can do it very easily like this. So let's start. This will be our planes of the skull. So this, by the way, are planes of the skull from the guy who is called Gustav Velicek. Gustav is a 3D artist and he is pretty good. Let me show you his art station. It's this. He has a lot of anatomy stuff and it's pretty cool, I would say. So you can check it out, of course, if you want, but for now we have it here. This is from him and this also. So we will try to do this kind of shape. Just a basic skull shape. To do a basic skull shape, we don't only need this image, we also will probably want to have, you know, skull from the profile view. This is a female, this is a male. We will do mostly female skull because the male skull looks strange. But whatever, we can do everything. This also is a nice skull, although this is a 3D, we have to always be careful with the 3D. This, of course, is a 3D. These are scans. So, if you are using 3D or other people's works for reference, you have to be very careful because most of the time there will be slight mistakes because nobody is perfect, even me. So, when I tell you something that it is like this, you have to always bear in mind that you have to check it out. You have to check photographs, you have to check scans, and that's the most important thing. So, for now, we need to do a decent skull without neck. This time we will not make a neck. So, for the skull, what is characteristically for the skull is, let me show you now. It will be mostly like a helmet shape, of course, like a motorcycle helmet. And you see, it's almost exactly like a motorcycle helmet. And what do we want to do now is make this cut here, where will be the jaw. See? This particular cutting here we want to make. So I will just cut it like this. And you see, overall, we have a nice thing. So the front portion, we want it to be, let me show you. We want it to be like this, then flat, and then like this, and then like this. So this can be our jaw in here, and this will be our jaw, but it has to be, we have to, in the beginning, kind of stylize the things. We have to make it flat lines and stuff, and then we will make it more detail and more detail if we want, but for now we need it mostly like this. Then of course here will be our cheekbones around like this. It's going back. Then here will be the eye sockets. And then below it will be the nose. And then between the nose and the chin will be our teeth. And they will go very, very narrow. They are pretty narrow, by the way, the teeth. But you will see that. So the teeth will be around here, and here we'll have some things. But the jaw from here to here, it's narrower than the jaw of the person, because here we have some muscles and a little bit of fat, and it's making our jaw wider than the skull jaw. The skull jaw is a little bit narrower, as you probably will notice. In the photographs, for example, from the front, you see how narrow is the skull jaw. So a little bit more meat on top will make it like a person, but we don't want a person. We want now to make a skull. So yeah, let's continue. Again, I will make this kind of separation between the front, between the top, the forehead, and the facial part. But of course we need more geometry, so I will Control R, and then I will make this separation. You see, this is just to make yourself feel easy. This is the forehead. We have to make the forehead, and the forehead is important. But the bottom part is the face, where a lot of things will happen. And you will notice that for the skull, the eye socket is stays a little bit higher than it should be, but not too high. I mean, we still have to have a forehead. So from the front view, I will smash this, because again, I want my facial part to be narrower than the back part. Of course, we have to be very careful not to make the back part ultra wide and big, because if we do, it will look like a balloon head, which is never a good thing. Now here, since the jaw is a little bit, hollow, I will just do this. Then the jaw itself, I will make it in, and I will try to achieve this kind of a nice look. So from the side view, you see how it's flat, and then jaw, which is like this, jaw, flat, and flat. Then here we will have our cheekbone, and then here will be our eye socket. Then the ear hole, and then the ear basically will be around here, but we'll have this kind of in. Then we'll have a little bit of, you see here, those kind of bumps in here, and they are also here. There are bumps, and then you have inward part, and then you have following the forehead. Then we will have our nose, which is the skull nose. It's very, very short. He's pretty short nose, Michael Jackson style. And then we'll have the teeth and other stuff here. Right. So we continue to do it. Now, what we need to do is the cheekbone. Let's do the cheekbone and dig a lot below the cheekbone. Then the muzzle of the mouth will be here. We will dig also in this area, because, between this top part of the nose here, where the plane change happens from this kind of plane to this kind of plane in here. So from there, this is pretty thin. This area is thin. Many people are making it pretty thick, this area, and it doesn't look good because it's not correct. And we make it thin. And then I will grab, so I can use the grab brush or the move brush in ZBrush, whatever, just to make this kind of a nose shape. And we basically don't need to make the whole of the nose yet. Just make this nose shape. And then most of the time we have a little bit of a bump in here, and then we have the muzzle of the mouth below. And the muzzle of the mouth of the skull is kinda always bulging forward. As you can see here, it's bulging forward. Let's see on the skulls. it's like bulging. It's a lot here. But you see, bulging forward like this. Let's look at the skulls, by the way, like this, for example. It will be easy. So you see the skull, the nose, it's going like this, and it's going in like that. Okay, looking great. Now, the socket of the eye, I will push, because, you know, this socket of the eye is a shape that we will talk about a little bit later. But we'll see. Now, here on the top part, we don't ever want to see this. This forehead is not good. Why? Because now we see this flat and this, like this. And this is pretty flat in here, which is not good. We have to make it so it's like round, more round in here. And this is flat. But let's do this. How to do it? With the flatten brush, I will flatten these sides a little bit like this. Just flatten. This is a very common mistake, by the way. But you will fix it, of course. Now, we need to cut a bit like this and smooth it. Why? Because we need these bumps over the eyebrows. And those bumps here in the middle are pretty big. So, what I mean by that is, those bumps here are like this. They are like this bumpy. And then here on the side of the socket, they are a little bit of a bump, but kind of a narrower bump. So this kind of bump. Here it's bigger, and then here it's narrower. You will see why. And then here it will be a little bit, not a little bit, a lot inside. Also here, this will be all inside like this. Not in the face of the human. You see, here, you see it. It's like all this area here, just at the temporal line, and above it, and I mean not above it, just behind it and on the bottom, is kind of going in a little bit. And also here, you see how the eyebrow, and then you have this kind of going in a little bit. That's okay. And here, those are pronounced, those areas here. If you don't make them, you will make a super beginner mistake, and you will see in many beginner works. Let's see that. You see, there are not any bumps in here, which is that's why it's looking cool. Overall, it's looking great, but you know, there's a little bump in here, but not quite much. And also the forehead is pretty empty. The shapes are not correct. There are other problems, but here on the forehead, we see a lot of issues many people are making. Those are also beginner works, and a little bit intermediate works also, but still it's not good enough for us. We need more work on the forehead. The forehead is very important. Many people are underestimating the forehead. They're concentrating their attention. Now I will make this kind of inner portion in here. They are underestimating everything on the face is important. Ears, forehead, everything. Not only the mouth, nose, and the eyes. No. And many people are, but Nico, I find it very difficult to do eyes. And then I see his nose is amazingly bad, and the lips are amazingly bad, and the eyes, of course, are bad. But he tell me I have a difficulty with eyes. No, you have difficulty with all the shapes, with ears, with eyes, with everything. They are difficult. I'm not saying they're easy, but we have to do it. We have to be able to do them. That's our goal in this life. Okay, now I will push this a little bit in, because I want from the side view, from the 3/4 view, this to look good. I don't want it to look smashed like this. We don't want that. We want it to be kind of a squarish shape. Why I'm saying that? Let me show you. So you see, it's a little bit like an angle in here, but I have a better, this is a real skull from Roman times, I think, and see how angular it is. And it looks cool. It looks a little bit odd, yes, but it looks cool. By the way, when you see a skull on the table, it's most likely a little bit tilted like this, because it's laying on the flat. The flat is this. This is horizontal lines. And usually when the head is normal, those lines are going down. That's why mostly when you are looking from skulls like this, you will see see them like this and you'll see, oh, how big is the face part and how little and small is the forehead. But that's why, because they are like this. If you are looking at them from the normal view of the human head, then there will be a big forehead, there will be a big face, and the eyes will be kind of in the middle. That's what you have to understand sometimes. And also, about the focal view, it's also very important to use the focal view I told you, 88, or something similar, because if you use either types of focal view, look what can happen. So, in the beginning, all the programs, I mean ZBrush and Blender, they have like 50 focal view, which is around like this, which for making faces from up close is not very good. It's most likely looking like this. Especially if you go closer to the face, it will look more like this. So it's very distorted. But if we are using 85 millimeters or 88 millimeters in my case, it will be more original face-like. You see? You see the difference, the same person, but with 15 millimeters and with 800 millimeters. Of course, even with 800 millimeters, we barely and we almost, but without the hair, no, we cannot see the base of his ears because the face is going a little bit back, and you will see that on the skull too. There's a lot of information that I will teach you. You will see how the cheekbones are going back like this, and the ears are here in this back part. That's why they are not that visible from the front. I mean, the ears themselves are very visible, especially if you're using the right lens. So above 50, about 80 even, above 80. But the beginnings of the ears are not exactly visible. There is a lot of information, and I'm sure that around maybe 30% of the information after each video will be kind of okay with you. It will be inside your head. But that's why, especially anatomy videos, especially those kind of courses, you have to watch them not once, not twice, a lot of times. Because every time you will see things, you will hear things that you haven't before. Now, what I did is I've increased the resolution a little bit, I've smoothed, and now I can start making a little bit of detail. It's not too much though. So, what I like to do is I like to push here a little bit, and then let's make the eye sockets. So the eye sockets from the front view will be like a Ray-Ban glasses. Of course, now I'll have to symmetrize here because it was not completely symmetrical. This is normal for Blender. ZBrush usually makes the things more symmetrical. But what those eye lines will be, the eye socket, how it will look, will be like this. So first it will go up, and this will be our bumping here. Then it will go down. Then it will go flat almost sideways, and then it will go kind of a flat also, but a little bit more up in here. So like a Ray-Ban glasses almost. But you see how it's going up, but very little, and then it's going down and sideways. Let me show you how this looks in a real skull. So the same thing. Sometimes I have difficulties. This is a PureF, by the way. The PureF, now it's okay. Now it's going up, and then it's going down. It's going up, and then it's going down. And it looks a little bit sad. Although it's smiling, but it looks a little bit sad. That's why, you know, because those sockets. But when you have muscles here, when you have some meat above, then you can do this, for example, to frown. And when you frown, you know, this is just flat line here. So you have to be careful, watch those things in your reference. It shouldn't be always like concept-wise. I mean, it's not always like the skull, it's not always the same, but the basic shapes are this. Now, our skull doesn't look ultra bad, although the backside of the skull, I think, looks a little bit too huge, which I want to change, so I will just dig it, make it a little bit. You know, here I will dig a lot because here we have a hole basically in the skull, and this hole is from here from here on the bottom to here. It's a hole. From here, you see here. We will not do that because we don't need to. It's not visible from the side view or from the front, but there is a muscle in here. Let me show you. So there is a muscle which is attached to the temporal line, and it's coming down, and it's grabbing the jaw, and we are kind of chewing. And you can see when I'm chewing, it's moving in here because this muscle is contracting, and it's moving behind this thing here, which is the cheekbone, of course. Okay, that's why in the skull we have to push this area a lot in. A lot. Let's see how much. It's a lot, as you can see, a lot of pushing there. But other than that, we are golden. Let's see this skull. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of... you cannot see it quite much in here, but this is going quite a big hole in there. There is. So, cheekbone, we make it. And then, let's see here. We'll make the jaw. By the way, the jaw of the skull, most of the time is very interesting. It's, let me show you, it's in the middle, you just push it up. It's like this, pushed up in the middle, and it's cool. Then, let's try to make the nose. I don't want to make the holes of the nose, since we are making the planes of the skull, and the hole in the nose is not exactly something that's very important for the planes of the skull, especially. Here we'll have one plane, although this is not a plane. As you can see, this is going outward. It's going in, I mean. So we have to catch it and just move it like so. So it's an arch from the top view. It's important. When you do that, it will be better. We have to make it a little bit fatter or thicker in the front. Here, this corner of the eye socket is a little bit thicker. You see? And by the way, for the next video, where we will make a kind of a better skull, we will start it at least, we will make it from scratch. Because it's always good to exercise. It's I never use the same thing for something again. For example, this skull, and then from this skull to make, you know, the realistic skull. It's not exactly right. You see what I did here? Those lines are going in like this forward. That's why it looks like this. Let's see on the real skull. You see those planes. That's why, because they are not flat. They're not sideways pointing. They're pointing a little bit like this. That's why you see them. And then we can make the socket of the mouth. Like this. And here we will push a little bit because we need this distance above the teeth here. You see how when we push this area in a little bit, it becomes better. It becomes nicer. But let's go to the planes of the skull again, and we can see that we have a plane change in here, which in the real skull it will be a little bit more slight. But since we are doing a planes of the skull, it will be kind of big plane change. Then I will move this. Of course, if you are not as fast as me, this shouldn't concern you at all. This will come in time with a lot of practice and hundreds of hours of working. Yeah, I said hundreds, but there actually have to be thousands of hours. I'm so fast, and I have a channel which I made the characters for less than 2 hours each, like Hulk and everything. You can check them out. It's Speed Char Life, it's called. But whatever. So I'm so fast because I have thousands of hours sculpting in my professional career and my, you know, not so professional career where I was just sculpting for fun. When I was working in Gameloft back in the days, I'm just making few things. I don't have to explain everything. You can watch it and listen to my pep talk. So when I was working in Gameloft, I was working during the day and making characters for the company. And then when I come back home, I was working and making, just for fun, some things. When I didn't have work at work, because there are some periods sometimes that you don't have quite too much work, then I was doing some work just by myself. Just working for my portfolio, working for my skills, practicing anatomy and stuff like this. So yeah, this of course you have to do it willingly. So you have to want it, and that's the main thing. You have to want that. So for the cheekbone, I would like it from the side view to kinda make one line like this, which is going backwards from the brow line in here. And you will notice you have to acknowledge that and remember that this is kind of flat in here, because after, when we make the shape of the face, we'll have to do those things. Here, by the way, let me tell you that, but we will go through it again. Most of the time, your base of the nose is where this bump here is. So this is the base of the nose. And then your lips are kind of very thick layer over the skull. It's pretty thick in here. Many people are making them very, very thin over the skull, and it doesn't work. Make them thick. This is thick area here. Here it's very thin, just above the nostril here, above the nose. It's very thin. There are areas like here, for example, it's very thin. Here it's very thin. Here also is very thin, the skin. But there are areas also here it's not very thick, but still it's thick. Here it's very thick, by the way, because we have a very big muscle, which is again for chewing. But we have it here. Here also it's very thick above. This area here is with muscle and some fat. Here it's not so thick along this skull line, the cheekbone. Here also is a little bit thicker, but not so thick. And overall, around the eye socket, you can almost everywhere around the eye socket touch it. But it's not very pronounced in most people, but it's there. And you have to be able to make the forms in order to show it. Otherwise, you will not be in a very good shape as a modeler or artist, you know, as an artist. Let's see now. So this guy has made a very good representation how the plane changes. So here we have something like a plane change. So the shape is going outward, and then it's going inward and going to the back from here there. So here again, the shape is going up, and then it's going backwards from here, almost like this. It's pretty cool how he just defined those lines. Most of the time, even if you're making a head, if you define those lines, it will be very nice for you. Of course, you can always smooth them later, but they will be there. And that's very, very good and important. Okay, so I don't completely like my skull from the front view. So let's try to fix it. Of course, watching references is always good. Let's watch some references. This is not a good reference from the front view. This is better. So what I need to do is make the cheekbone a little bit more pronounced like this. From the front, I feel like. Yes. And this should be it. I mean, if we make a teeth of this, it will be better, but we will not make teeth because this is just for planes. We don't need teeth now. We don't need details. We need only to practice the planes. So let's completely, for the next like 5 minutes, see where the planes are. So one plane is here, visual. You see it, very big plane. So another, like a curvy plane, is here, but I would say that those are the corners of the mouth. Not the corners, but those are where the mouth is kind of flat in the front. It's not super flat, but it's curvy, well, slight curve, and then suddenly it goes back. So this is the suddenly goes back part. It's here, around this area. He didn't make it exactly, but I feel like it's better to do it this way. Then another plane is this front plane of the cheekbone. It's very important. There is another plane in here on the side. You see? There are planes in here, but it's difficult to acquire one plane in here. There are a couple of planes going on. This is going over this. So this bulge in the front, in the middle, is going over this kind of, not bulge, but a little thing on the side. Here we'll have a little bit of a push. And that's it. There are planes like this, so plane here, and those planes in the front. You see? Side planes, front plane, and then in the top, it's kind of the same. I highly advise you to make these planes, and from time to time make this exercise of making planes. We will make planes of the head also, not only the skull. So you will see that, but when I make those exercises, even these days, I kind of understand it a little bit better, because these are very complex shapes, and they're not easy to understand from 1, 2, 3, 4, even like 50 tries. Maybe after 100 heads, you will be able to understand it even better. But I've seen people that are starting to understand it from just like 4 months of work. And how is that? Because they are working 10 hours every day. 4 months, 10 hours every day, and you will be able to understand a lot of things that otherwise you will not. Okay, sometimes I have to Alt and Tab. This is not what I meant to do, but let's continue. So planes in here, could be planes in here. We don't have to completely trust the guy who made the planes of the skull. But basically, from my experience and everything, I would say they are pretty well put. Of course, always when we make a plane of the head or the skull exercise, and we're using somewhere else's reference because we don't have planes of the head scan or something, it's kind of not exactly possible. We always rely on other people's perception of the things, which sometimes can lead to a little bit mistakenly made things. So that's why I always suggest you look at a real reference for reference, basically. Okay, so this is the part of one plane. This here, I will say this could be a plane change in here. Let's see, by the way, on the real skull. Yeah, you see, you see the shadow here. Here, shadow, not so much shadow, because there is a curve in here, but then it's going outward, and it's exactly on this vampire tooth, where it is, this one. So the two front teeth, then once two front, those beside them, and then the vampire teeth, and afterwards it's going back. That's why I'm saying that we probably should have a plane change right here. Of course, it's not super pronounced, as I said, but it's kind of there. It will be better to do it. A little bit of a plane change. All right, looking good. Also, what I would say is that the front, the top jaw is mostly on top and going forward, more forward than the bottom jaw. Here it's very pronounced. Here it's not so much, but again it's a lot more forward. Sorry about that. So yeah, and okay, now we have this planes of the skull. From the back, it has to be kind of round. It shouldn't be something like super squarish or super round. It's a little bit squarish, as you can see. It's like flat on the sides and, you know, not super round. Don't leave the ball which you start making from, don't leave it like a main shape of the skull, because the skull from the side view especially is, as you can see, pretty much like this. It's not round, super round ball shape. It's round, but you have to see the planes. And if you make those planes, even when you make a realistic character, it will be better for you. Yeah, I made the lips a little bit more up, but it's fine. You can see how it looks good. Alright, now, in the next video, we will start from scratch again. We will name this skull planes. Then we will hide it in the next video and make another ball from which we will start again making the planes, not the planes, but the overall. We will pass through the planes and then we will make more detail and make the detail thing. Why? Again, I'm telling you, practice makes perfect. So the more you practice it from scratch, the better you will become. Of course, it's a slow process, but still. Okay, bye for now. See you. So guys, the last lesson, we did the planes of the skull, relatively planes of the skull, but we can say these are the planes of the skull. Now, what can we do this video is the normal skull. I mean the skull, but a little bit more with the teeth and everything, which I'm not sure it's the best, idea for making sure you know the basics. So for the basics, it's better to know the basics, basically. Let me just turn on my shortcuts because they are not here. Screencast keys, okay, now you can see them on top. And the idea is that the nicest exercise you can make for the basics of the head is this, to make a skull without the teeth. But it's more fun if it has teeth, if it has everything. So we will do that. So now I will just disable the visibility of this. Then I will add a sphere. Go to sculpt mode and start doing it again. So remember, this is not a course for Blender. This is a course for the head and the skull. The skull is a very important part of the head, if you don't know. But now you know. So let's do this first. Let's make ourselves a little bit of a chin. And when we have something like a chin, we can increase the head of the back. So let me tell you one of the most important things. Again, a big mistake that people are making. People usually these days are making the mistake to make the face part, which is, let me show you which one is the face part. The face part is from here, from the eyebrows to the chin. This is the face part here. So this part, they tend to make it smaller, much smaller than this part. So it is smaller, definitely, because if you see, this is one rectangle. It's not a square. A square will be around this area here. So a little bit behind the ear, in reality, is the square part. So this, from this point to here, the same distance as from this point to here. But people are tending to make this much bigger sometimes. And sometimes the other mistake is to make it much smaller. You see? And you've seen that probably. So the idea is to make it exactly right. or at least very close to right. We cannot make it exactly right, of course, but we can always make it a little bit close to the right than not. That's why you have to use a lot of references, and also you have to practice a lot. So don't expect after this course to be amazingly better in heads. You will be better, definitely, but you will not be super, super, super good. But if you do this course, these are exercises. You can do them constantly, one after another. And then what I recommend is, very importantly, you do those things from references. Always use references for skills, always use references for heads. And when you finish one kind of a cycle of this, so making few heads from just planes of the head, making few skulls, and then you will know a little bit more, and you will feel a little bit more the overall things. And then you can close all references and try to make the head without references. This will give you the idea what you know, what you remember, what you don't know, what you don't remember, and then you will start to see your weak points. You'll say, but how was the nose? The nose, I don't know. But you will make it without reference, and then you will know that you have to turn more attention to the nose and to see how the nose is connecting to the head, like an arch here, you know, and all those things you will be able to see. At least you will start to see them, because I know from myself that it took me a lot of time to start seeing all those things. Hopefully for you it will be a little bit faster with these exercises, of course. Now the back of the head, of course, I will make it a little bit wider. It's like a sphere almost. The back, it's not exactly a sphere, especially here in the bottom part of the back we have this kind of things going on, and also the jaw is finishing in about a middle point. You see this yellow line here is about the middle point of the side of the skull, and there is where we will place our jaw. It will end, the jaw will end there, and then we will have this kind of process of mandible, or whatever it's called, this process here, this kind of bony mark behind the ear, where our sternocleidomastoid muscle is attached, which is the best muscle, as we know, in the human body, because its name is one of the most complex names. It's not the most probably, because I don't know the names of most muscles, but it's very complex, and I like it. Now, for the skull, what I like to start here to do is to make this kind of area above the cheekbone, which will go in. You know, this area will go a lot in. So I will smooth it a little bit. This I will leave it more sharp, and we'll leave it like this. Now, okay, something like this. It's not perfect in any case, but it's fine. Now I will push for the eyes, and then with the grab or move brush, I will just, from a side view, just move this a little bit in. As you can see, in the male or in the female, we have this kind of indentation. It's not super huge, but it's there. So where is our skull? Pressing home will find it. Now I would like to just control spacebar, and I will get rid of the menus on the right. We don't need them. Now I will drag here because I want to make space for the cheekbone and the mouth, which is starting. Now be careful when you're doing a head, because this is on the skull. On the head also I will dig here, but not that deep, because on the head you have muscles going out here, connecting those areas here, and this is not that deep here. It's kind of deep again, but it's not that deep, so we have to be careful with that. I will smooth it also here, and I will make sure that my cheekbone is where? From the side view, it's kind of from the eyebrow, it's going backwards, a line going backward like this. You see? From the eyebrow, a line going backwards like this. And it's connecting it. This is the cheekbone here. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. So, next thing I will make sure I have these little bumps here on the front of the skull, because even in female you have to have a little bit of a bumps. You see here, it's a little, it's not too much, it's not very visible, but if you don't have them, you know, it's not gonna be good. And this is basically a male skull that we're trying to do. So let's look at the male skull. Let's look at the male. Although I like more the female skull. I think this is more classical look of the skull. But let's make a little bit of a male skull. The more things you try to do, the more kind of interesting things you try to do, which are realistic, of course, and you are looking from them. And also a very good exercise is to make studies based on other people's art, because you see this looks very nice and you can try to replicate it, and you will see the cheekbones, how they flow into this kind of meat around the mouth here. You see this, and overall this shape. But we will do something like this at some point, because it will be very interesting. I think this part of the exercises will be very, very cool. So that's why we want to do it. Now, we have to also be careful about this here. It's not always, but it's like this. Yeah, probably it's like this. So, yeah. All right, doesn't matter. Now, let's continue with our cheekbone. Cheekbone, then I will make the outer side of the jaw. This outer part of the jaw. Then I will push this, because you see how the skull is connected. The skull, so the cheekbone is here. The cheekbone. This is the side part of the cheekbone, and then it turns back, you know, here, and then it goes like this, and those are the back teeth. And then here, this plane is sideways almost, and this is the kind of front part of the skull. Okay, now, yeah, I'm trying to explain. Hopefully you can understand. If you don't, it's normal, don't worry, you will understand at some point when you practice. You know, this all things that I'm talking about, sometimes I'm drawing and stuff, it's theory, but practice is more important, and you have to try to practice more. Theory is okay, practice is more important. Even if you don't, you know, hear at all about the theory, if you practice a lot, at some point you will understand all those things. With the theory that I'm talking about here, and with the practice exercises that I'm doing, most likely you will get it even faster. So you see, now I have a basic shape of the skull, which looks, in my opinion, kind of cool. Always from the top view, I'm trying to make this cheekbones curvy here, curving outward, because they are, definitely are, as you can see, they're curving a lot outward. But we have to be careful. You don't judge everything by just looking at one skull. We look at a lot of skulls, but this point of view of the skull is kind of unique. It's difficult to look the skull from below, I mean to find references for that. So that's why this is unique, and you can see the curve, you can see the hole here, and all those things. So it's kind of unique, it's fine. I like it. Now, I will smooth this area, and I will make sure my jaw has the shape that I want. So the shape that I want is straight here, as you can see, straight here, and then straight lines going inward, and then a little bit of this kind of shape. And you see, it will look very much like a real skull. Here I will have to push a little bit more, and the eyes, we will see how they go. But as you know, they're going like this, and then a little bit down-ish. So the shape of the eyes, of the eye sockets in this case, don't misshape them. They have to have this kind of shape, like glasses, like Ray-Ban glasses, of course. So yeah, let's continue working on that. This I will make sure it's kind of a arch going upward, and you see this skull is starting to look pretty cool. So for this male skull, they have chosen pretty malish specimen. A guy who is having pretty malish, like the jaw is very much angular than the female. You can see how the angle is much, let's not say bigger, because this is the bigger angle. This is the smaller angle, but still the jaw itself still seems more massive here. You know, it's like this part from the cheekbone here, from the ear hole, which is just above here. So from the ear hole to here, it's much bigger distance. But in real life, this is not exactly that exaggerated sometimes, or most of the time. So you have to be careful. But when we're doing a hero character, we will have this most likely. A hero will always be heroic, you know, style. And also from the front view, as you can see, what the skull looks like is not a sphere. Let me show you. Very important from the front view. So almost straight lines here, and then we have something like a roof with a little bit of a curve here. Especially, I am exaggerating it, but you have to notice that, because you see even in the female it's like this. But there are different types of skulls, so your reference, it depends how it will be, but most of the time female references will have hair. That's why you just have to do it. You don't do just a round shape, you do a straight and then a little bit of a shape which is going into kind of a corner in here, you know. But it depends if it will look good. I mean, you have to be careful. It has to look nice. And from the front view, by the way, the part that it's visible of the skull, the top of the skull is around here in the back. It's just above the ears, around here. You see, the top of the skull is here. It's not here in the front somewhere. It's all the way back here. That's why. And then the skull is going down, gradually going down, and here we will have a forehead style. Sometimes we have skulls that even kind of make this like this, you see? And this even has it. If you notice it, this skull has it. Has this kind of a little bump in here. No, it's not a bump, it's the opposite of bump. It's an indentation there. So, yeah. We can also do that, and it will be interesting. For example, there is this guy, Alexander Usyk. He's a world champion of boxing. And he has a very interesting skull. And since his haircut is very short, you can see his skull very, very well. Alexander Usyk. He's from Ukraine. And you can check him out. I will not put, you know, images of him here because it will be too much. I have put a lot of images on this file which don't belong to me, and I'm trying to say which are from where. For example, this probably is either from Anatomy for Sculptors or something else, but we have a lot of things from Anatomy for Sculptors here. But yeah, others also. This is from Seong Kim, Planes of the Face, kind of. It looks very nice, and it's very good exercise to make this, just to try to make this head. And we will try. We'll make a lot of heads in this exercises, because it's cool, and I like it. And also because this will be useful for you. Because you will notice that the more heads you make, the better you will become with the head making. And many people want to be better with heads. So make sure from the top view, your front part of the skull is not like this, for example. It has to be going backwards. It has to curve. This is a curvy part in here. It shouldn't be not curved. It should be curved. You see, in the skull, if I do this, it's not gonna look like here. It has to be a little bit backward. Also here, this part is always a little bit forward. Although, I probably should symmetrize. So let me symmetrize a little bit to see. Okay, now it's fine. And now I will get a little bit more geometry going on. Now, what am I doing here? I'm pressing Shift R. Let me tell you a little bit about Blender, because people will ask, but how do you do this? How do you do that? Shift R is just, I'm looking at this kind of a mesh. And every square is showing me how big my squares on the mesh will be. and I'm accepting this, for example, and then with Control R, I'm accepting this. I am not accepting, I accepted it already, but I am applying it to the mesh. That's what I'm doing. Now I will do this kind of things, which are here, which are those areas here with red. And they are over the other, which is kind of a sharp area going out here. And sharp is, I will even sharpen it. So this has to be sharp, and also here below, it has to be also sharp. So we'll push below it. And then I will try to make sure my shape is kind of correct of the skull, of the eye socket, I mean. Okay, the shape of the eye socket still is not the best, but it's kind of okay. We will leave it for now, and we will continue with the nose. So, for the nose, we usually making this flat on the top will be enough. But in this case, I noticed that we have something like a bony kind of a, I don't know, a sharp bony part, which I like to do just for fun. And basically, it's better to look at a lot of skulls, not only one or two skulls, in order to see the details. Because in here, for example, we cannot see too much details on the cheekbones on the front part of the cheekbones. On the side of the cheekbones, also difficult to look at the details. So I suggest you use even more references. I think I have some more. Yeah, here, for example. But this also is not very good reference for the cheekbone themselves. Why? Because we don't have too much shadow and we cannot exactly see what's happening here. We see it, but not too much. Here we can see kind of, we have holes, we have some other things. This is kind of cool. We see this, how it's sharp, and this top part, how it's sharp, and this middle part here, between the both eyes here, it's not that sharp. I mean, those things you have to see. You notice, let me show you a little advanced thing. So, the orbit of the eye, the top, is going like this. And then here, from the front view, you start to look at this thing. But the orbit is starting to go back. But from the front view, you don't see that. You see this bump in here. And the other bump in here. But the orbit, the sharp part is going back like this. And the orbit in the bottom is also sharp. Everything is very sharp in here. If you look at real skull and you touch it, it's kind of sharp. It's not like soft thing. Like this are sharp areas in here. You see, very sharp. This also is kind of sharp. Here on the top, it's pretty sharp. Here it's also sharper, but here it's starting to get a little bit not so sharp. This area is not sharp in here, you see. And this is starting to get not so sharp. It's kind of sharp in here, but in this area it's starting to flow. And you know, stuff like this. If you make those things sharp, this will make your skull better. But remember, it's not that important. This is not as important. The important thing is the main shapes, the overall look of the skull, the overall look of the head. With the skull and the head are kind of similar, which, yeah, because the skull shapes are the head shapes. Most of them, not every one of them, but most of them. So here I will make my nose and I will push it in, but not the middle. I will push only the sides. And you see the middle, I'm leaving this kind of a plane which separates the two parts of the nose, of the inside of the nose. Then I will push it a little bit. Then this part is important to make, but in the male skull I see it's a little bit more in, so I will push it inside, and then I will pull the teeth out. Not too much though. I don't want to pull the teeth out too much, because then if we make a head over the skull, we'll have to push them back at some point. And this will be my top teeth. I'll then push below them, where the lower teeth will be, and I will smooth. So the top teeth will always be above the lower teeth. It's very important. You see, from the side view. And here, it's even more pronounced. I don't want to make them that much forward. It's too much for me. You know, I don't like it that much. Because you have to notice that you can make, for example, this skull. Exactly this skull. Which will be useful, of course. But in my case, I want to make a good looking skull. This skull for me is not looking that good by itself, but it has things that are very helpful. I will smooth those kind of things here because we have to be careful. They shouldn't be ultra pronounced, except at some guy who is ultra testosterone guy, and yeah, that's when you can have this very, very big pronunciation of those areas. And here also you can have this a little bit, and most of the time you have it a little bit like outward, this area here, because you see this is the place where this muscle with which we chew stands on, which is this kind of yellow thing in here. This is the muscle, and this muscle has to have a space to rest on. That's why sometimes this is kind of a hollowed out like this. Not too much though. But if the guy is very testosterone freak and he has huge jaws and stuff like this, then it could be like that. Let's see. Yeah, here it's not very visible, but for the female skull, we see it's like up. It's like you know, hollowed a little bit. It's looking good if we do that. So that's why I'm doing it. A little bit. Not too much though. I did it a little bit too much, so I will just push it a bit more in. And yeah, sometimes you, not sometimes, but many times when you're doing a head or overall anatomy, you have to restrain yourself of doing things too much. If you do some things too much, it will be too much, and that's normal. We have to do it just right. Not too much, not too little. Just right. Here I will hollow out the jaw a little bit from the bottom. Of course, if it's the best if the jaw is a separate piece, but in our case we don't need that because this is an exercise. We are exercising. These technical things are not concerning us at all. We can do it even without. So now what I will do, I will just push this so the teeth are a little bit away. They're a little bit more. You see how it happens to look a little bit better this way. You know, it's like this, like curving inward, the upper jaw, which looks great. So that's why I'm doing it, because I know it will look great. It will immediately look more like a skull than before. For now, you know, even if now our proportions are not completely correct, even if when we make the teeth we have to fix some things, it's not a problem. We can always increase the size of the jaw, for example, if we want, or we can bump this up, push it up, or whatever. It doesn't matter. We can always do that. But make sure those cheekbones are the right kind of width here. They shouldn't be too wide or too narrow. They should be just right, as you can see on the skull also. Okay, this is the upper skull, the upper cheekbone. There is no, this is the upper cheekbone. Yeah, this is the lower cheekbone. The lower part of the cheekbone, we can say. Okay. All right, don't worry. Now, let's make this a little bit, you know, more sharp. Although this lower part is not that sharp, as you saw from the skull from below, which is this. This is not as sharp in here. The top part is more sharp. This one, kind of, but it's very, very thin. It's there. So it's easily breakable, so be careful when you are, I don't know when you are doing what. And here we have a hole, but we will not have a hole, because we don't care. I told you those are technical things, we don't need them. If you want to do a realistic skull, you of course have to make a hole in here. This has to go in here and be a hole. But in this case, we are only interested in the parts that are interesting us. The parts that are important for understanding the shapes of the head, because that's the purpose of making a skull. Most of the time, especially for me, when I'm making a skull, I'm making an exercise for the head, and also I'm having fun because I like to make skulls. But yeah, I rarely make this hole in here, and I rarely make the jaw separate, except if I'm doing exactly a skull. But most of the time I'm doing exercises, and when I'm doing exercises, everything is one mesh because it's easier, it's faster. You do the exercise and you continue to the next one. You don't stop and try to, you know, extract the jaw and do the teeth a little bit better and stuff like this, it's not gonna help you that much. Those detailing things are not important in this stage. Now, in the middle, I will make a line, because this will be the line between the front teeth here. And then we'll make kind of a curvy area. Those are kind of arches. So arch here, arch here, arch here. And we will start getting... So if the front teeth are too big, and now they are, I will just push them together a little bit with the move brush or grab brush, doesn't matter. And then the idea here is for the third row of the teeth. So we have the first teeth, second, and third. The third is our landmark. They are a little bit more like you know, like a vampire teeth, and they from that point on, the jaw is going backward, the upper jaw. So that's why after that we will have one more normal teeth, and then the big teeth will come here, for example, like this. And then I always push the angle here, the top of the teeth, I will push it, and then you can see on the top of the teeth we'll have this kind of a bumps going upward, because there is the root of the teeth going up, and there is a space for that. And between the roots of the teeth we have kind of a indentation space or empty space. You just have to learn to watch, you know. And that's what I'm trying to achieve here, to teach you how to look and how to understand the forms and everything. And of course, the practice, constant practice. Probably our upper jaw is a little bit small. Maybe we should make it bigger, because you see what I'm noticing. What I'm noticing is the bottom of the cheekbone is here. This is the bottom of the cheekbone, and it's kinda aligns with the bottom of the nose hole, the hole of the nose. And then the teeth will be just below that, but you know, and in our case it's kinda aligned also, but probably this distance is a little bit small. It's not super small, so I guess it's kind of fine. We can leave it like this for now. We don't have too much resolution for now. The idea is that the front two teeth, the most front up two teeth, they are the biggest teeth in the what you see. I mean, those two are the biggest. Then those next to them are kind of smaller. Those are kind of the same size as the second ones, but the first ones, those two are the hugest, the biggest, the most advanced teeth. And then again, a line in here, although the bottom teeth, they are smaller. As you can see those how big they are, and the bottom a little bit smaller. So we have to make them kind of, they have to be smaller and kind of same as each other. They have to be kind of similar to each other. They shouldn't be like bigger and smaller teeth from the front teeth, from the bottom teeth, I mean. Overall, we are just making sure we have something like teeth in here. We don't need to make them super nice. Although, when we are making a head over this skull, I'm making the bad teeth now. If we are making a head over this skull, we'll have to deal with those teeth. Those teeth will be visible, for example. If we make a smile of our head over the skull, then we will have a problem. Now, it's very important to look at this skull and say, but why the back part of the skull is not that visible? In our skull it's more visible. Because most likely it's photographed from up close with a phone or similar device. It's not probably, but whatever. But the field of view is bigger, and then everything goes like this and you cannot see the back. But our field of view here is normal, it's 88. So we definitely will see the back. If, for example, let me show you a little bit. Sometimes I'm doing this. If I do this like 30 and I zoom it, and you will see how the back is not that visible anymore. All the front areas are exaggerated and big, and this back part is not visible. You never want to use this focal length for making heads. It's enormously bad. So 88 is fine. And now you see the back of the head and you see a lot of things and it's looking good. Now we can dial down the upper portion of the head. It could be a little bit smaller of the skull, definitely, because the eyeballs, they will be a little bit down here in these areas. And the eyeballs, the eyes themselves, are kind of the middle of the skull. So if they are the middle of the whole thing from here to here, if the eyeballs are the middle, they're around here, so yeah, it's kind of okay. They should be around here. And by the way, the eyeball is around this big. Don't make it this big or even bigger. I mean, no. And you will see with when I'm doing the feedback session, I have some heads from some of my students. They gave them to me, and I will make a feedback. I will try to make them better, and we will analyze them, what is wrong with them. And that's why, that's where you will see some big eyes, big eyeballs, which are making problems. So yeah, if you make the eyeballs very big, they will have problematic effect on your skull and head, of course, not the skull, because in the skull we don't have eyeballs, but on your head. And since we are learning how to do heads here, this is important. Let's see how this... Okay, the cheekbone, as you can see, is going up too much in this guy. Probably with this big jaw and cheekbone going up, he is very attractive for many women, or he was, most likely. He very much is not already, but he was, definitely. But it depends on other factors, of course. It's not only the manly, things. The manly man areas. This skull, by the way, is looking a little bit upward. Because, I don't know, they just put him and he's tilted a little bit up like this. He's a little bit like this. He's not looking forward. That's why my skull, it doesn't look exactly like him. Because my skull, I'm trying to make him look more forward. That's why it's a little bit like tilted forward. Although, probably if you're doing it, maybe you should make it look like the skull in the picture, because it's nice to make things like this. But then, of course, if you want to make a head over it, it's a good idea. I'm making just this temporal lining here. It's a good idea to just tilt it forward a little bit so he can look forward and not up. I'm not convinced still about this skull. But you see, I'm not making the teeth like this forward. Why? Because I feel like it will be better for them to be a little bit more backward, not so forward, but we'll see. We'll see. That's what I'm feeling. That's my feeling, my gut feeling. I will make sure the jaw is a little bit bigger in this position here. There is kind of a hole, not exactly a hole, but something like a hole here on the jaw. This, because there are two parts of the jaw that are touching the cheekbone. They are not exactly touching the cheekbone, but basically from the side view we see that they are touching the cheekbone. Let's say they're touching the cheekbone. It's that, two parts. One is bigger, and it's the part that overall is the point of rotation. And again, it's not exactly a point of rotation, because when you open, if you touch your jaw in here and open it, you will notice how it's going forward. So this little point here, where it's the point of origin, let's say, it's not just standing and rotating like this, it's moving forward, which is a little bit strange, but it doesn't concern us that much overall. For us, we are making a skull with closed mouth, then we will make, a faces with closed mouth. Maybe the lips can be, for example, I can open my lips without moving my jaw. I can, not making the jaw at all, not moving the jaw at all. So it's not a problem to make a smiling man, for example, or a female, without moving the jaw down. Of course, if your character has to scream, it has to be some kind of a rage character like Wolverine or something, then probably you need to move the jaw, and then you have to remember how to move the jaw. You have to take the jaw move it down and move it forward a little bit. And then this part here will go a little bit like this. So the jaw will look something like this. I don't know why the nature is making this way, but you can see it for yourself. If you touch here, just below the ear, and then open the mouth, you will notice how this is going a little bit forward. So I again advise you to touch yourself, but it's cool. I mean, touching yourself is absolutely normal, and nobody can say otherwise. If they say otherwise, they are not normal. I mean, even masturbating is normal. Don't worry about it. It's absolutely cool. It's not something that you have to be ashamed of. And I'm sure that most of you do it, so relax, it's okay. It's fine. We all do it. Doesn't matter. Don't let the old prophecies and stuff like this scare you, or to think that you are a freak or something. No. It's absolutely normal. Now, I think we have a decent shape of skull for 40 minutes. Yeah, I usually can make it for, 15 minutes, but with all the explanations and stuff like this, 40 minutes, it's okay. Of course, that's why we're doing this, to learn, to teach. I'm doing it to teach, you are doing it to learn, so it's fine. But we can also, what we can do is just inflate this area just here a little bit. Okay. And we'll see. Let's draw a head over this and see if we can make it. If we can make a nice head over this. Let's just draw it. So, of course, here it will be kind of close to the surface. It will be a little bit away. Here we'll have a little bit more meat. Here it will be kind of close. And then the nose will be something like this. But remember, here we have a lot more meat. So we'll have something like this. And mainly the lips are touching around the area where the teeth are touching. If we open our lip, maybe a little bit lower, maybe a little bit upper, it doesn't, I mean, it's okay. Okay, so the nostrils will be around here. Let me see. We cannot see it. There is cartilage in here. That's why you cannot basically touch this part of the bone here, because the cartilage. This top of the bone here, usually you can't touch it because the cartilage is softer. But the other part is a little bit more in, like this. So then we'll have an indentation here below the lower lip always. And then we'll have this like this. Here it will be thinner. This area is thick, pretty thick. Yeah, many people cannot do it properly over the skull because they don't know that this area is very thick in here. The lips are pretty thick. They have like thickness 1 finger, for example, or something. Then like this. Then, of course, our neck will start from here. The neck muscles from the back and then going outward. Those two parts are parallel. We'll have the sternocleidomastoid going down like this. And basically we are kind of okay. I mean, seems pretty nice. Of course, this is the whole of the ear, just above, just in this area around here. And so the ear, where it will be? If this is the middle of the skull, the ear will start from the middle of the skull backwards. Even sometimes a little bit more back, but not too much. Not too much. So this will be our ear in here. Amazing ear I'm doing. And our eyeball will be around this area. And then the eyelids above it. And we will be amazing. And then we have a face. Of course, in the next video, we can basically try to do a head over the skull. And of course, don't think that we will not modify the skull when we're doing the head, because sometimes we will see some things that are not absolutely correct. And especially if your skull is not very good with proportions and everything, of course your head will inherit that, which will not be the best. But yeah, these are exercises. It's completely normal to for some things to be wrong or something like that. So yeah. Sorry about that. It's normal. I mean, some people are calling and everything. It's absolutely cool. It's not professional, I know, but it's cool. We have to acknowledge that, you know. Oh, but Nico, this course is not professional. You have people calling you while you're doing the course. Why don't you edit that? Because it's more natural this way, you know. And it's not a big issue. I mean, you know, it's not a huge issue. Now I'm doing just a little things, but it's I think it's fine, and we can save it. We always need to save. So this will be for blend, the for lesson. We need to save it, and then we will start doing a head over this one. But the idea here is that we will do a male head over this one, which is okay. We'll do neck, we'll do the nose, we'll do all the things. We will put even eyeballs inside. And as you can see, we have in one file, because it's faster. It's very much faster to do exercise like this. We just hide the others and just do it. This is our first head that we did. Then we did the skull from planes, and then we did this skull. And of course, it could have some issues, this skull, but we'll see. We'll basically see. I'm a little bit concerned about this area here, but I think it's almost like a normal skull. So yeah, maybe it can go a little bit forward, this one. But as I said, we will fix it at some point. Okay, see you in the next video. This one is pretty long. So now we're gonna try to do a head from planes over this skull. It will be interesting. The other exercise you can do is just to try to do a head over the skull. So maybe we can try to do a simple head first and then head from planes, but let's see. But first, let me try something. So this is almost profile view, so let's try. Here. All right. Looks good. So here will be the ear, like this. The ear hole. This thing. This will be our nose, and make sure your nose, your nostrils are going inside the face, because this is very, very, very important and one of the main mistakes people make. And you see, it's almost looking like a real human. Of course, then this will be from the chin back, it will be almost horizontal line, and then we'll have the neck from here also, like this, the neck. Of course, if our guy is superhuman, amazing muscles and stuff, this could be here, like this, super thick. But it usually is not, so we have to be careful about that. This will be our sternocleidomastoid muscle, this one here. And yeah. Okay, let's try it. So what do I do? In here I will go to object mode, and then I will add a sphere. And I will start with this sphere. Turn my symmetry on. In Blender, this is in Blender. In ZBrush, you of course will append a sphere and start from that. So now we will try to adjust our sphere. See how nice it will look like this. Amazing, high-tech skull. And yeah, we'll adjust the skull, the sphere around the skull. You know, very, very roughly. Then I will flatten it with the high polish brush in ZBrush, or in this case, scrape peaks brush, which is the equivalent here in Blender. So scrape peaks or high polish brush we're doing. Okay, inflate a little bit here, and then I will take the neck and just pull it out. And as I said, the neck shouldn't be like this, like a turtleneck. No, it should be something like that, a little bit forward like this. It's for the best. Okay, and of course I always do the traps, but this time, as always, the sphere doesn't have enough geometry for me to do the traps properly, and the traps are only in the back side of the neck. They're not in the front here, they're not there. So Control R here to remesh, and in ZBrush, of course, you have to Dynamesh. Dynamesh at low resolution. Remember, don't Dynamesh something higher. Higher resolution, if you've seen experienced artists make higher resolution models and start from higher resolution, don't follow their steps. They're experienced artists. They're very good at what they're doing. They have a lot of experience. They know exactly what they're doing. For beginners, I always prefer, and I teach people to use first low and then higher and higher resolution, but first very low resolution. Here we can see the skull below. This is with Alt-Z. In Blender, in ZBrush, you have the transparency mode. You can try to use it. Of course, here I know that my muzzle of the mouth should be a little bit bigger. The distance between the skull and the skin here is pretty big, so I'm doing that. Here I will make this not inflate, but push this also in, and just making overall the silhouette of our head. Yeah, it's looking pretty odd with this double nose, of course. So I will smooth it, and I will make just one nose. One nose is better than two noses. Always. Always. I always choose one nose over the two. So now I will fill this area here around the eyes, and I will kind of smooth it. So if you notice, around the eyes, our skin is pretty thin, and there are not too many muscles just on the orbit of the eye. The whole orbit of the eye is almost, you can touch it. Only here in this part, you have a little bit more meat and some muscles, but it's not too much. So yeah, we have to bear that in mind. And also in Blender, I forgot how it is in ZBrush, but here this is not completely symmetrical, so I will just symmetrize it. Of course, this is happening with here. Just up here, you go symmetrize. And I'm saying that things for Blender and for ZBrush because I know there will be people that always will say, but why don't you make this course in ZBrush, for example, or why are you making it in Blender? And again, I will say that it doesn't matter which software you use. What matters is the sculpting skills, and that's what I'm trying to teach you here. The forms, the shapes, how to do them. Now, I'm doing a basic nose. And the eye sockets, I will pull them. So, let's see. It's looking relatively fine. And now we can do the ears. The ears, I always do mask. Invert the mask. With Control I, you can do invert the mask, of course, and make the ear. And now with the ear, you see, I will clear the mask. It looks much better now with the ear. When we put the ear, and where is the ear? Where is the ear starting from the side view? From the side view, it starts kind of from the middle point of the head, which is around here, and then it starts from the middle, and all the ear is the back half of the head. It's there, it's in the back half of the head. From the side view. From the front view, where is the ear? The ear would be around the nose. Where is it? Where it starts the nose, and then the ear will be around that position. Of course, how do you know where the nose starts? And that we have to learn in here at some point. I will dig a little bit here. You see, if I dig a lot, I will reach the skull at some point. But here, I need to have some muscles, some, some tendons and stuff like this. So I don't exactly want this to be so much in. There are some people which have a lot of, which have very less fat in their faces, like MMA fighters and stuff, and in them you will see a very big, this deep things in here, which, now in our character will not be exactly cool, but we will do some exercise, we'll see. Now, overall, we are in a good shape in here. I think we are. And now we need more resolution. And let me say a little bit about the proportions of the head looking from the front. Now, I will push this area a little bit like this and pull this down to reach the skull level. Where's the skull, by the way? Ooh, the skull is too low, but I think it's good. This is better. Overall, it's better than just a few seconds ago. Now, let's increase the resolution and we will see what happens. So, increase the resolution, and now you see we have a very, very cool shape of our face. Very cool. We have the muzzle of the mouth. We have the chin area here. This. We have this kind of, you know, it's almost like one blob of one sphere, one half sphere here, just put into the face. We have this area, which is from the cheekbones, and it's flat. It's kind of. And we have this area, which is also coming from the back, and it's flat. So we have overall, if we look at here, we have this, and in the back, and here we will push. As I told you, this is a little bit more inside, so I will push there, and it's very important to do so. When we do so, you see how our head is visibly defined from the front view. There are visible borders in here, and then the ear starts from somewhere from the back. You know, you don't see exactly where it starts, which is, I think, the best. And you will see, I mean, you will notice in the sculpts, if you do the ears area like this, if it's gonna be better, or like this is gonna be better. And I definitely will say that this is better. But yeah, one of the also main mistakes that people make are making the head like this, which you see very slight difference, but enormous in terms of aesthetics. The aesthetics of this is much better. That's why, you know, even for this advice, this course is worth it. Only this advice. And I have a lot more advices. And of course, the feedback session where I will feedback few heads, at least 5. And we will see the real beginner mistakes in action with those heads. So now I did the nostrils. Of course, the nose itself, it's pretty complex shape. So don't underestimate the nose. Don't just make something. The nose is a complex shape, and we will have to go into a little bit of a deeper detail on the nose. But overall, I told you how to do it. I will smooth this area because I don't care. I will just flatten this area, flatten the sides, flatten the bottom, and we will see the very, very kind of beginner's shape of the nose, if we can say. The beginner shape of the nose, or the stylized nose, how it will look. So the stylized nose look somehow like this. Of course, it can vary in different people, but mostly it will look something like that. So let me draw it over for you, and you will see. So here, the side view, it's flat almost. It's like this part in here. But let's turn it as the guy on the reference. It will be easier for everybody. So, okay, again. Front plane, front upper plane. Here we have this, which goes to the eyebrows, and it's like a traps turned over. Very important part. Here it's thin. This is thin. Here it's very thin. Then we have the front plane, which is a front plane, basically easy. Here we have another plane, which is already kind of down. But this can vary, of course. If you do this, from this you can easily go to any other shape of the nose. Then you have this kind of plane, which is the side plane of the nostril. It's very stylized here because we have other planes here. But if you do this, as I told you, then from this it's easy. Then this is the nostril part where the nostril will be. This is the bottom plane here. It's kind of, you know, kind of a plane, just like this. It's here, easy. And then we will have this plane in here. So one of the main mistakes also is making this distance here in the top, this distance, making it too small. the eyes are kind of deep, especially the corners of the eyes are deep inside. And then we have kind of the bulge of the eye. But the corner itself is deep, and then is the bulge. So the nose, that's it for the nose. Let's move on. So I did this kind of a stylized nose. I will inflate this area here. And see, I'm not doing it exactly like it is here, but there are different types of people. If the guy is a little bit more, narrow, we may say, if it doesn't have too much face fat, the planes can look like I'm doing here, like this, this, and something like that. Overall. So this plane here is the cheek plane. Of course, it can be separated from here, something like this, but it depends. Sometimes it is, but it doesn't matter. This is the side plane here, this is the chewing muscle here, and then here, sometimes we can have a little bit of a frontal plane, and then we go forward with this side plane, which is long, going almost into the chin. Here we have this, we have the front plane of the chin, we have the top plane of the chin, and then we have the overall muzzle of the mouth here. And then we will make the mouth over that. And the bottom of the lower lip, but whatever. So the idea here is to have all these planes established, kind of, to know how to narrow the front part of the face. You see how narrow it is compared to the rest. It's very important. And when you do that, you will be able to then continue and do a right face. At least better than before, definitely. Because now you know a lot more things. Even now, this is the 5th video of this course, and now you know a lot more about the face than in the beginning of the course, or before you begin the course. So go ahead and leave a good review, whatever you bought the course from. If you bought it from the torrents, leave a good comment on the torrents. It's cool again. Yeah. I'm on the this torrent and I'm reading those, so it will be nice. But if you bought it from ArtStation or Flip Normals or Udemy, a good review will be appreciated. Thank you very much. Bad review will not be appreciated. Thank you again. Now I'm just hiding the bones, and they have to be just below the surface. So if I smooth a little bit, the bones have to be there. If I smooth here, if I push, the bones are there, so I smooth. Now, how to make the eyes? I told you, the eyes, we have to just add some bulges in this area. And this will be our eyes. But don't leave them like this. The eyes are never only just bulges there. Above them, especially on the side, on this side, we have fat pads. Of course, this is mostly true for the female. We have kind of a big fat pads on the side here, just above the upper eyelid. For the male, we have some, but it's not that visible. And also in the bottom here, we have some fat, so I will just make sure they're not just this kind of a bulges going there. And yeah, it looks kind of nice. Of course, we can dig the overall eyelid to see. We don't have too much geometry, but I like to even to do it in this stage. And then when I do the geometry and smooth a little bit, and then it will be easier for me to do it later. So this will be our eyes. They look almost like eyes even now, which is cool, yes. But if we want this to be more male, we have to kind of make this a little bit more pronounced, those lines in here, this area here. A little bit, but not too much. If you do it too much, it will be a male, but it will be something like Nikolai Valuev. Nikolai Valuev is a friend of mine. No, he's not a friend of mine, but he is a Russian or Ukrainian boxer, and he is he has super huge eyebrow areas here and some other area. He has kind of a lot of testosterone probably, and that's why some features of his skull are too much. Let me show you, by the way. It will be interesting, I'm thinking. And he, by the way, is from... yeah, you see him? His skull is very kind of interesting, very low forehead. There's no kind of going up the forehead and then backwards or a little bit backwards. It goes like huge eyebrow ridges here on the top and then backwards. This very interesting, and that's why he's a boxer. But he was a boxer. Now he's a deputat, which is some kind of I'm not sure in English how it is, but yeah, the Russian people will know. Yeah, he is something like senator or something. Yeah, in the Russian Senate, the Russian version of the Senate. It's called Duma, Russian Duma. Now, he super huge, and by the way, many beginners, when they make a head, it looks like him, because they make huge eyebrow ridges in here, and the lips are strange, and here you have big, you see this picture, for example, huge cheekbones also, and yeah, a lot of testosterone, and it's a little bit too much. So, if you want your sculpt to look like him, it's okay, you can do it. But if you want it to look like more like a normal person, like a middle-sized person or something, don't do exactly that. So yeah, I will just add a little bit more meat around these corners here. So if you want to do an old person, you can emphasize on these lines in here. As you can see, even I have them, these lines. You can emphasize on them if you want the person to look older. But if you want the person to look younger, never emphasize on them. Just draw over them a little bit and stuff like that. Because in young person, you see, even without mouth, our guy looked older with emphasizing on this. And when I just smooth them, now he looks younger. Now, I always look at the 3/4 view. So you see, here I have this kind of iris. It's not super big. Then I don't have it too much in. It's okay. I mean, we have to have this. Then we have the cheekbone, but not super pronounced. It's not like going out. We have to be careful. And of course, it depends on which kind of nationality you're doing. But when you look at references, make sure you have a reference 3/4 view. So because it gives you a lot of idea how exactly those areas are. Because you see this here. And then we have the muzzle of the mouth, kind of visible. And then we have the chin. And of course, the nose in here and everything. You can see how the nose goes, how big is this front part of the nose, for example, and stuff. And of course, the mouth, but the mouth we haven't done yet. We will do it in a few seconds probably. And here we will have a little bit of a meat around the mouth because it's very important. And I will show you why. Now, let me show you how beginners make the mouth. They just draw over and pull it, and this is kind of a beginner mouth. It most of the time looks like this. Okay, we don't want that. So I will just Control Z out of that. What we will do is, what I always suggest you do is, listen very carefully. Leave your phone. Leave Facebook. Just listen here. Now, the mouth. It doesn't matter if you start the mouth in here and make it like this, because we can move it later. But of course, it's not a very good idea to start it that low. It's a good idea to start it, so between the nose and the chin, the mouth should be a little bit more up than the middle point. A little bit up. So around this area, for example, will be fine for the mouth. And we do it. And just dig a little bit deeper on the sides, and then push like this. So, which brush is better for exactly this portion of the mouth is the down standard brush in ZBrush, and in Blender is the draw sharp brush. That's what I'm using, and I'm digging, of course, in Blender with Control, in ZBrush with Alt, digging. Of course, in Blender and in ZBrush, this particular brush, which is down standard and draw sharp, they are the opposite by default, but I always turn it. I mean, but yeah, these are just technical stuff. So now I will add meat around the mouth. and you see adding meat around the mouth. It's kind of important. Don't overdo it. I will smooth it then, but I'm adding it because we have to. And then I will push the area just below the lower lip, just below it. And then push the area just on the sides of the mouth. So now the mouth, I will show you how the mouth is kind of going into the face. From the bottom view, the mouth, this is the upper lip. And it's going in the face. And this is the lower lip, which is going a little bit more even in. Here we will have the bottom part of the lower lip, which is just here. Here you don't have it in this position. This is kind of a flat. And here also. But here in the middle, you sometimes have this kind of bottom plane. And as you can see in my case, bottom plane. And then in the side, you don't have a bottom plane. It's just like flat down. Okay. And all those meats around the mouth are going like this. Like this, you see? And it looks ridiculous if you look at like from the bottom. But when you look at it from normal point of view, it looks kind of okay. Of course, it can be not so pronounced. But still, the mouth is going like in. It's going in and it pushes the meat around it. So yeah, we have to do it. And of course, we can make those lips a little bit bigger, a little bit fuller. It will be fine. Push this area a little bit more forward. It depends. We can make him smile a little bit. Yes. Overall, he looks kind of cool. Although, I am noticing here a little bit that our mouth area is a bit small. We can increase our mouth by just pulling it back out, and it can be bigger overall, and the nose can be smaller if we want. We can easily, you know, increase the nose. It's too much. Decrease it. It's kind of okay. And it depends, of course, on the race. Depends on the model itself overall. If we want to do another race, of course, we can try. I'm not sure I will make it, but it will be something like this. Then it will be something like this. And the lips have to be, of course, much bigger. So overall, we can do it very quickly if we know exactly what the race features are. You know, it's not nothing too much. I will Control Z out of that and we'll continue. This was just a lyrical announce, we can say. Let's see, by the way. Okay, the nose I think can go a little bit more up. Yes. And then the mouth area will become a bit bigger. So the mouth area is what I called everything below the nose. And we have to make it kind of cool. I mean, kind of big. It shouldn't be very small, this area here. And also it shouldn't be very big like this, for example. There are people who are making this as their face. So the nose shouldn't be that small. It should be relatively good size. You have to watch your reference and see how big will be the nose and the mouth. And overall, the distance between the eyes and the nose is a little bit maybe smaller than the distance between the nose and the chin here. But of course, references and practice is your guy. That's why I'm not giving you, you know, some absolute measurements and stuff like this. Overall, you know that from the front view, you have to know that from the front view, the height of the head is like this, for example, yes. And the middle of it, around the middle of it, is your eyes. But this is overall true when the guy is looking forward and stuff like this. Then we have the lower point of the nose is where the ear is starting and it finishing around the upper point of the eyelids, around that, or the eyebrows. It depends, because sometimes when I'm like frowning, my eyebrows are pretty low and it could be there. So the mouth, many people think that the mouth is in the middle point between, you know, the nose and the chin. But actually, most of the time the mouth is above the middle point. The middle point is around the lower lip here. It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it, but it's most of the time is. Also the corners of the eyes. If we go lines from the corners of the eyes down, it will be the width of our nose. That's overall true, but not always. But you can, if you make it like this, you will not make a mistake. Then from the middle of the eye down will be the corners of our mouth. And that's mostly true. But as I said, look at your models, try to see on them what is different, because those things vary a little bit, not too much. Those are proportions which are kind of true for a lot of people, but they can vary, as I said. Okay, we have a face. I will not say that you have to go too much over this level of detail. Now I'm doing a little bit of things on the neck. I'm making sure I have this line in here and this line in here and just smooth it. I don't want this line to be super pronounced. And here I will smooth the back, and what I need is the sternocleidomastoid to see it. Okay, it's here, and then to push this area a little bit, because I need separation between the sternocleidomastoid muscle and the traps, because the traps are separate muscles. As you can see here, the traps is this in the back, and the sternocleidomastoid is this front part here. Alright, so we have a nice face going on, kind of. Of course, if we want, we can make it another type of nose, for example, like this. It can be a completely different person with this type of nose. You see, but from the skull, you never know if his nose is like this, because this is cartilage. This is not the nose itself. The nose can be like this. Even it can be something like this. It can be like this. It can be broken like this. You know, a lot of noses you can have from one skull. But overall we are doing kind of idealized proportions. That's why we're doing normally this, probably a little bit more up. Yeah. So for the eyes, how do we do the eyes? Let's do a little bit eyes, and then we will go to another exercise. Very useful, by the way. All the exercises are useful, of course. Now, let me add a little bit more resolution here. So at least double the resolution, then smooth. And when we smooth, we'll be able now to, for example, push the corners of the mouth a little bit and make this M shape of the mouth. Do it like this and make the mouth. You see how the mouth, let me pay your attention to the point that the mouth, the upper lip is kind of very narrow at the end, and then it goes like M-shaped the top, and the bottom part also is M-shaped. And then the lower lip, I will dig here, because the lower lip has to be a little bit narrower than the upper lip most of the time. And then I will add the meat in here again and smooth it a little bit, and it should work. Should work. Of course, sometimes it doesn't. This time it worked a little bit. Now, I will increase this front part of the nose, pull it backwards to be a little bit flatter nose. And then let's make the nose. Let's see how we can make the nose. Let's make it. A little nose. Why not? Nostrils. By the way, where are the nostrils? They are more of the sides of the nose. So these walls on the side are thinner, and in the middle it's a little bit of a bigger distance here. Then the nose itself is going inward here. Make sure you do that, because if you don't do this inward thing, it depends on your model, but most of the time it will not look good. And also never push this area like this. You don't want to do this. It has to stay kind of, you need this meat in here. You need it, this meat. I'm even putting more meat in there. And then smooth a little bit, especially here on the top. Just don't do this a lot. This is not good. I will smooth it. Then I will even feel it a little bit. The nostrils, and feel here above it. And then smooth it again. And it will be better. Now for the eyes. The eyes are tricky part, but still we have a upper eyelid, which in male overall is good to look like this. Like straight, straight, straight. 2 straight lines, like this, 3. And then the lower can be a little bit more smooth. And this is for the male, because the fat part here on the top is kind of pushing it, and especially when we do this. You see, it's not like round the top part. On the female, of course, it should be more round, definitely. So it depends what you're doing, female or male, or shemale, doesn't matter. Now, push it here. And then we have the crease. Most of the time, if we are not Asians, we have creases over our eyes like this. So the crease in here is kind of visible. Then here, this is the fat part which is coming with skin above the upper eyelid, and it kind of finishes overall in here. And then the crease here is a little bit thin, but it's there. And you see, our guy is kind of sad, but we cannot do anything about it because he doesn't have eyebrows. Probably that's why he's sad. Let's make him a little bit of eyebrows. And in the male, I usually make the eyebrows closer to the eyes than in the female. In the female, the eyebrows can be a little bit more up, but in the male, have to be strong, have to be, you know, manly. And the eyes, you see, now when I'm doing this, frowning a little bit to look more manly, the eyes and the eyebrows are kind of very close together. They are basically one above the other, which is kind of can be okay. We don't want these temporal lines to be that huge, because there, most of the time, we have muscle in here, a little bit of fat in here, but there is muscle in here, which in some people is very, very thick muscle, and it looks like this even. And since it's attached to the temporal line, you see the temporal line, but you see it's here, of course. I will inflate a little bit. You see it, but it's like inflated here, and then the temporal line, and then the normal skull here. But here, outside the temporal line, you have inflation. It depends on the person. It's always depends on the person. I kind of usually do it like more flat in the front part, and at the side it can inflate a little bit, and it's fine for me. You see, this guy doesn't look super cool. I would even consider moving this part a little bit back, and the teeth and the everything of the skull a little bit back, and this for me is better looking. It was too much forward, this old part in here. He doesn't look too much like a regular European male, and he was looking something like mixed and not exactly. That's why I told you we will kind of have to probably move the skull a little bit, and let's see how the skull looks, by the way. Now, you see, it's not like it was like this. Okay, come on. It was like this, which is cool for a skull, but then it's now like this because it's better for our purposes. Yeah, our guy again like this, or we move them back and like this. This is definitely better in my opinion. And also, I think our cheekbones are a little bit too big, so I will push them and push this area and go to the skull and push it a bit, just a bit. Yeah, because from 3/4, I don't like to see too much of a cheek pronouncing there. It's just my experience here. Also, what you can do is do a line in here like this. And you see, this is the chewing muscle in here. I'm just making it and then smoothing it, but it's there. Then I will push a little bit here, below it. Then this area here, there are some fat parts in here coming from here. We're just gonna make them and then smooth them. And from the front view, what we are getting is this, which looks relatively fine. I will make sure this is not super pronounced like this. Giggity giggity, you know, no. We go for kind of more inward, like more normal person. If you're making a superhero, of course, it will be more square jaw, but in this case, it will not be. Now, what else? What else? Yeah, from the front view, as you can see, we have this area here, which is the chin, and it's kind of visible. Then we have a little bit of area here, and then we have this jaw part, and then we will have some other planes in here, and this overall will be our character. And usually we can see this line, this kind of a plane in here. If we kind of make it too stylized, it will be a plane in here, a plane in here. But we are not doing it yet. All right, I also think that our eyebrow area is too big. I'll pull it back, and it's now a bit better. Alright, this seems like a good exercise. In the next video, without a skull, we have to try to make this planes of the head, and then, this is very important, we have to try to make this planes of the head, because this is more kind of interesting, because we have more things going on. So, every exercise you do, everything has true into it. It's not that one is true and the other is not true. Everything can be true. Of course, we have to try to do it. Now, yeah, you see, this is very cool. So, very, very stylized, only the main shapes, which is what I'm trying to teach you here. Then a little bit of planes, very good looking, and then the head with a little bit more smoothness, but still a little bit stylized. This is still stylized, but it's okay. We kind of like it. This is a female. We may also try to do that, but in the next video, we will try to do some planes of the head. Let's see, this is a female planes of the head. This is a male, I think, although it looks a little bit like female again. But we may try to do this one. This is from Anatomy for Sculptures. This one, of course, is the absolute, minimum requirements of the head to look like a head. And yeah, these are Asaro head from one guy that made it 3D. But be careful with the Asaro planes of the head. This is very famous, Asaro planes of the head. But be careful with that, because it usually has a very small forehead, which is not looking very good. As you can see, from here it's looking kind of okay. This is the female Asaro head, but still from here it looks like the front part, the face part is too big, and this upper part is not that developed. And it looks a little bit like a caveman. So we have to be careful also with that while making this. Alright, see you in the next video. And we are here again. Now, we will go ahead and say head over skull. I'm naming them because it's easy. Then this will be skull. And then we will do another sphere. In my opinion, in my experience, it's always best to start from a sphere to make whatever head you want to make, because it's cooler. Now, this head seems like a good place to start. It's very kind of nothing too much, but it will help us. And here we can see, this is again from, this is from Anatomy Next, the artist platform, okay? But it looks very cool, because we can see around here how is the skull. But always take these images with a grain of salt, because this is artist representation. It's not a real skull under a real guy. It's a real guy, but this is not his skull. This is a 3D skull put under it and kind of fitted into it. So, but overall, it seems like it's a good presentation. Of course, you see the whole of the ear is here, And probably, yeah, probably it comes away here. It's fine. It's cool. The eyeball, it should be this big and sits around the top of the eye socket, probably. This is the cheekbone here. These are the teeth going here. And the lips. And you can see the middle of the lips is around the middle between the front and bottom teeth, which is cool. By the way, let's make a little bit of exercise. It will be very cool. Just, I will try to do it fast. So the skull, I will turn on the skull and the other. And let's try to make our head over skull. Let's duplicate it. Head over skull 0, 1. And let's try to make him smile as I did in one of my courses. So, smiling is moving most of the time the mouth onto the skull, around the skull. So, yeah, I'm moving it like this. Of course, it seems a little bit odd, but I'm moving it a little bit more onto the teeth. And then you have to acknowledge that when you are smiling, your lips are smashed, so we have to push them. They're smashed onto the teeth. That's why, you know, they go like this. And of course, it's our skull is not perfect, but we should be able to do it. Okay. It takes a bit of time, of course, and both lips are smashed when we smile, so be careful. Also here we will have this kind of things going on a little bit. Yeah, this experiment could not end well, but we'll see. I will push this also back, because I told you, smiling, the lips are smashed. They cannot stay in the same shape that they are before that with smiling. And of course this course is not about the not about, you know, faces or face things that you make with face expressions. It's not about expressions, but I'm just want to do it just for simple interesting thing. I will push this area in because it's stretched, and we will have this kind of area like this. And the lips, of course, have to go a little bit up, but in our case the teeth are a little bit more down. But of course I can move the lips up, and we will see what will happen. Yeah, it's too much, this smile. Probably a little bit less, and here not so much. Yeah, he will eventually start to look kind of okay. For now it looks awkward and odd, because I have to smooth this teeth a bit. They are never looking that kind of pronounced, so I will flatten them even a little bit. And you see, it's starting to look, of course, when we smile like this, the nose is also moving. The nostrils are moving a little bit up. And here, on the top, we'll have smashing, because some of the tissues from below are gonna kind of bulge and smash a bit the other tissues. Okay. Overall, it will look good at some point when we do everything. The eyes has to go, has to close a little bit. Here we will have some things. We'll have some wrinkles in this area. And you see, now it's starting to look a little bit not so artificial when we make all those things. Okay, yeah, let's name this head over skull smile, and we can change between them. Just smiling guy. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's cool. It's cool. Let's continue with our sphere and try to make this particular head. Because it has nice planes, and also has nice planes just above the eyebrows, which is very, very important here. In some of the others, I don't think they have. Yeah, here you don't have these planes above the eyebrows. You just have the flat and then flat, which I think is very important. And if you are doing this, which is great for overall shapes, but this one is definitely better because of this here in the eyebrows, because you have this kind of thing and it's cool. So let's do this. First, we pull this down. I have to select the sphere first, of course. We pull this down. We always do the neck. As you can see, all those heads have necks, and it's for a reason, because it looks better with the neck. Without the neck, it's not look good. It's always is connected with the neck, and I always do the neck. Of course, sometimes if you do a model for a video game or something, it's better to the neck to be a separate object and keep it separate, keep them separated. But in this case, we don't need to do this. We don't need to make it separate. So I will Control R to bump the resolution a little bit and to make sure I don't have this kind of a very stretched polygons. And we continue. So you see the traps, they're mostly on the back. That's why I'm moving them from the back, and from the front I'm pushing the neck down. And the neck, most of the time, I don't know if I show you, but it looks like this. Like this. And then here we'll have this. And here we might have a little bit more pronounced this area, but don't make it too deep between those, because this is one muscle. This is still one muscle. This is a sternocleidomastoid muscle. This and this, the whole thing. And here you have the anatomical of the male. Of the female, usually you don't have it, but it depends if it's a biological male, female or not. So there is a little bit of, you don't know. Especially in Thailand, but whatever. I was in Thailand, by the way, I know what I'm talking about. Symmetrize, okay. Now, from the top view, you always want to flatten the front part a little bit, so you have this kind of egg shape. Let me show you the egg shape of the skull. So you see, egg shape, wider around the ears and narrower around the front. Here, narrower around the front and wider on the back. These are very good. They are rare images. You don't see those images too much in the internet, but I found them just to be able to show on the real person that we have to have this kind of thing. Maybe the head should be a little bit longer, but not too much. Yeah, a little bit longer is cool. So from the side view, how the head looks is mostly decided, especially this upper part, from the skull. And if you see, for example, if you see this is not exactly a good thing. So you see, this is amazing 3D, but probably they are working from scan. And how the scan is done is they're taking the female, and they're putting some kind of net over her hair. And then when they scan her, they are doing stuff over on the scan. But if the guy doesn't know the exact shape of the skull, and he's not very familiar with the shape of the skull, most of the time it ends up with something that's a little bit like alien, because this skull is a little bit too big, a little bit too inflated. Overall, it needs to look more like, let me see if I can find it, more like this. This doesn't look inflated at all. This looks right. And that's how the skull looks. And when you are making sure you have references for female skull, which is difficult because you have to find exactly this, you have to find pictures of women without hair. If you try to find scans of women, you will end up with something like this, which is a little bit more inflated because of this net that they're putting over their hair, because they have hair. And overall, if you follow the skull shape and the skull proportions, you should be okay. That's a little bit of lyrical announce again. And now, let's continue with our skull. So for the female, it's a little bit more like this. For the male, it's a little bit more aerodynamical. So let's make it aerodynamical, because still we are making a male. This looks like a male, so we're making... When you are using references, it's very important. Listen to me. The most time you spend on your model should be on the same kind of a side as your reference. For example, now I will do my model mostly from this position, not from here, not from the front, but I will do it mostly from here. Of course, I will go from the front and from the side view just to see what is happening, but mostly I will work from here because I have the I have my model and I have it from this side. This is my reference, the reference I have here. So here I will push to separate the forehead from the face part, and I will pull it a little bit also because I want to make just roughly this kind of things that are there. Then I will push to kind of make the eye socket, the socket of the eye. Then I will control tab twice because it started to lag. Sometimes it's just starting to lag and a label appears of alt and stuff around the mouse. You just have to alt and tab twice and you will be okay. Now I will make the nose like this. I don't care about the shape yet because I'm just making the forms, and since I don't have too much resolution, I'm just making the forms. Then I will push this, make sure I have the shape of the chin. You see how I'm digging just below here the front part, and I have the shape of the chin. Now what I will do, I will flatten those areas, those sides out. I will flatten them, and it's important, you will see. Then I will do the muzzle of the mouth, just this kind of a spherical shape here on the front, this overall shape. It's cool to make it. Then I will make the ears. I was to say the ears of the mouth, but they are not exactly of the mouth, so it's not. Ears are very important. Don't make them like this drawing, because this is a drawing. Don't make them like this. Always make them away from the skull, a little bit like this. And yeah, we will not leave them like this, but for now they will be like this, and from the back they will kind of go in like that. And you see, yeah, don't make them connected to the skull, because they are not. If you see your ear, you can catch it because it's like some separate thing. You can even make a separate object and put them and then connect them with the head. And again, from the front view, you see, don't make this mistake. Just push this inner part here and pull the skull, the cheekbone a little bit out. Make sure your ear is going in and your cheekbone is going out. Otherwise, you will have problems. And also, this point below the cheekbone also out. Not too much though. And then, of course, the ears can go a little bit closer to the head. But once you extract them away from the head, and then just push them in a little bit. But then they will be separated shapes almost, which is great, which is what we seek. And we will have ears. Let's see from the side view. Those ears can go a little bit back, because from the middle point outward, from the middle point back will be the ears. Very important stuff. And see, I am saying some of the stuff a lot of times, and I'm repeating it because it's very important. Those things are important, and I know that from one repetition you will not be able to remember them. But from few repetitions, I'm almost sure it will kind of stuck. Of course, I don't expect you to make perfect heads, because even I'm not making perfect heads, but you know, these are the exercises you have to do day and day for hours and hours. And in my experience and the experience that I've seen, it will take you, if you want to master the head, it will take you doing those exercises and exercises from real people at some point, around 2000 hours of sculpting, which usually can take a year or more, in order to reach a certain nice level. I've seen people who are trying it, but probably they are not putting enough time. They are not doing the right exercises or stuff like this, and they are like, for 2 years they are staying almost, they are improving a little bit, but staying almost at the same level. They are not improving too much, because you have to improve. You have to always seek perfection. Not exactly perfection, because you will never be able to really do a perfect head, probably, especially, for example, now even I cannot do a perfect head. Now I'm doing the planes here, but I'm doing a decent enough head, so I'm okay with that. So yeah, perfectionism, seeking it, probably it's not a very good idea, but you have to at least try to improve always by little. Each next head you do has to be better than the previous one. And you have to put a little bit more time even in the beginning to make it, and suddenly you will start to develop your skills of making heads, and it will be easier for you. But head is, we may say, it's one of the most complex things you can model. There are a lot of things to remember, a lot of variety in different people. You can learn, for example, to make one type of guy or a girl, and but if you have to sculpt another one, it will be difficult for you because you don't know how. Of course, you know the basics, and that's very important to know the basics. That's why I'm doing exercise. I'm doing this head for 2 hours, for example. For you, it can take more because I'm very fast in sculpting. So doing this head for 4 hours or 5 hours. Then I'm doing this head. Just try to do it. Probably you will not be able to because it's only profile view. You don't know how this head looks from front view, although I think we have it here. Yeah, so we have it front view and 3/4 and a little bit profile, which is not complete profile, by the way. You see the other eyebrow, when we see it, it's not complete profile. We have to be careful about that when we are seeking for images which are complete profile. This is complete profile, which is great, but this is a drawing. This is not a complete profile. We see the other eyebrow. If it's complete profile, you cannot see the other eyebrow. That's why the ear seems too much backwards here, because it's not complete profile. If we turn this head a little bit more profilish, so we don't see this eyebrow, then this ear will stay exactly where it should be. That you have to be careful. This guy, complete profile, by the way, we don't see the other eyebrow. It's very cool. And the ear is starting from the middle point of the skull. Very good, very nice. This, of course, Henry Cavill, not complete profile. We see his other eyebrow, a little bit of his other chin. He has 2 chins. And not complete profile, so the ear seems to be very much back. And you can make it the mistake in your mind to think that the ear is very much backwards. Like here, for example, you see, oh, the ear is so much back, but this is not complete profile. We see the other eyebrow, even the other eyelash we see. So it's not a complete profile of Natalie Portman. This one is mostly a profile, and it's pretty cool. And we see the ear is starting from the middle point of the skull, almost, maybe a little bit backwards here, but we cannot exactly judge by this fighter because I don't remember the name of this guy, although I follow those MMA fights. But it's an old-time fighter. It's a very, very famous guy. But I don't know. So be careful about those things. This is from Anatomy for Sculptures. These are some proportions of the face. But they're very, very poorly drawn, as you can see. This is very poorly drawn and it doesn't look very nice, and the jaw is like a sphere, which is never good. For example, what we do is we do this from the front view. I'm trying the jaw to be angular, so what I'm trying is the jaw to look like flat, 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 then flat and flat. You see, this kind of jaw I'm trying to do. And then this is your nose, basic, fine. These are your eyebrows, and the mouth will be around this area. And the eyes, something like this. As I told you, the male eyes can look a little bit squarish on the top. And the bottom, when we're drawing it, we can even not draw the bottom because all the shadows and stuff are casted from the top. And then we can just do this. And just a little bit of a bottom here. And then the top lip. And a little bit below the bottom lip here, like this. And the nose. And of course, these lines, as I told you. And here flat, here flat. Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool. I'm drawing It's very cool, but we have to do this planes of the head. Let's go. I am making this kind of, you know, lyrical announces. I'm not sure if it's the right term, but just deviating from the main thing that I'm doing right now, just to show you something that I think it's important, and then we come back to this one. So for the eye, we'll make just a little bump. We can make it with inflate brush a little bit like this, and then we will move it into position a little bit more up. We don't want the eyes to be very close to the nostrils, you know, because they are not. Most of the time they are a little bit away, but we don't want to make them too much away. Although a little bit more away is better than very close to them, because you see, it's like, no. So yeah, we'll see. And we don't have too much geometry now. I would say we don't need it. For example, we can go and pinch this area, pinch this area, pinch here. And this, by the way, is a little bit strange, because this will have to go back like this. In the model, it doesn't look its back, it's down, but it should be back. It should be backwards, this line in here. Because this line is for our chewing muscle, which muscle, if we say that this is our cheekbone in here, this is our orbit of the eye, around like this, and this is our cheekbone, the front part of the cheekbone, this is our nose hole in here, and the cheekbone is here. This is our jaw, you see, and I basically draw you a skull, but whatever. So this is our jaw. So the chewing muscle is coming from the side here, it's connecting around here, and it's going and attaching to the jaw, but in this kind of angle, which is kind of the same as the angle from here to here. So angle and the same angle here. So we can make a one line like this, you know, which is covering the eyebrow, the cheekbone overall, you know, plane, and then continue to this muscle in here, which is basically this. But in this case, since this is a drawing and the guy didn't exactly get it, it should be more like this. But of course, it doesn't matter that much, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm making myself look more knowledgeable this way, you know. That's what I'm doing. Don't worry. I mean, it's cool. It makes me look super knowledgeable and so much better than those guys who are drawing stuff on the internet, because you see, you have to be very careful about those things who are man-made. This is man-made. This is man-made. This is man-made. So we take everything. This is man-made, but it looks very good with Seong Kim. Very nice looking head. We have to do one like this. As an exercise, of course, it will be fine. So we have to take everything with a grain of salt, which means that we have to be careful. We have to do it. We have to think, okay, these lines, these places, these fat pads and stuff. But then we have to always look at real references or references of things that looks amazingly nice, like this one. This one is from a Bulgarian sculptor. He is not a digital sculptor. He is only traditional one. His name is Lubomir Grigorov. It's amazing. Also, this one is from him. And I put them here because they are very, very, very good. And it's good to look from those. This is from, I think, from a girl, a Russian girl or Ukrainian, I'm not sure, but it's also very nice. We see a lot of forms. We see it from the side view, the same from the front, and the same from 3/4. It's very, very cool, and it can help us a lot in sculpting. We can do an exercise from this head too. And I will tell you when we get to that who is the artist, because you know, we have to mention the artists. It's more polite this way. Now, I think we are in the position of the skull that we can definitely increase the resolution, because we have the main forms, everything looks good from all sides. We maybe can just increase the resolution. Shift R, increase it like at least 3 times, and Control R. And now we can smooth some areas very lightly. In Blender you have to smooth very lightly, because otherwise you will lose everything. you'll lose yourself. You will lose your house, your wife. You will lose everything if you smooth very harshly in Blender. So you have to be very, very careful. I will increase this because from the side view, I want this to look like this. Like this, this, and this. And this is a bottom plane in here, as you can see. And it's coming in the bottom. But it looks from the side view like it's flat, and then here is the jaw. You know, make sure you do that. Make sure you do all the things that I've say. Even pause, do them, and then continue. And at some point, your head will look very much better. Of course, you will probably not remember those things when you're doing the next head. So the next head could look worse. But if you kind of practice and practice and practice, you will remember more and more things. So I'm doing one head in here. You do 5. Why not? If you want to do better, you have to. So now, as you can see, let's make this, which is the orbit of the eye. But be careful. Don't make... I mean, the orbit of the eye always, the bottom part here, should be always below and backwards of the top part, of course. Of course, the top part is on the top. That's, yeah, not debatable. But this bottom part should be backwards. So this one is here, and this one is kind of going backwards here. And then we have the cheekbone, and then we have the chewing muscle in here. Okay, amazing. We have to be careful about those angles, because if we mess them up, everything goes to hell. That's completely. So I will now try to sculpt this top part. Of course, this is not exactly like this. Most of the time, this is more like smooth in here. It's not sharp as here, so I will make it a little bit smoother. I don't want to make it as sharp as there, although it's a good idea to sometimes sculpt the exact reference. I usually don't do this. Yeah, because I know some stuff is not exactly like the reference, and especially this reference is an example of not a completely good and best reference, but I think it's very useful, although we have to take some things with grain of salt. And you will say, but Nico, why are you doing this? Why are you making us do this, since this is not a complete cool? Because we have to understand that some things can be a little bit not so, you know, true, and not so like the concept or your reference, but it's still useful to do this. It's still useful. And that's why we're doing it, because this is a very nice head from planes, which can teach us a lot. For example, it can teach us that this point here, and we're going like, oops, let's do the mouth, and the mouth is going backward, and we have this kind of sideways, even almost plane in here. We can, yeah, there are different types of people. Some can have more of this and more of that. Some can have less than this and stuff like this. It's nothing is written completely in stone, except for some things, which are. But the mouth in some people can be a little bit more up, in some people can be a little bit more down. It depends on the guy you are making, the overall thing. Now here I will pinch this to make a sharp corner with the pinch brush. It's both in Blender and in ZBrush, the same brush. It's called pinch. It's very easy. Of course, if you are doing this in Nomad Sculpt, which is completely possible, I think the pinch brush is also there, so don't worry. I have used Nomad Sculpt, I have used ZBrush a lot. I mean, much more I have used ZBrush than Blender, but now I'm using Blender. And if you ask why, you probably will find the answer on my YouTube channel or in my Discord server. And you probably are there already, so it's cool. Let's make this kind of things here. As I told you, in the skull you don't have this kind of meat in here, but because you don't have meat in the skull at all, but whatever. So yeah, Here we will have some a little bit complex shapes, but overall orbit of the eye. Then we have a plane in here. Then we have another plane in here, according to this concept, which I'm not completely convinced about this concept, but still, we're doing it nonetheless, basically. Now here, those are very, very cool because they are showing that this can be a little bit inflated, this area in here. That's why you see the shading here is darker because it's kind of in and then it's going out. And here we see a little bit of this position. But what I will do here is a little bit more different. I will add the cheekbone a little bit more, and then I will push the area above the cheekbone, so we will get mostly something like this. Because here, this area around the eye socket and the cheekbone is not very well put. In my opinion, it should be something like this. The eye socket, okay, but the cheekbone has to come out of it a little bit. So yeah, this is just, you know, just one of those practical sculpts that you have to do a lot of them just to understand better some forms. And each of those sculpts will give you a little bit more of understanding of the shapes, of the planes, which is very important. And then when you know those planes, you at some point will start to do them kind of easy from top of your head without too much of an issue. But in the beginning, it will definitely be a challenge, but a challenge that you have to accept, because otherwise you will never learn. It takes a lot of practice. I told you, this course is like a couple of exercises with also some beginner mistakes, reviews and feedbacks, which is okay, which is completely fine, but it will not be enough to just finish this course and say, okay, now I'm ready, I'm the best. A lot of exercises, a lot of hours put into this will have to do. Also, this line from the nose, from the top of the nostril to the side of the mouth is almost never to the side of the mouth. It's always kind of some meat between the side of the mouth and this line, which it's kind of visible in here, but people can interpret it in the way that this is completely kind of touching the corner of the mouth, which is not. We should be careful about that though. So there are a lot of things that we should be careful about in this particular subject, but it's okay. We can just leave it like this and do another exercise. It's always to do an exercise because even this, which is flawed in some areas, can give you some knowledge of some areas, which is, that's why I put it here, because it's because of the eyebrow ridges, mostly because it's very, very nice, like this. It's looking very cool. Those ridges, I like them a lot on this particular concept, we may say. Yeah, it's looking very, very awkward. I may want to decrease the size here, kind of push the ears in and flatten them a bit. And maybe the jaw, I can make it smaller, and the neck, I can make it also smaller. Because the neck, it depends on your character. If it's a very hugely big guy, like Hulk or something, yeah, it can have a very, very huge neck. But if it's a normal guy, just a regular normal guy, a kung fu guy, for example, shouldn't have a huge neck. Also here I will need to make this kind of a fat pads that I talked about, because without them it looks pretty awkward. Now it doesn't look much less awkward, but I think it's a bit better. Maybe the ear is a little bit too much back, but it's fine. And the ear is all almost always a little bit tilted backwards. So it's not flat, but it's tilted. It's going like backwards. It's falling backwards, we may say. Okay, let's finish this. This was a kind of cool exercise, nothing too much, nothing too good. Here I would add a little bit of this, as we talked about, and maybe a little bit like this. Yeah, it's a little bit long. Maybe the nose is a bit too short. It doesn't look super cool, in my opinion. Although from the side view, it looks kind of cool. But I'm not ultra happy, I may say, of this result that we did here. That's why we will continue with something more interesting, like this guy. This is from Seong Kim, and in the next video, we will try to do him. So guys, previous stream we did this, and it looks a little bit ridiculous to me. So I will give myself a little feedback. So the eyes could be a little bit more up. The nose in this way will be a little bit maybe longer. I mean downwards. Okay, the head, this part of the head could be smaller and more narrower. The jaw maybe shouldn't be that wide. Could be a little bit less wide. Or narrower, we may say, even. Less wide, narrower. English lessons with Nico. But Nico, why don't you make a little English lessons for us? So, as you see, it became a bit better. I'm watching a guy here who is an absolutely English guy, and he's making wrecked cars, like restoring them, and it's very cool. He is English, of course. He is from United Kingdom, and he is saying better. He's not saying better. He's saying better. Without the, he's just losing some of the stuff, and it sounds very cool. By the way, I like it. I like how it sounds, and I wish I can speak like that, but I'm not that good with English lessons or language. Yeah, language. Okay, so I just, you know, did some stuff and tried to fix some stuff. It's not exactly perfect. It shouldn't be probably perfect, but I'm just a kind of guy. I will just add a bit of a meat in this area, which always look good. And also I think that my mouth is a bit too small. Maybe I can make it bigger and better. Bigger and better is always the best. So this planes of the head exercise was cool. It was not the best result ever, but it's kind of cool. Let me cut here, because this is, you know, the sternocleidomastoid is starting in this area, and then here down it's meeting, and it's kind of interacting with the trapezius muscle. And if you're a great sculptor, which I'm not completely great, I am just good enough, we may say, but if you are great, you will be able to do amazing job like who? Like Lubomir Grigorov, which is a Bulgarian sculptor, and you can see how he did it, like the sternocleidomastoid and the trapezius meet here. This is a traditional sculpture, and he's just nailing it. I just love how he's sculpting. We will get to that. Maybe we can make something like a studying this type of sculpture. Conor McGregor. Oh, it will be difficult because without the beard it will not look exactly like him, or it will look like him but in his much younger years. I don't know. ears or ears. I mean ears like younger ears or ears. Yes. What? What? I don't know. I can push this a bit outward because in 3/4 view usually I don't want to see the cheekbones that much. What I mean by that is we usually don't want to have a huge here bump and huge bump in here. Even in most of the time we will have a very slight bump in here, then a little bit, and then slight bump in here, and then we will go like this, and then here we will see the muzzle of the mouth. But this depends on the angle we are looking at this. But now I am kind of happy with the result. He is also happy, as we can see. Our model is pretty happy. He's smiling, so we can continue with our next exercise, which will be this from Seong Kim, this planes of the head exercise. So, as I said, working from different sources is your best choice. Never use just one source. For example, yeah, it's me. I will be your only source. Yes, it's cool to have only Nico as a... No, I'm joking. You always have to doubt, or just to not take what I say absolutely as complete true. You have to take it as a true, but then check it out if it's really this way. Because there are times that even very good artists, they can tell you something, but this is their understanding, and maybe their understanding is from a time that they were younger and it was not exactly the best understanding ever. So these things happen. So planes of the head 01 will be this one, and I will hide it. And then we'll go to object mode and add a sphere. Then go to sculpt mode, add our symmetry and start doing it again. Now, again, as always, we will start with what? Moving the front part down and the back part also down because we need the neck. We will squeeze it so it's kind of a straight on the sides, and also we have to try to make it narrower in the front. Also here in the front of the, the forehead, it has to be narrower than the back of the head, but yeah. And we will continue by making the trapezius and just basic beginning of making just the basic stuff. So this basic stuff, you may say, but why don't I make kind of a basic stuff head and then always starts from it? I would say it's not a good idea, because this usually, if you are fast, it takes around 2 to 3 minutes to make, and it's not a big deal. And also for me especially, I can say it, judging by myself, I like it too much. I like this process of turning a sphere gradually into a face. Very, very, very rewarding and relaxing and cool and everything. That's why I will not give it up, most likely. Yeah, I'm always doing it from scratch. Of course, this doesn't mean that every artist out there is always doing it from scratch. On the opposite, people usually do it from... They have base meshes and they use them most of the time. Let's make the ears. Just masking, inverting the mask, and making the ears. Again, I'm just kind of pushing them away from the face, from the head, and then continuing with our thing. You see how the base of the ear, where it touches the head, it's smaller than the other part of the ear. The ear is usually a little bit larger than that, which of course is absolutely normal and visible, but maybe some of you need a little bit of, just to tell you, and everything will be okay. Now, I just pressed something and we went to the top view. Okay. So if you if you press this button, which is above the tap button, and then you have front, back, right, and all the views here, escape, and you will get away from this. This is very useful. I'll have to eat some skins in here. Doesn't matter. Now, I will make the muzzle of the mouth, but only in the bottom part I will cut it a lot. Here I'm not cutting it in the top because I want to have a nose at some point. Then I will just dig. Now it stinks where I cut the... Okay, I will cut the forehead from the rest of the face, and then I will make this kind of indentation above the eyebrow. And it looks very cool when you make this indentation above the eyebrow. You see the 3/4 view here, we have pretty nice result. Now I will push where the nose will be, the sides of the nose. Push them, and then even with the grab brush, and then smooth here, I will pull them, and we will make something like this, nose, and going like this. And the nose, of course, I will try to achieve the form that we know. It's great, it's kind of a triangular shape, at least in the beginning. Then we will see. Now, we are watching the concept, we may say. This looks like a traditional sculpting, although I'm almost sure it's not. But yeah, because these days, who is doing the traditional sculpt and posting in ArtStation, for example? And I'm pretty sure that this is from ArtStation or a similar site, and most of those things are digital, we may say. And we will be right to say so. Okay, seem like a nice thing, so let's wrap it up a little bit. So we have the eyebrows like this. We have the line above them push a little bit. That's why here we have a little bit of indentation, and then the forehead, which is great. We have the forehead looking nice in this area. It's not pushed in, it's not super inflated, it's just kind of nice. Then we have this line in here, and we have this kind of a front plane of the cheekbone, which he also has in here. You see, he has made this kind of a front plane of the cheekbone. We will make it as his, which will be cool. Then, by the way, on his head, we have this, which is a front plane, and it's usually is not exactly this kind of, but we will see. And this is the side plane here. This is the chewing muscle here, which is around this area. We will make it here, and it will be great. Now, we also have the muzzle of the mouth is kind of a this. This thing is the muzzle of the mouth. In this case, he has a little bit of interesting thing here going on, because the chin is pretty huge, but it's more heroic this way. So if you want to make a heroic person, this is your way. You see how the nose is like this, kind of increasing the size and then decreasing it. So two trapezius here and here, and then we have one kind of a inflated something here, like a cube. It will be here, and then the two trapezius we will do, and then one trapezius we will do, which now here it's not exactly well preserved, but it's supposed to be here, and then we have this inflations in here, and then we have our eyebrow lines and the temporal line. Temporal line is important landmark, so that's why we have to learn it. I'm not sure it's called temporal line. It should be called like that. Of course, if it's not, I'm sorry. And you see how the corners of the mouth are tugged below this portion here and this portion in here. Okay? All right. Okay, let's continue with our model. We don't have too much detail yet because we don't have any, thing. But you see, now from the front view, you see the top of the head is a little bit squarish, which usually is not like this. We will just pull it down. And this is the better way to have something like a roof of a house roof. It looks a bit better, Now, I will just increase the resolution to 0.02, and for Dynamesh, it should be around 100 or something, but you know, you have to consider and have to see how it will be. It's not symmetrical, so I will symmetrize it. The symmetrize usually is here in the top, symmetrize. So then I will smooth it a bit. And when I finish the smoothing, we will continue with some landmarks. So, cheekbones. In this character, the cheekbones are pretty wide, and they will be around like this. Yeah, but remember, the cheekbones are a little bit wider than the eyebrow lines in here. They're not too wide. Don't make them ultra wide. Like ultra wide lens on a camera, no. Inflate here the top of the nose and then make some nostrils. For the nostrils, never dig too deep in the top part in here. Never dig too deep there. Be very careful with the digging in this part. Then we will push this part of the nose and pull the middle part of the nose down. So, you see, from the side view, it's not like this. From the side view, we have the nose fine, but the nostrils are going up. And then we will push a hole inside. And then I will inflate the nostril itself, just to see if it will work. For me, the inflation, I mean. Inflation, you know. It's always cool. Now, we will make this kind of a bumps on both sides of the top of the nose, around the eyebrows, on the eyebrows actually. They're part of the eyebrows, but yeah. And then this will go down as in the skull. If you remember, in the skull, the shape is very similar because, you know, the skin there is usually very thin. So this is the skull actually protruding. It's not completely protruding, but it's kind of there. Now, for the nostrils, what we can do, I'm zooming too much, so I'll press home to reset the zoom, and now we are much better. Now I will make sure that this between the cheekbones and the muzzle of the mouth here is kind of full. These are some fat pads going on there, and we will make them and smooth them, and then we will flatten them on top, because, you know, planes of the face we have to make. And they will continue like this, and here what I will make is a very manly chin, as in the concept. See, we were looking from the concept and we are making this ultra manly chin. Of course, we will see with the mouth and everything how manly this chin will be, but it will be kind of manly. So yeah, prepare for the manliness. It will be cool. Now this, you see, we have planes here. We have the temporal line, which comes from, let's see, around the corner of the eyebrow. And then after that we have this plane, and then we have the frontal plane, which is not exactly a plane though, but let's say it's a plane. And we have it on the concept. If you don't see it, it's here. This is a plane and this is a side plane. We can just make this work. Of course, don't overdo it. Most of the time it will not be that visible, but it will be there and we will see it. Not ultra visible. Now, for this part here, I will inflate and I will push also the ears in. I'm just pushing the cheekbone out and pulling the ears in. Of course, the cheekbone shouldn't be ultra out, because it will be bad. And here in the bottom, I like to make this chewing muscle. Mostly in the bottom, it will be visible, because on the top here, there are certain things that are making it not so. So, most of the time, this will be like this. Like a triangular shape. Not a rectangular like looks, it looks like a rectangular there, but it shouldn't be exactly rectangular. Also, we will push this and pull and then push above. And you see, without a mouth even, now we have a pretty good thing going on. Even without a mouth. I think it's pretty cool. What do you say? Yes. You say, Nico, it's pretty cool. Now, the ears. How to do the ears? Of course, again, the question mark shape of the ear. Remember that. And we will push here. And then we will do what? Some people have a lot of big bottom part here where the earring goes. This kind of a meaty part where the earring goes. Some people has it big, some people has it not so big. This inner Y part here, because you know the ear is, the question is why. But Nico, how is that? So let me show you again, of course. The question is why, because this is a Y shape and here we have this kind of a thing most of the time. And this question is going kind of inside this hole in here. And we should try to make it this way. Because as I said, ears are important. And you will see in the feedback section that many people are neglecting the ears. Because they are kind of difficult to make. And people don't think that they are the vital part of the face, but they are. Try to make something without ears and you will see. It's not gonna look good. It's not gonna look human, it will look alien-like. Because humans usually, most of the time, have ears. And that's important. Pretty important. Now I will push them up, because we don't want the ears to lie very, very low. We want them to start where the nose starts. Around this line where the nose starts. And I will push them closer to the face. I don't want them to be ultra huge, those ears. But yeah. Now, let's see what's happening with our jaw. And of course, don't try to be as fast as me. That's not a good idea. You saw it in the previous video that fast is not always good. And it's usually fast means the quality is going down. In my case, I can make a decent quality. I will flatten this with fast food. With fastness, I can kind of make a decent quality, but it's still, if I'm a little bit slower, a little bit more careful, I can make it better, but I don't want to lose your time. And in my opinion, in the beginning, you have to just try slower. Now, let's make the mouth. How? Just push and then, you know, make the M part. So how to make the M part? Just with G, I will push this up. And now we have it. Of course, I will push it with the down standard or the down standard or the draw sharp brush. The down standard is in ZBrush. Draw sharp is here in Blender. But the idea here is that you don't want your lips to go too much outward. A little bit outward will be fine. But many people are making them too much outward and they look like this, like a duck lips. So that's a no-no. Now, here on the side, I will add meat, more meat, and do it like this. And it now looks a bit better. Now I will increase my mouth size just by grabbing it with the grab brush. And I did the first mistake of the beginner. My nostrils are not in the position they should be. So I will push them inward. And this should be a bit longer, the distance between the nose and the upper lip. It shouldn't be super short, although it could be short, and then the guy will look even stronger when his mouth is more up and he has a big chin. Then he will look stronger and more, you know, more like a Russian guy from CRA or ЦРУ. ЦРУ is the name of the Russian, think like FBI, you know. Or CIA, no, CIA is also American, I think. But I don't know how it's in English. ЦРУ. Whatever. KGB, yeah. KGB is the agency. Now it's FSB, I think, and I'm not sure. Federational, again, Agency of Safety. Федеральная служба безопасности. Да, FSB. FSB. Federation Agency of Safety. Федеральная служба безопасности. Or Федеральная. I'm not sure how it's pronounced exactly in Russian since I'm not exactly Russian. I'm not Russian at all. But I know some. And I'm kind of close to Russia, so I know things. By the way, Russian people and Bulgarian people and Serbian people and Romanian people even have very similar fate after the before and after the Soviet Union collapsed. Ukrainian people too, of course. Similar things happened. Just a crash and a very big crisis in the 90s. It was like we barely have food on the table in the 90s. It was in all the Soviet Union countries was kind of the same. Big inflation we had here in Bulgaria, like huge. I mean, not huge. There are bigger inflations now in the world, like Venezuela, for example. But we had a very big. And I'm not, you know, what's happening? Okay. Hopefully, my OBS doesn't crash. OBS crashes sometimes. Okay, let's try to put up. Yeah, I guess that OBS will crash, and it crashed. So yeah, I have to read the signals, you know. OBS crash sometimes. But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. Now I think we were around the 30-something minute mark. So 10 more minutes and we will be finishing this. So the cheekbones are a very important part of this exact model. So we have to make this kind of a plane here for the cheekbones and plane above it. Let me try to draw it for you. You notice how I'm trying to speak more English, which probably is kind of funny, but I'm trying. You know, you cannot get better. You cannot get better without trying. You have to try it. Otherwise, you will not get better. Now, increase the size of the chin is always a good thing for a huge male character and kind of a strong one like this one. Like this one. And this one seems like a strong guy. That's why we are doing it for studying of the, you know, this. So, from the side, you let me just emphasize this. So, the eyebrow, cheekbone, and the chewing muscle. And they are making one kind of a line. And you will see when we are drawing a guy like this, for example, like this, we are drawing him, eyebrows, nose, lips, the chin. Yeah, it's a little bit, you know, grotesque, but you will see what I mean. And now, cheekbone, and this is the chewing muscle. Then we'll have this, and the eye will be here. The mouth will be here. And of course, he will be more like this. Because he's strong, he doesn't have this huge brain. He's mostly muscle. not so much brain. But you see, the cheekbone is here, and this is the front part of the cheekbone, and then this is the chewing muscle, and we can have this kind of a straight line here. It's you never have to be making it completely super straight line, because straight lines in the human anatomy are rare, and we have to be careful with them. They're even maybe not rare, but they are absent, complete straight lines. We have to be very aware of that and be careful. Now making these two traps that are connecting together, and I will make sure that the nose has a little bit of a bump in here, because this is where the skull is finishing and then the cartilage begin. And maybe those cheekbones will be a little bit not so pronounced, because they are super pronounced in our reference, but not sure it's a very good idea to pronounce them that much otherwise. Okay. And then above the upper lip we can push a bit. And you can see that's looking relatively great. Now for the eyes, let me just increase the resolution a bit more, but not super too much. Just don't do, especially in Blender, don't increase the resolution too much at once. Just gradually increase it with a little bit, and twice, for example, increase it twice. It will be much better this way. Also in ZBrush, because this way you will have more control. And you probably have seen people like very, very experienced artists make some models from very high resolution in the beginning, which in my opinion is wrong. I don't approve it, especially when showing to the more new people, because you are showing them wrong. You have to start, and I still always start from very low resolution and gradually going higher and higher. But I try, as you can see, to do everything possible in the lower resolution and then go higher. Not to go higher right away, because this is a huge mistake. Now, for the planes of the nose, let's try to achieve the planes of the nose a little bit. So, here on the back, we'll have this kind of a, let's say plane, but it will be backwards plane here, a little bit. Then we'll have kind of a bottom plane in here, which will be almost always flat. And we will have the top, which is not exactly flat, but it's kind of curved. And then here in the front, we'll have a few planes. So this plane, then this plane, and then the same plane, the same as this, but on the other side, here. And then in the middle, we might have a cut. A little cut, but we'll see. And then this will be one part of the cartilage, this will be the other part of the cartilage, and then this will come in between. And this is like this, and this is the trapezius plane that's coming. This one is kind of catching the light in here, and the nose usually goes inside like this. So it goes like this and goes a little bit. If you don't do it, if you just cut it here, it will not look the best. And always bear in mind that from this part of the nose up here to the corner of the eye, there is a distance always. So from this part here to the corner of the eye, there is a bit of a distance. Now this is the eye around this area here. Okay. And he will have this kind of Ray-Ban glasses. It's very easy to make glasses of people, and mustaches, of course. That's what I have done so many times in the newspapers, at home, and he looks very cool. Now, but we might continue. Now this, usually, this fat pad in here, which is kind of going down, it's not exactly one fat pad. There's like two fat pads mostly. But we will see that probably in some of the other drawings. Now, here we'll have this bottom plane. this, and this in the middle. And when you kind of cut it in planes, the nose especially, it looks, yeah, a little bit more stylized, but it looks better, definitely. In the middle, we can cut it in the middle and add a bit of a meat in here. And of course, it's not like this in the concept, but it's more anatomical this way. And let's make our top lips, eyelids, not top lips. Top lips of the eye. Eye lips. Why they're not called eye lips? Because they are almost like lips, you know. Closing, opening, like lips. But they're called eyelids. Lids, not lips. Okay, either they should call this eye lips, or they should call the lips lids. You know? Now, the eyes of a male character usually are kind of slightly closed. They are not hugely opened, you know, because opened means like the character will look like this. We don't want that. We definitely don't want that. And I will even dig a bit here, and you see he's starting to look awkward. He's like, what are you doing? A little bit lazy guy, you know, a little bit like, what's happening here? So I didn't completely make it, but it's kind of okay. Maybe in the next video I'll fix this one too. Who knows? From the bottom view, of course, we always want to have the eye shape. I mean this kind of a half sphere shape of the eye. That's almost always the case. And yeah, the eyes probably could be a bit longer and go a little bit away from each other, because the face seems too wide with those kind of very tiny eyes. But this is more manly. And if we put some shadows, for example, it will look almost nice. Of course, not completely like the concept, since our upper lip is not like the concept exactly, and stuff like this. If you want, of course, I recommend you do it exactly like the concept, but, of course, we can deviate a little bit if we want. I will just increase the cheekbones, lift them up a bit. I think they are more up in the concept. And we are good. You see, the overall look of this looks great. So, another exercise of head making. And I told you, don't try to make it that fast. I mean, I'm making it pretty fast, I know. And it doesn't have to be this way. Spend at least 4 hours, refine it as much as you can. Make sure the main shapes are there. Refinement is not your thing. You don't have to do refinement. You have to do the main shapes. Everything else is not needed. Refinement is needed. Definitely needed. Alright. Alright. I think we are fine. Now, I will save it as 0.7 and stop it and go to the next one, where we will do this, which is very, very important. This one is very important because you see this fat pattern here, you see this kind of a thing in here, you see this thing in here, and it's not, as you can see, every artist who is doing this kind of thing is imagining it a little bit differently. Especially here, for example, we don't have the chewing muscle exactly defined, but we have some other things, because this guy is not so manly, probably. He doesn't have this chewing muscle that much defined. But it will be a very good exercise to make this, I think. And we will try it. Okay, see you then. And we are here again. Again, of course, like always. We are always here. Me, you, yes, especially you. When you're watching this video and you are on your computer or you're on a phone or whatever you are there, right? You know you are. And I'm also here, so we are here, you know? Amazing. Now, what I want to say is the following. So this particular thing going on in here, let me show you what I mean. This particular thing is kind of a fat pad. And it's not one fat pad. I think it's at least two fat pads, but they are fat pads. But they are kind of connected and they are mostly like one. They use like one. You see, on our reference, it's a fat pad. So here we have this kind of a, like the muzzle of the mouth going like this. And then we have this fat pad, but we have to be careful not to make it too pronounced or something. It depends on the character. This is about understanding the forms and then putting them into practice when you have reference, and always using and working with reference. Otherwise, we are doomed. Except after like 10,000 hours, when you're an expert in something, then you can work without reference probably. But let me show you something else. This is not the complete picture that you see here. We will do this now. But let me show you this. So what do we see here? Let's see. We have some muscles. The muscles are not the full thing. I mean, yeah, I told you that here, where the cheekbone is, below those muscles, this is not so much in this area here. It's not so much in because of those muscles in here that are responsible for smiling mostly. And this, you know, they're pulling, and when they pull, those fat pads here around the nose and the mouth are going up, and they're smashing, and they're going a little bit forward, and they become, see, very, very fat, you know, thick. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that here we have kind of a smooth area, and you see how from the cheekbone, and then those muscles here on the chin, around the mouth I mean, are forming this line, and you can see it in the other side. This line is very much into people who are more young, more muscular, and they even can have a little bit of dig in here also. But in people who are a little bit more fat, more normal people, like me for example, we have this little fat in here also. So you cannot have exact formula of what your guy will have, but when you know this, that you have muscles here and on top you have fat around this area, and when you get old, this fat is sagging down and it will look like this, like a bulldog. And you've seen people like this. It sags down even a little bit below the jawline, which means that the jaw will be here, then this will sag down a little bit like this, and then it will continue backwards like this. But when you grow old, those, they sag down, they go down. It's ugly, but it's normal. So that's what I wanted to say, that we are doing this line and then smoothing it here, so we can get a little bit of this line also. And then here will be a little bit more in, and this area a little bit more in, because from the front view we want to have, most of the time when you're making a Superman or superhero or something, we want this to be visible from the front, and then this to be a little bit inside and separated from it. And then you have this muscle in here, which is the chewing muscle. We see it here. It's visible, and it is making the jaw square. This is the muscle, not the jaw itself. You cannot see the angle of the jaw in here because of the muscle and some fat, of course. There's also always a little bit fat in normal people, like me, for example. When I touch here, the skin is very thick because there is a little layer of fat below the skin. Absolutely true and cool. Now, this is our head. What was this? Head Kim. Let's call it head Kim. because it's Seong Kim is the artist, most likely. Now, this probably is from Anatomy for Sculptures or Anatomy for Sculptures. Yeah, it's anatomyforsculptures.com. It's the same image as, let me see where I have also Anatomy for Sculptures. Yeah, Anatomy for Sculpture. It's the same. But this time we will do this head. So this head is not particularly nice looking, as you can see it, but it's more normal looking. It's not like superhero or something. It's more a normal guy, which is absolutely fine for us, and we will do it. Now, we will notice the nose, how it's, but everything we will notice. We will just disable the visibility of head Kim, go to object mode, Shift A, sphere, and sculpt mode and start it. So how do we start it is, as always, just the chin, smash it a bit, and make the neck. So let me emphasize a little bit something here. I will stop working for a while. I want to emphasize that I'm doing those things for half an hour, 40 minutes, or an hour, one head. But you don't have to do it that quick. And you cannot, most people cannot do it. I noticed from my students that if I do something for half an hour, the normal time for a normal person to do it will be around 4 hours. So maybe even more, it depends. So don't try to be quick, try to be accurate. In the beginning you want to learn, you have to be more accurate, you have to try to achieve better, better accuracy and a better quality. That's your goal, that's your main goal. The quickness, it will come if you want, but with time. So that's what I wanted to say. I will see it from the side view. I want to see how the skull looks. So in most people will say this is a spherical look. Yeah, with planes, but it's a sphere, which can be true about this particular subject, but I don't want to do it. I mean, I never like a spherical head. From the front or from the side view, never spherical. So yeah, I'll have to make a t-shirt and it will say no to the spherical head or something like this. We have to be careful. And also here in the front, never make it like this flat or a little bit like a lot. I mean, make it a lot kind of thinner than the back. Then we will fix it, of course, because you know, you don't have to do something ultra something, if I have to say it like this, you know. Everything has to be moderate in a human face, especially in the women face, in the female face. If it's a male face, we can get away with some things. I mean, it's easier to get away. You see how I'm sharpening the chin and the jaw here. The side of the jaw, I'm trying to sharpen a bit. I'm trying to make this kind of a flat area here and stuff. So everything has to be moderate, especially in a female head, as I said. But in a male head also, we have to be careful because, yeah, when we're making a Superman or Hulk head, we can get away with a lot of extremities. For example, the Hulk head will be with the small nose, big mouth, big chin, and very big eyebrow ridges and stuff. But with the female head, you have to be very moderate, otherwise it will be very, very bad. And we don't want that. Now, from the side view, I'm looking at the side view here, and I will just push this back. Okay, this I will push forward. The head itself, I'll make it a little bit more longer. I will look from the back. If it's squarish, it's a little bit squarish, so I'll just make sure it's kind of round in the back. I don't want it to be like this, squarish. This will be a mistake. So make it round, smooth it a little bit, but not ultra round. I mean, yeah, it has to be, you know, the middle ground. And don't expect yourself to make the best head in the beginning or in the end of this course to make heads like mine, for example. It will be very good if you can, but most of the time you will not be able to, because I have, let's say, around 1000 heads behind my back, even more maybe. So if you want to be as good, probably you have to start doing heads, a lot of them. And with these exercises that I'm showing you here, it will be, I think, faster than my progress. Because, yeah, I'm drawing heads from very young age. I was always fascinated by heads and male figure mostly. Then, after the puberty, I was fascinated by the female figure a little bit more, but yeah. So now, let's see it from the top. What we notice, mistake. The front part is kind of as white as the back part. That's why from the front you cannot see this area here, and you have to. So I will just inflate it here. You see it a little bit, you have to see it a little bit. And then I will deflate the front part, where are the eyebrows. Okay. Those are mistakes that we have to avoid because they are very common. Amazingly common mistake is to make the head not egg-shaped from the top. This is maybe the most common mistake ever. And now it's egg-shaped. As you see, this is wider and this is narrower in the front, and we are kind of in a good position. Now I will make the separation, which, as you can see, I'm making it as an arch because the skull eyes are kind of an arch, as you see. And yeah, going down, then digging for the nose. These are the inner corners of the eyes will be here, and then digging around the area of this kind of a fat pad, the yellow one, and then digging for the chin. And this time the chin is not so thin, it's kind of big, and the distance between the lower lip and the chin is very big. I mean, it's kind of normal distance because, as I told you, and many people will tell you, they don't know, so don't listen to them. Many people will tell you that the distance between the bottom of the nose and the bottom of the chin, this distance here, the middle of this distance will be the middle between both lips. But it actually is the bottom lip is there. So the whole mouth is in the upper half of this distance. So you have a very big chin. But this is mostly the case in most people. So don't be alarmed and don't be afraid. I've seen anatomy teachers, younger anatomy teachers who are not exactly that good yet, teaching these things wrong. They are teaching that this distance between the nose and the chin, the middle of it is the middle of the mouth. And every time they are drawing this, hand drawing on a paper, for example, or in Photoshop, and they're making this, and the mouth looks like this, you know? Now it's in the middle, and it doesn't look good. And it looks like this, and they continue to make it, you know? So be careful with that. This is important. Many people make that mistakes because they think that the head is always halves. So half of the whole length of the head are the eyes. Okay, half. This is true, kind of. Then half between the eyes and the mouth is the nose here, which, let's see if it's the true. I'm not sure it's the true, by the way. Let's see on this model. So the middle of the eyes and the chin, and this, and the middle point is around here. So it's not true. This is not true. But if we take the overall the eyebrow line and the bottom of the chin, maybe then the middle point will be around the nose. But still, it's not a very good point of reference, in my opinion. The nose, you have to make it just eyeballing it. And that's a very big problem in some people because they are making the nose very short, which is an issue. Can be an issue. But the nose should be big. Whatever. So, you see, never make the forehead like this. Never make it like this round shape, which is going in. Always push this area a little bit. Just above the eyebrows, we need to have a push, and then you will see how we have to just push the whole area back, because it's a male. If it's a female, then it can stay kind of like this, but if it's a male, we have to push it back. It has to be more aerodynamic. Males are, in old times, they were hunters. They have to chase their prey. They have to be aerodynamic. That's why their frontal lobe is more flat. Yeah, this is a joke kind of, but it will be interesting to remember it this way. So I will flatten this. I'm also looking at this, the front position. Yes. And I'm explaining a lot, so I can be a little bit slower than usual, which is absolutely normal, but it will be fine. Now, here I will just make sure I have the eye area, and then I will leave it. I will leave it like this. And then I will, you see, this here, just on the from the corner of the eye till the corner of the ear. This line here, I'm making it, pushing inward, and then it's cool. And then we have the cheekbone in here, which is great. Okay, it doesn't look like much yet, but we'll see. We still don't have this, so I will make this kind of fat pad, the yellow one. I will push the corners of the mouth here to make this muzzle of the mouth a bit, and push a little bit around the upper lip, between the upper lip and the nose. And I want the nose, the nostrils to go in. So first I will push the nose out, and then I will pull the nostrils in. And this middle point here, I will put it, just the middle point, just this middle point, I will push it out a bit. Yes, you see, it's going well. So those fat pads, let's put them a little bit backward, so they point backwards. Okay, and here we will have this kind of a bulging around the mouth corners, and this will be the mouth corners that I'm doing now. This is the mouth. Yeah, I did it a little bit too much, but around this will be the mouth. I will make it M shape again with very low polygons, as you can see, but sometimes we have to do this. I know it sounds pretty awkward, but we have to do it sometimes. Yeah, the bottom lip should be smaller, not so big, and it's starting to be nice. So what is the main mistakes that I have done now? The lower jaw is too huge. It's enormous. So what I will do is I will just pull it up a bit like this, so it's not that huge. I will increase this and decrease here. Okay, now the eyes. Let's put some eyes, just bulges here, just like this, just bulges, and we have a decent start of the head. Let's go to the ear from the side view. So the ear from the side view, we can make it as this. Most of the time it will not be that much flat visible, but it's fine. Let's do it. I mean, we're doing this head, so we have to concentrate on doing the head as it is. Probably this area here will not go that much far back. You see, this, if this is the ridge of the eye socket, it shouldn't go that much far back. Let's see skull. Again, you always have to look at the skull and see. And as we can see, it's not going that much far back. It's going more like a little bit back and then down. So careful. Also for the male, this male, a little bit far back and then down. On this guy that's drawn, there always can be problems, you know, because the guy who drawn it, he doesn't know, but it's like this. It's going here, and here is the eye, which can probably be in some people, but most likely it will not be. So we have to be careful about those things. Of course, you can do this and then do other things, but make sure you kind of get from one artist or from one source something, then from another source something. Don't use only one source, because you will get it wrong most of the time. And for example, this guy who has done this drawing has used a couple of sources, but he is just a man, and I am also just a man. We can make mistakes, so be ready for those mistakes. Of course, I'm trying to use a lot of sources. I'm trying to use a lot of artists' impressions, and that's why we will make some studies using other artists' work. Because those studies are very, very important to see how those artists understand and how they are representing the face anatomy. And it's very educational, but you will see. Now, Q, symmetrize. Now we have it symmetrized. It's very important here in Blender. In ZBrush it's not that much. And now I think I have enough polygons to just enough detail to go a lot more polygons. So Control R, we have a lot more polygons. Now I will smooth, and then we will start doing the things. Now let's do the sternocleidomastoid. It's not done. So above or behind the ear, down, and connecting to the middle almost. This is the sternocleidomastoid muscle. Very cool. Now I will dig a little bit here, because here we will have our trapezius muscle, which is presented with one plane like this. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's fine. Now we can do the chin in here. Let's do one chin like this. And it's too much. I mean, this chin is a little bit too much, and overall I don't completely approve this head, although it's kind of normal head. It's not superhero head or something, so it should be okay, but we'll see. So for the nose, we have a lot of planes for this nose, so it's not very simple. But the main thing is here on the top we have this trapezius stuff. This we have. Then we have this, which is until the skull nose, and then we have the cartilage. The cartilage is going like this, and then we have our nostrils, which are very difficult for many people, but try to do them as in this, and doing it once, and if they kinda came out good, don't think that you will understand the nose. Even I am confused of the nose sometimes, what kind of shapes they are and stuff. And when you're using references and working from references, it's for example, you're trying to do Arnold Schwarzenegger, or you're trying to do Kobe Bryant, or you're trying to do whatever your favorite actor or actress, whatever. Understanding the shapes is very important, because doing it only from pictures and not knowing what's below and what to emphasize on and how to do it, not understanding, it will give you a lot of trouble. So now I see that my nose is a little bit not wide, so it's narrow. I will increase the size of the nostril size, and this, the front part, also I will increase it a little bit. And also, let's see here, I will not make it exactly like this. I will make it go inward. So I will make it go inward like this. This is the bottom plane of the nose here. This. And it's going in, and it's losing itself around there. And then this is also a bottom plane. It's pointing down. But it's this is the side of the nose, and it's kind of floating around like here. But it doesn't matter that much. So let's continue. I think I made few mistakes. For example, the nostril here is a little bit too big. I need to have a bit of a space here in the front, as you can see. The nostril is on the side. Don't make it too thin in here. Make sure you have kind of a, let's say, a thicker side of the nose, because I've seen people, beginners, make it too thin, which is not a very good thing to do. Then I will push it back. Let's push here to make this kind of a, channel from the nostrils down. And what I will do is, let's see, if here, yeah, like this. This and this. So those are going inward like this. But it's not visible in here, so whatever. Let's make the upper lip M shape, the lower lip, I mean the distance between them, again M shape, and here I will make it a little bit sharper. So how is this positioned? Let me draw it for you a little bit. So this is one plane as you see it here, one plane like this, and then this is kind of another plane, but this plane here is kind of going like it's like this, you see it here, and then here it's tugging down and it's kind of pushing inside. It's a little bit complex form, and don't expect yourself to understand it and to wrap it. It's kind of like a plane, but it's wrapped a little bit, you know. But you know, with work and with practice it will happen. Don't expect yourself to know everything right away. So front plane we have here, which most of the time is two planes, but whatever. And then we have one kind of a side plane. But as you can see, this is the side plane here. This is the front plane. And here is what we have is very interesting. This is a kind of a sharp line. And here we have something like indentation. And let me show you how we will do it. So this is the sharp line. Okay. These are some things here, some muscles. And I will inflate just a little bit the lower lip. And then here we'll have a little bit of indentation. And it's, you know, it's barely visible in some people, this indentation. So we have to be careful, but it's there in most people. I will pinch the corners of the mouth. And maybe I should make the chin smaller, because this is not a superhero, so the chin should go a bit smaller, and then the lips a bit bigger, and the nose maybe I will make it a bit bigger, but overall it's fine. Now we can start making the things around the mouth here. I will flatten this area a bit. Let me see how it is. Alright, so we have the chin. Let's add more meat above here, because we want this to be the right amount of chin. Pinch this area. How much time we have? Okay, we have time. Pinch this area. I'm pinching because I want to make these planes. And then here we will pinch a little bit and then add those big kind of a muscle and fat and everything. They're making this kind of shape. Of course, as I said, not always, not on all people. On some people they are more pronounced, on some people they are almost invisible, but you have to know it's there. You cannot make the head the same every time. I am doing this mistake sometimes. When I'm not using reference, I'm doing almost the same head every time, because this is kind of a programmed here. I'm doing the same type of head. That's why using references is enriching your inner, you know, potential. But when, for example, when I'm starting to do some heads, like 5 or 6 heads, different people I'm trying to do, I'm gathering references, I'm doing those different people, famous actors or sportsmen or whatever, and then my library of head shapes, shapes around the mouth, shapes around the cheek area, shapes around the jaw here, shapes around the forehead, shapes of ears. It's enriched with a lot of things, but in time I lose it. So you have to, if you want to be good in head modeling, you have to always practice this. Make at least, at some point, make 2 heads a day. In the beginning, I recommend you make just 1 head a day for at least 4 hours if you can. If you can, of course. There are people who cannot afford this amount of time. But if you want to get good kind of in a normal time, you need to try to make this time. And for example, I have kids. But I'm not exactly working right now. I'm relying most of my courses. most on my courses. I'm making this fat pad now. And that's why I can afford to sculpt at least 4-6 hours every day. That's normal. I can even do it more, but it's too taxing. I mean, when I was young, I'm now 41. When I was younger, I could do it even for longer. Nowadays, it's a little bit more tiring for me. Maybe when I get older, it will be even tiring and tiring. Even more tiring, I mean. So, yeah, that's pretty normal. So, this is the yellow thing here. And it's going just above the nostril. And it's going from the top of the nostril down around the nostril, and it's here. So make sure you do this, because some people are doing this line here, which, by the way, I don't recommend to do it if you're making young people. Let me show you. When you're making young people, this line is almost non-existent. It's here. You see this little shadow? It's there, but it's almost non-existent because it's a young guy. This guy is a little bit older and it has this line a bit here. You know, this guy is very young. He's kind of 16, 17 years old more maybe, and he doesn't have this. He doesn't have the line. It's there, but it's so smooth, you don't see it. So remember, doing young guy, for example, this guy is pretty young, but not so young, as you can see. He's having this line. And he's having, by the way, a very nice orbit of the eye. It's very huge. It's very cool. I like it. And those bulges around the mouth, they're very, very big and they look amazingly nice. So, yeah. This, it looks like a scan. I'm not sure if it is a scan or not, but it looks very nice. And we may do an exercise on this head because it's very cool. And it will came out pretty well, I think. Oh, we'll see. Okay, now let's continue on our head. Now, our head looks a bit strange. Why? Probably the chin is still too big and the lower lip is a bit too big. You know, we have to be careful with the lower lip, with the chin, with all those things. We have to be careful. I'm just pushing some stuff, pulling some stuff. The idea is to make it look decent. The overall shape is a bit wrong, I think. I can make the top of the head a bit smaller. It shouldn't be super big. We have to be careful with that too. But also, as we know, the cheekbones out and the ear in. Now it looks a bit better. A bit better. Sorry. Sorry if I'm not saying it correctly. Better. Better. Yeah, probably I'm not saying it very much correct. But let's do the ear. The ear, as I say always, is overall very important. And many people are underestimating the value or the ear value. Yeah, it has to be very good shape. At least good enough shape. You cannot afford your ear to be not a good shape. Now, see what I did? And now, this area I have to push inwards because it's going inward. As you probably can see in here, it's going in. Okay. We are pushing also this area in. And this will teach us a lot about how the ear shape works when we're doing this kind of exercise. Because in this model, the ear shape is kind of very decent, especially from the front view. It looks very nice. So the lower part is kind of close to the body, then it to the head. Then it's going out, but this inner part, the Y part, not the question part, is more visible in here, you see? And then the question part is a little bit more visible from the top. This is pretty interesting because there are a lot of people who has this type of ear. Of course, if you're doing ears and stuff, always use references. And yeah, this kind of exercises, like planes of the head and similar, are always good. They're always good. And of course, working from other people's works is always very useful. So all those things combined will make sure that you will start making very good heads very fast. And while I'm doing this course overall, I've noticed that a lot of people are struggling in the beginning and they're making same mistakes. That's why the feedback session of this course, where I will feedback some of the student works, not from the discourse students, because this course is not released yet. It's released. In your case, it's released. You are watching it, but when I'm doing it here, it's not released. But I gathered some heads, and I will make some, feedback on them, and it will be interesting, I think. Doing feedback on heads is also useful, but it's not easy. I will lift the ears because I think they are a little bit too low. From the front view, they have to start from the line of the nose, and they're almost there, but yeah, like this. And then what I will do is I will narrow the jawline and narrow the neck, because we are not doing Hulk here. We're doing more normal person like me, who from the front view, if we look, I have, front view. This is front, yes. You see, the jaw is going, it's kind of going, no, it's not like square jaw or something like this. It's just normal, everyday jaw. Every day. Okay, we talked about those things. What is this blue thing? The blue thing, in my opinion, is more like a fat pad, which can, be something like this, but we will make it because we are making this exercise, so we have to stick into it for most part. For most part, we will stick with what we have. And we will do this, then we will smooth it, and then we'll make this line, which is this, but it has to be more like, more rounder, and then this, and then in the back, yeah. So with this rose part, I'm not completely agree, because in my experience, you have to have this kind of a chewing muscle here, but when this chewing muscle, it has to be like this, kind of like this. When this chewing muscle is relaxed, probably it could be this kind of shape here. But, I'm not approving it that much. But yeah, let's make it like this. We'll see what will happen. If it looks, stupid, it's not our fault. We're doing it the way they show us. So those cheekbones, or cheek fat, we have to be a little bit more careful with that, not to make it too huge, because if you make it too huge, it will look super awkward, like now mine is looking a bit awkward. So I will just dial it down a bit, like, push it back. From the 3/4 view here, I can push it even more back. Because you see, this cheekbone is kind of just a little bit protruding from 3/4. It's nothing too much, and we want to be like this. But for the top of the head, we have to pull this out. To pull this, yeah, it shouldn't be as I did it. I did it very flat in here, which doesn't look good from the 3/4, and we have to pull it to make it like this. Yeah, and this now is looking much better. English, better. Better. Like better. It's looking much better. Okay. Now, this is a smooth line going down of this yellow part. This is the front part here. And as you notice, my studies of those things are not very shiny. They're not very smooth. They're not very well polished, but the polished part is not exactly what we are seeking here. We are seeking main forms, main shapes, and trying to achieve them and make sure they are fitting and make sure we have understanding of most of those shapes and forms. Now, for the eye itself, let's try. So this will be the crease above the upper eyelid. Then below it, we will make the upper eyelid, just below this crease. See? And then we'll make the crease which is below the upper eyelid. And then we'll make, this will be the eye. I will push it. And then I will make the lower eyelid below. And I'm just making them, but then I will always look from below and try to push, pull, so it looks like a half sphere. By the way, half sphere, but you see this part here is not like it's flat, but it's going like bulging, and then it's going backwards from this flat line. If this is a flat line from the face, this is the front line of the face, for example, it's there is never this line, but it's going a little bit backwards here. Okay, and this is the upper eyelid, which from the bottom will be visible because it's forward than the lower eyelid. This is the lower, and we see the upper eyelid too. We see this crease above it, and everything is just amazing. Now, many people asking, what is this program that you're using to draw on the screen? It's called Epic Pen. But most of the time you will not use it, and you will not need it. I'm using it because I'm an educator, I'm a teacher, and it's a very good way of showing things while I'm saying it. Because most of the time I have to say what I do and explain it better with these tools. Okay, it doesn't look quite right, but it's not bad. We might say it's not completely bad. For this amount of time we have, I will sharpen this area like this, because this is a head plane exercise, of course, as you probably know. I think we are in a pretty good shape. Sharpening here because we have Adam apple. Alright, so I will increase the resolution a little bit more. So now it was, okay, 0.01 something, or 0.02. I will make it 0.008, for example. I don't want to go much lower than that because it may break my machine, even my machine, which is a pretty strong machine. Now, what I want to do here is maybe move the eyes a little bit more up. I'm very much afraid, and I've seen a lot of people doing the eyes lower than they should be. Yeah, making the eyes lower than they should be, closer to the nostrils of the nose, is not exactly a good idea, and you have to be aware of that. Even make them a little bit higher than they should be, but don't make them lower. And as you can see, as I shown you, the upper eyelid is kind of a squarish, and the lower eyelid is more like spherical. Could be. Okay, we're making the lower eyelid here. It's kind of a, you know, this shape. You have to watch it. I mean, some things I cannot exactly quite explain because maybe I'm not as good in English, of course, but English amazing. I'm trying, basically. So in here, I'm not completely agreeing with this, but it's looking not bad. So I will inflate this area a little bit here above the eye. So here we have this kind of fat pads just on the side of the eye. Let me show you. This kind of, they are here, they are in this area, fat pad. And then it's kind of growing above the eyelid, and that's why it's making this kind of crease. When our eyes are a little bit open, there is a crease in here. If you are a Chinese person or Japan or Asia, all of the Asia mostly, your upper eyelids will be hidden behind a crease here, and it will look like it doesn't have this kind of crease because the upper eyelids will be completely hidden by this crease here. And it's a little bit, it's not exactly this crease. There is a special crease in Asian people, but it doesn't concern us that much. when you know the overall shapes of the normal head, not that their heads are not normal, but you know, these heads that are more common in the internet, like planes of the head and everything, everybody's doing this kind of heads, then of course variations are easier to kind of observe and see what is there. I will flatten here. I flattened it too much probably, so I will make this kind of a sharp area. We have to be careful about the sharpness in the side of the lower lip here in this area. In this it's sharp, it's not a problem, and then we have kind of a outward and there is a big shadow here, it's okay. But in this area we have to be careful, and then inward and then lose it. That's it, and it looks overall nice. Sometimes I am talking like a robot, which is normal because I'm trying to think and talk at the same time, which I'm a male, and this doesn't work very well with male. Female, they can work, they can do a couple of times at the same time. For us, male, it's difficult. It's more difficult. But as you can see, it's not very bad head from planes of the head. It's not super planar. I'm just trying to make some planes in here right now, and this video became overall pretty long, as it will be around 50 minutes probably, but it's okay. Some videos could be this kind of size and it's fine. I mean, I was trying before to make the videos not more than 25 minutes long, but I think it's okay if there is a reason for them to be a little bit longer than that, or twice as long as in this case, at least twice. I know. Now I'm making this kind of a planes in the front, plane in the bottom, planes on the side. And yeah, it's difficult to make those planes on the nose, but if you try, this will be a good exercise and it will not be in vain. There is no work that you will do on the face, especially with references, that it will be in vain. It will always be useful for your development as an artist. Even trying to achieve the planes is kind of good exercise for polishing, for, you know, just a little bit, everything to be a little bit more polished. Not that you need to polish everything, no, I'm not saying that, but it's a good exercise. I will, by the way, push these eyebrows a bit down and it will be a bit more manly. This is too thin in this area probably. Increase it, smooth. Make sure this bottom plane here with the flat brush, which is high polish brush in ZBrush, and here is scrape peaks brush. You know, I know the brushes in ZBrush mainly because I've worked with ZBrush for about 10 years. And just this year, I'm making this course in 2022. And in the beginning of 2022, I just get rid of ZBrush and I'm working only with Blender right now. And I don't recommend that to people who are working with ZBrush and they're making money with ZBrush, because it's useless for them. For me, it was nice because Blender courses are selling better. That's because Blender is a free software. If you are just starting, you're a student, I recommend Blender. It's a free software. And if you can learn, I'm saying that you can learn how to sculpt in Blender, and then in any program, when you know how to sculpt, when you know your anatomy, when you are kind of good, in any program you can sculpt. You have to just learn the program, and it's not very hard to do so. Learning a program is much easier than learning anatomy. Definitely. Okay, we have these planes. Let's go to the forehead here and see. So they have this kind of thing here, which I'm not agree at all. This is, I don't see that as possibility. There is this kind of eye ridges in here, or eyebrow ridge, and we will do them. probably a little bit of, you know, like this. Yes. But then this will go like back. Above it we'll push, which is great because I always like to push a little bit above here, and we will do this line, temporal line, and then in here we will do this. Let's say like this. It will be easy. I have to do a planes of the head at some point, probably my version, but you know, it will never be perfect or something. Why? Because, as I told you, there are different types of heads. If you're doing a heroic head, you will do it not like this, you will do it more like this. This is more heroic, definitely. Although it has those fat pads here around this area, but it's more heroic, definitely. With the thicker neck, with the jaw muscle here. As you see, the jaw muscle here in our Kim head is here, and here this is kind of going forward like this, like some kind of a fat pad it's there or something. So this is definitely more heroic to have the jaw muscle like this, and then the chin very, very like flat lines, flat here, flat here, flat here. And this is more like round, more like me, for example. I'm not completely like a superhero type, you know. A little bit, no, but not completely. No. Yes. Or no. It doesn't matter. Now, we did this. This is a good exercise. What we will continue with, by the way, this is a female-ish head, kind of. I don't know if we can make, or we have to do this. Let's think what we can do next. We can do some of these heads. They're looking great. This is a beginning of the head, and you see this kind of lines in here. This and this from the cheekbones. They're wide and then going narrower into the sides of the jaw. Very good, by the way. So we may do this like this and this, and this also here, and this also here. This is, by the way, a very nice exercise to do this type of head. Let's do it, and then maybe from this head, in one exercise we can do this head, and then from it to invert to this head, for example, or right away to this head. Probably we can do that. Yeah, let's do this in the next video. Bye for now. See you later. Alright guys, this is the next video, video number 9, I think. So, let's see this head. Yeah, I'm not completely approving this head, let's say, but it is what it is. I think it's overall fine. The ear, we didn't make too much of a planes of the ear, but it's a cool looking head overall, so yeah, it's fine. And you will ask, but Nico, why don't you ever put eyeballs in your eyes? Because for these exercises, I don't completely need it. And you probably would need it, so I will suggest if you do it, but don't do, I told you, don't do big eyeballs. The eyeballs have to be small, pretty small. And you see, I did it like, they're almost like eyeballs inside, but they're not, you know. And this is easier because now I just hide one thing. If I put eyeballs, I have to hide two things. And when I want to show this head again, it will be difficult because I have to find the right eyes. And now we will call this A4S, which is Anatomy for Sculptures, Head Planes, and we go. I'm not sure exactly those heads, where are they from, but they look pretty cool, so we will try to do it. So first, let's do this. And let's hide this. Go to object mode, mesh, UV sphere, and add. As you can see, this is very easy, and I already told you, but I will tell you again. It's very easy to start making head after head just in one file without like, oh, I have to open this program again. It's already open, you just start it again. From one head to another, to next, to next, to next. Some days, since I'm pretty fast, I can do up to like 5 heads in a pretty good head. I mean, each head for an hour, so like 5 hours exercise. And I think when those days are not very often, they are not coming very often, but when they come, when they are, I think I'm improving quite a bit, which is absolutely normal. So, yeah, let's see. Neck again. Remember that the face part of the head is smaller than this distance between the... So, if, let's see, if our face is kind of like this, yeah, it seems like it will be something like this. Then this is the face part from here to here. And this distance should be about to this area. And then we have more. So it will be just behind the ear, let's say. So about this. This is more or less. I'm not saying that always this is the case. And this will be our cheekbone and then the jaw around here. Something like this. This line. This basic thing. It's very cool. And then we can make also this line, which is connecting the cheekbone and the chewing muscle in here, the masseter muscle. I think it's a masseter. I'm not sure how it's called exactly. I never know my muscle names except for the sternocleidomastoid muscle in here. This is the sternocleidomastoid. It's very cool. And then we can make a little bit of hair and we are golden. We are golden as silence. Silence is golden, golden, but my eyes can see. Now, let's continue with our model. Make sure in view your focal length, oh, this is focal length, not length, length. I don't know, 88 or above. Some people are using 120 even, which is absolutely okay, but never use something below 85, for example. It's not gonna look good. Your head is not gonna look good. You have to be careful. Now, narrowing the front part of the head, as always. Making sure we have traps, but let's Control R to just remesh. And let's make the traps. I always make them from the back, because they are in the back. You know? And I will inflate them a bit. We don't need them too much. Make sure you don't leave the neck like this. Just increase it like that. It has to be... The neck is basically from the front. It looks like 2 straight lines down, as you see here. 2 straight lines down, and then 2 lines going in, digging in, and like V-shape in here. And there on the side, it's like, what? Like squarish shape. Just going down. And this will be it. You don't need too much. Just enough. And we don't see this head from the side, but I think it will be a very good exercise because we have it as a pretty stylized head and we can see clearly the main shapes. Like I will flatten in here and then I will have this shape a little bit, but we have to be careful. We have to dig just where the ears will start, dig it in, smooth the top part, and here we'll have the jaw. In the bottom from the side view, the chin, we have to make it sharper and kind of dig in. As you can see here, it's kind of in. That's always a good thing to do. And now from the front view, I will make sure this is flat. And the jaw is also flat. So flat and flat on the sides. Don't make it like round like this. This is not a good jaw, you know? Flatten it. Just flat, like this. And it will look better. Now, The next thing, we want the muzzle of the mouth. As you can see, we have something muzzle of the mouth. I will push. I will push also these areas because I will make the separation between the forehead and the face part. And then the nose will be here and I will dig. You see how deep is this thing? Just the corners of the eye. See how big is the distance between the corner of the eye and the where the nose begins. It's very big. It's very big. So always look at those things. I am paying attention to those things, so you can then look at your reference and say, okay, this is looking like Nico said. Everything is like Nico said. Nico has good observation skills, but Nico is also human, so be careful. Don't trust any human-made image as much as you trust photographs. But also, don't trust photographs that much, because your understanding of each form in the photograph could be a little bit twisted, and that happens. So be careful with everything and make sure for every form of the head to have a couple of references and to look at multiple sources. That's my best advice probably to give you if you want to be good, if you want to be real good in face anatomy, which I'm not saying I am that good, but yeah. Okay, let's make the ears a little bit. Okay, ears. As you can see, cheekbones, and then the cheekbones are kind of a little bit pronounced, and then the ears are coming from behind the cheekbones backwards. You see? You know, you cannot see the beginnings of my ears when I'm completely forward, because the cheekbones are kind of going outward and then going in. Not too much, but enough. So don't make them like this. It will be too much. You know, make them enough, not too much. Now, my nose is too short. I will just make it a bit longer. I will make this a bit like this, and then I will dial down the ears. And there are a few things that I don't like here. The ears are too sharp. I will soften them. And what else? Yeah, the jaw is too wide. I will narrow. Also, this area is too wide. And then the neck, I like it to be a bit wider. So in the concept it's a bit wider, so I will do it. And this is relatively fine. Let's increase the resolution a lot. And then I will smooth it a lot. Because I have the overall shapes, I have to just kind of sharpen them. So I was smoothing here. And the 3/4 view I like. It's kind of cool. So we need to have this shape, the temporal line shape, and we need to have this coming from a little bit above the middle of the ear, and then going through here, and then we'll have this kind of shapes. Muzzle of the mouth shape, and the nose, as I told you, is always the nostrils are in. It's kind of triangular shape, like this. But the sides of the triangle, as you see, they didn't quite make them sharp, because they are not. Most of the time they are not super sharp. But the front of the nose, I would never leave it that sharp. It should be a plane, like this. And then you have this kind of a trapezius plane pointing a little bit downwards or forward in here. And it's happening. It's kind of happening. But you have to be careful where you put the temporal lines, where you put the cheekbone line, and where you put all the things, because it's not ultra simple, as you probably have noticed until now. Sharpen this, not sharpen this, but flatten it. And then this kind of V shape. And it's looking relatively fine. Yeah, maybe the cheekbones are a little bit too much up, but let's make the eye bulges, because they have them. They're a very important part of the overall thing. Let's make this and this. Let's kind of dial up those areas here, like forward, to have a little bit of a dimple above them, and then smooth them a bit. And then maybe again, we can dial down the cheekbones a bit more down. They shouldn't be that much up. I made them too much up. Then on the top of the eye bulge, I will make a little bit of a crease. Like this. Let's see. Like in the concept. I'm looking at the concept and I'm trying to achieve similar result. Probably I will not be able to do the same result, but similar. I have to inflate this area to here, just around the cheekbones. It's not exactly a plane in the concept, it's a little bit inflated, and just here on the cheekbones and it's a little bit sharper. But of course those are planes of the head. You don't have to make this when you're making a normal head, but those planes will help you make a normal head, because they will help you understand the forms better. Of course, if you know what is below, it's better. But as I shown you in this particular image, you always can see here where the main muscles are coming from and why are those shapes on one side the shapes they are. You know, that's the thing. Oh, let me just stretch a bit. Okay, so you see, by the way, let me show you. The distance between the nose and the chin is this, and it's separated by 3 parts. 1, 2, 3. So the first part is exactly the middle of the mouth. But this is 1/3, not the half. And then the other parts. So careful with this. Yeah, we have proportions here. You can check them out if you want. As for example, the top of the head to the bottom of the chin. And the middle is kind of where the eye is, when the middle of the eye is. Most of the time. You know? And for example, if you take eye, the corner, the outer corner of the eye, and the other outer corner of the other eye, of course, and you have one eye, between them is one eye, and then another eye. You have 3 eyes in the front, basically. Between the eyes, the distance is, most of the time, is 1 eye. Of course, this varies a little bit, not too much. But there are people that have a little bit more of a distance between the eyes, and they look certain way. And there are people who have a little bit less of 1 eye distance, and they look certain interesting way too. For me, I think my distance is, I would say, 1 eye. If we consider the eye from the, teardrop things to the side here of where probably it's 1 eye. Most likely. But this is a very good head. As we can see, if we look only half of it, it's pretty cool looking head. It's almost like a scan. So this is a good reference. From the side view, you see how it's not round shape. It's more like a, kind of a flat here, and then here it's flat and then flat down. You see? Very cool. And then here and here. Here, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jaw, and this thing in here, and then the other amazing stuff. And then this will be, around, maybe a little bit backwards, but here will be our sternocleidomastoid, not the mastoid muscle. I think it's mastoid, I'm not sure, but it's it's a little bit backwards than what I usually do it. Probably this head could be, I'm not sure, could be a little bit wider in this direction. In this direction here, a little bit wider. But who knows? I should know, right? I don't know. It's fine. Now, let's continue with this head. It's looking relatively fine, but from the side view, I don't completely approve it. Let's smooth it a bit. The ears, for example, I have to inflate the corners of the ears. They are a little bit too sharp. We don't want that. And the top is a little bit too sharp. But overall, it could work. We'll see. The cheekbones, I think, are a little bit too high again, yet again. And the nose could use some work. Also, this area here, I will just, you know, it was too wide. I will make it a little bit narrower. And here, this is very interesting. We'll have this plane and front plane, which is kind of making the forehead a little bit more interesting. And also, the top of the head, after the temporal line, will be more like sharp, which I like. I like this type of... If it is like this, I don't like it. But sharp, here, corner, on the top, I like. So, yeah. Not super sharp, though. I mean, don't overdo it. Overdoing is never a good thing. Doing it properly, in the right way, you know, and of course, it will take time to do it absolutely properly. In the beginning, you may overdo it. Probably it's fine, but it's not. So don't overdo it. But it's probably fine. It's better to overdo it than to not do it at all. So I guess it's fine. Now this could be a nice head in the beginning. Yeah, but looks cool. But yeah, I don't like this line in here. It's not going in. It's going mostly forward, down. I like it to go a little bit more in, like the concept, like this. It would be a bit more interesting if it does. And from the side view, I will push it back in this area a bit. Not sure that this will be the greatest, but it's looking kind of okay for now. It's looking okay. Alright, we have this, which is a simple headish exercise. It's not ultra simple, don't get me wrong, it's kind of simple, but it's could be difficult for many people in the beginning especially. So don't think, oh, this guy is saying it's simple, but I cannot do it. It's not that simple. But if you do it a couple of times, I recommend this course. You do it. You do all the heads. And you are becoming better. You will become better. It's inevitable. But after that, you start doing heads from reference to something. At some point, you may go back to this course again. Because even if you look at those lectures and you kind of watch them twice or 3 times, you will miss something. That's inevitable. It's always like this with anatomy lectures and this kind of shapes. They are pretty complex shapes. So I suggest you watch it again someday. Maybe the nose is a little bit too wide. But this will be phase 01. Okay, phase 01. Okay, now we duplicate this phase 01, Shift D in this case, and we call it phase 02, which probably will be the final phase. Because, you see, these are some planes, which is okay, but at the end, it's just those planes, but a little bit smoothed. It's not something that's complete. So let's try to do this head. Let's try to do this head. And it looks pretty cool. By the way, this head has a little bit of an issue. What? It's a little bit pointing outward like this, up. Why? Why am I saying that? Because the nose, if we go a line, and then we see it covers the ears. If I'm looking straight at the camera, my nose and the bottom of the ear is on one line. But if I do this, then my nose and it goes like to the middle of the ear. Because, you know, the more you go like this, your nose is now above the ear, the line. So that's a little bit of an issue probably. I don't know if it will make a problem for us, but we'll see. Now, Ooh, what? Okay, let's go to phase 2 and select it and make sure we're working on the phase 2. Phase 1 is okay, but phase 2 is better. Obviously. But you see, in phase 1, the nose was sharp. And I didn't make it sharp because I don't like to make it sharp. I make it like the phase 2, like with this kind of a flat plane. Flat plane. I will just increase the size of this middle point here, because in this way, it will be much easier for me to make the nostrils. And then this will be kind of cool in the middle. Gotta be the man in the middle. If you got a big fat riddle, figure it out. Linkin Park, I think. Okay, this, you see how this line works here. Very cool. And it's pointing downwards because the head is a little bit more up. That's why I said, okay, those eyebrows are pointing down, like the skull, okay. But you see, in my case, they're not pointing down. Well, eyebrows. But here they're pointing down. So, yeah, if we're pointing like this, they will point down. If we're like this, they will be kind of straight, almost a little bit pointing down. And by pointing down, I mean like this down, not completely sideways or a little bit down, but they're pointing pretty much down here, you know. It's like, I'm sad, but it is because he's like this. He's a little bit more up with the head, which is okay, which is fine. Now I will smooth this area here, I will smooth this area here, and on the corners of the mouth, I will kind of dig a bit deeper. As you can see, on the corners of the mouth, we have this corner here, you know. And now I will make kind of the upper eyelid. Below it, I will dig. I always dig a lot below the upper eyelid. And then the lower eyelid, and then I will dig again above it to make the eye itself. And we have reasonable eyes. Now, from the bottom view, I always go because otherwise it will be hell. And just push, pull until I have kind of a nice looking half spheres, let's say. Okay, that's important. Do it every time. Or put half spheres or spheres inside, which are small. One of the biggest beginner mistakes, and you will see it in the feedback sessions, it's that people are making big eyes. And when you put big eyeballs inside your eyes, the eyes become bigger. Then your forehead, the overall, this part of the head becomes wider. And then everything becomes, you know, like an alien stuff. This is very important. Very important. And how to say how big will be the shape of the eye. I mean the eyeball. How big will be the eyeball? If you look at the head from the front, most of the time, let me show you something. So, the eye will be this shape. So this is the teardrop here thing. Then we have the lower eyelid. Then it has thickness, by the way. This is the thickness of the lower. It's pretty thick. We have to make those pretty thick. Then we have the crease over the eye, around like this. But make sure this crease is not completely uniformal like it's here. Most of the time, let me show you how it is. So sometimes you see this crease in this area, in the inner part, and then this crease is almost covering the whole eyelid in this area, which looks pretty cool. I mean, if I look like this, it should be, the crease is visible in the middle point, but then it's completely covering the upper eyelid, which is cool. But the eye is from here to here. This is what we call eye. So the distance between the eyes is usually one eye. I made my eye too big, but whatever. Usually one eye is here, one eye. And then one eye is here. And then one eye, some people are saying, but a little bit less than one eye, is until the widest point of the head without the ear, of course, which is here. It's not here. The widest point of the head is around this area, just above the ears. So this usually this distance is 5 eyes. Plus or minus, maybe a little bit less than 5 eyes, because we have 3 in the middle and then 2 on the sides. So 5 eyes. Okay, good. Now, very important. The eyeball inside the eye is smaller than the eye itself. It's smaller. It's like this. Overall, it will be around this size. So it's around the size of the nose, even maybe less big. Smaller than the width of the nostrils. Because the width of the nostrils is almost 1 eye. It varies a lot, but still, you see, from here, it's 1 eye, from here to here, it's his 1 eye, it's this big. And the width of the nostrils is around the same size. In his case, is maybe a little bit less, but whatever. But the eyeball is from here to here. It's much smaller. This is the size of the eyeball. And the eyeball fits the width of the head 6.5 times. So it will be like 6 of this kind of spheres. And even more than 6. So be careful not to make your eyeball, because people are making it this big. Around this size. Or something in this. Don't make it like this. It will be not cool at all. Now, what I notice here is we have a sharp point in here, which looks very nice. I like it how it's like, you know, change of planes a little bit there. It looks very educational, so let's make it. Also, what I like to do is here is push above the cheekbone a little bit. So to make this particular plane in here, this plane, this guy is coming here, and this plane will continue forward, and this is going inside it. You cannot quite understand what I'm saying, but it's kind of the same in here. You know, this is this plane that I'm drawing, this one. It's here. And then this one is going here and it stops, and this plane is continuing kind of forward, but it's already changing the direction. It's yeah. Hopefully at some point it will be more clear for you, but I'm sure that now it's a little bit like, but what is this guy talking about? I'm trying to make it more clear, and yeah, I will make it more clear by just sculpting it most likely. And from the side view, I always like the lower eyelid to go behind, so a little bit behind the upper eyelid. The upper eyelid should be more, you know, prominent. And then when you put the eyeball, put it a little bit more up. So why? Because when you put it more up, it will stay like this. You see, the center of the eyeball will be around this area. The most the most forward point of the eyeball will be here, and this way the upper eyelid will stay over the lower eyelid, because the ball is kind of more forward in here, and then it's going backward in here, and the lower eyelid will be more like this. And this way, when you put your you know, the eye, the black of the eye, when you put it, it will stay more inside the upper eyelid. It has to stay there. I mean, if you put it in the middle, it will be a big mistake. It will look like this. Your eyes will look like this. But if it is half cut, almost half cut by the upper eyelid, so imagine this will be one type of eye, and our the iris will be here, which looks like this. You know, it's never a very good eye. But the normal type of eye will be like this, and the iris will be around here. Why? Because the most prominent and forward part of this eyeball, which is around this size, will be here, a little bit lower than the upper eyelid, so it's around here. And now this looks far better. It's not like, I'm scared, you know, open eye. It looks like normal eye. You see my eyes? The iris is cut from the upper eyelid. But let's continue. We are, you know, taking too much time to explain things, but this is a tutorial and course, so I think it's normal. I will cut in here. I will, by the way, cut also in here a little bit and then smooth it a lot. But I need to have this muzzle of the mouth around this area. And we will see around the muzzle of the mouth, I will make this kind of inflations a little bit, we may say. And I'm trying to stick to the concept, by the way. Which means that I have to make a little bit of a bigger chin in here, as in the concept. And then make this muscles in here, which are below the lower lip. You will see. In some people, they are pretty pronounced, by the way. They're like this. In Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example, they are pretty visible. In our case, we just have them, but they're not ultra kind of a bumped, but they are there. They make this shape. Sometimes the shape of the chin here is like this. Sometimes it's not exactly like this. It's a little bit different, but there are times that it's like this. So yeah. It depends. So this dimple here, we make it. Then I'm starting with the M shape. As you see, when we have a concept, it's kind of easier. Now I am pushing a bit the upper lip, but not too much. I'm mostly using my move brush or grab brush in Blender. Move brush, for those who use ZBrush, of course, is okay. Then the lower lip, I will add more meat to it. And then I will push the corners of the lower lip a bit inward. Because this area here is kind of a marionette line. We have this kind of push in. And then the corners of the mouth themselves, I will just push them a bit more. And I will maybe move them a bit up. So, most of the time when I'm doing head, let me increase the mouth a bit. Because it's a little bit too small. And also the upper lip. But most of the time when I'm doing heads, I am not doing this type of head. I'm doing other types of heads. Because in my mind, the head is like what I'm doing. But when I'm using reference, the heads are getting a bit more interesting always. So now I like how this head is starting to appear. It's starting to appear pretty nicely, I would say. Even better than the concept. No, it's never better than the concept. It could be. If the concept is pretty bad, then it could be better than the concept, definitely. But most of the time it will not be. So, what am I noticing here? Maybe the chin is a little bit too small in our case. So, yeah, let's fix it. By the way, I'm sure that many of you, since we have only the front reference, your head will look decent from the front, but when you turn it a little bit, and it will start to look nightmarish, which is absolutely normal because you don't have the overall sense of how those areas work right now. I mean, it's not completely clear for you yet. And everything will be a big mess for some time until you make enough heads. And even, listen to me very careful because this is very important. I want to emphasize on that completely a lot. So, let me tell you how I feel when I work. I'm working on improving my head anatomy, for example. And I'm making heads. I'm making first head without reference, as we did it. Usually I do that. And I see where my weak points are, what I have to improve. Okay, then I start with references. I'm doing head from reference 1, then head from reference number 2, and then 3, 4, 5. And it started to get better. I mean, I'm like starting to get momentum. And it's starting to get better, and it's very nice. Yeah. This looks a little bit like anime head, by the way, whatever. So, starting to get better and better, and I'm like, yeah, very nice. At some point, after like 10th head or 20th head, it doesn't matter. And it's not only with heads this. when I'm making the, for example, the 23rd head, and it's not going well. I'm like, but here, what was I supposed to do here and here? And it's a mess. And I'm like, what? Am I getting worst? This head is almost worse than my first head. And I'm like, what is happening? But now I know that this is a temporal kind of a fall that is happening. Other artists also told me that this is happening. And you have this temporal fall for 1 or 2 heads, and then maybe the next day or the day after that, you will start, your brain probably will already be kind of locked some things into places, and then you will start to climb up again with better quality. I don't know how this will work for more beginner artists, but for me it was working this way. Now what I will want to do is to push the nose a bit in, and also to pull the chin a bit out, and also overall to pull the neck a bit forward, and maybe, yeah, maybe to push the eye part a bit back. Yeah, there are things that we have to do. Yeah, now it looks like his lower chin is a bit, so I will just push it. No, normally, as I told you, the upper teeth are above the lower teeth. Normally. But in some people, this lower jaw is kind of going forward, which I usually don't do, except if my character is like a Hulk type of character or some kind of a strong character, then I can do it. But other than that, I know. So I will sharpen the chin a little bit. Yeah. Sharpen it so it looks a little bit more female-ish, because this I'm planning to do it to look more like a anime character, really. And it's starting to look like anime character. The mouth and this kind of a thin nose and this kind of a stylized cheekbones and everything. It's, I think you all can agree that it's starting to look like anime character a little bit, which is great, because there are people that say, when you are going to do anime character, this is a good references to do anime character, so do it. Maybe your character also will become anime a little bit. So, if you notice, he has this kind of lines in here. I always like to dig a little bit and then smooth it. Just a little line in here, which is the line that there is a little bit of fat pad in the bottom and a little bit fat pad on the top. We have fat pads here below the eyelids, by the way. And sometimes those fat pads in the morning, especially after we drink a lot, they look like this. And people are like, wow, am I sick or something? When we are sick also, those fat pads are kind of filling with water, or I'm not sure exactly what happens, but yeah. In a healthy, normal person, those fat pads really are not visible that much, but when we grow old, those fat pads are starting to show a lot, because thank you, they sag a little bit. And that's why we start to look like this and then like this. Older. All right. How much time we have? We have a little bit more time. Let's make the ears. Again, the question shape, the question mark shape, and the Y shape inside I will do like this. It's Y. The question is Y. And I will push the outer part, the inner part here of the Y, of the question mark, I mean. It has to go inside. Like, I will even push it with the brush. And then here we will have a little bit of a, bump. We always have this kind of a little bump in there. It depends on what kind of person you are, but most of the time you have it. And yeah, we will see it in some ears when we look from a side view. But for now, those ears are just to have something. You have to have ears. You have to spend time on ears, because if you don't practice ears, your heads will become worse. They will not be as nice as they could be. Yeah, let's make a little bit more geometry. Add more geometry, hopefully. Yes, good. By the way, yeah, symmetrize. When we have a lot of geometry and when we symmetrize, it takes longer, definitely. But after all, it's symmetrical, we can smooth a little bit and then sharpen some areas that we want. Put more detail, we may say. But be careful with those, with the remesh here, because I already told you, I think, but sometimes you can go as low as 0.00001 and then your problems will be huge. I mean, most likely you will have to restart your computer. At least when I do that, that's what I have to do. I have to restart my computer. Now here, what I like to do is always put a little bit more meat, but only on the side of the lower lip. Just a little bit more meat. And here we'll have this kind of a sharp area and sharp in here, and just dig on the sides, just on the side, and then smooth it. And then we might add a little bit more meat with inflate brush. Yeah, he's looking like he's he knows something that we don't know. This is the smile of a guy who knows something that other people don't know. Or at least he thinks that he knows something. But does he? Nobody knows. It's unknown if he really knows. But if he could know, why not? I'm just trying to make sure I have this similar type of chin like him. A little bit of a pinching on those areas here. This nose line. If I knew how it's called, it would be nice, but even if I knew how it's called, this line I mean, probably it will not be useful for you because you wouldn't know. So I'm not using too much names, as you can see, for muscles, for fat pads and stuff like that. I'm just saying this, there's a fat pad in this area, you see it colored in this color, or you don't see it colored but I'm showing you, or stuff like this. Here on the corner of the eye, the inner corner, we will have this kind of a bulge, which is separate from the eye. So the eyeball I mean, and then this bulge is after the eyeball, which you can make it and it will look a little bit more realistic maybe. But it's not mandatory. I mean, it's kind of mandatory if you want to do a nice hit. You have to look at it and see this kind of little bulge in here. This looks, I would say, kind of cool. I will make sure this is more like a anime head. Yeah, looking anime from the front, from the side view not so much, but this is phase 1 and this is phase 2. So phase 2 is a little bit better. Now, next thing that I want to do another exercise, but this one is pretty cool. I'm not sure I want to do this particular one. It will be pretty ugly, but you can do it, of course. It's in the file here, so you can do it. Those things probably will not be in the file because those are my things that I'm using, and I'm using one PureRef file for everything. But see here the skull from the top. Those I think are scans, and you see the cheekbones, how they are kind of going outward and then back. And also you see the egg shape of the skull overall. So in the front a little bit narrower, in the back wider. Amazing. Those are very big mistakes. I mean, very big eyeballs, for example, here. enormous form of the shape of the skull, very big. The chin is just non-existent almost, like there is no skull, which is like flat in here and then like it's nothing there. But overall it looks pretty cool without all of those problems, which are main problems, because detail wise and color wise and stuff, it looks pretty cool. But you know, we will do some real things. So Asaro head, I'm not sure we want to do Asaro head, although it will be cool, but it's difficult to find a real Asaro head. This head seems like a real Asaro head, but there are kind of variations of the Asaro head. Probably will make this Asaro head because it's cool. I have this plane in here. We have this above the eyelids, which is kind of dimple here above the eyebrow. Very cool. It looks pretty cool, so we might want to do it. Yeah. But we'll see. Bye for now, and see you in the next exercise. Okay, we're here again, and we continue. Now, this head, we will call it, this is phase 2, but let's rename it a little bit. So, let's rename it Anime Head. And why it does look a little bit like anime head? It's not completely anime head, as you probably can see, but it's a little bit because of the long nose. The nose is a little bit longer than it should be. And what else? The thin upper lip and this kind of a very wide mouth probably. And the big chin. Yeah, it could be more anime. Yeah, anybody can say that, but for now, I think it's pretty cool. So now we will do Asaro head. So this Asaro head example is from William Nguyen. This guy is a pretty good character artist, and he has done Asaro head female and Asaro head male, and you can, in ArtStation, if you go to his page, you can rotate them, and you can even rotate the lights. I mean, the lights are rotating in the animation. You can stop the animation at a certain point, and you can see it from different shading, and it's pretty cool in my opinion. So, yeah. We can also look at this Asaro head, although the Asaro head itself is usually one side is a little bit more detailed than the other side, but we will do just this because I like this. So, let's see. Sphere. Good. Then, start. Move it down, the chin. Make sure it's kind of a flat on the sides, like always. And then we should make the side of the head, the top, a little bit like this. So the back side here is more up, and then it's going gradually down. If you always do that, it will be your best choice. For example, let's see this. Of course, this is a little bit of an extreme example because she has tilted her head forward. So it's normally that this part is very visible, but even when your head is completely forward, what is this that is visible here? It's around the ear line. Around the ear line is the top visible part of your head. So around where the ears are, here, something like this. And then the head is going down and back. Yes. So yeah, those things. From just one head exercise, you will not be able to kind of get all those details and all those wise thoughts about heads. But this is a very good image of female head. I mean, one of the best I've seen on the profile. And again, it's not complete profile because we are seeing her other eyebrow. The central line of her face is going here. And there is a little bit of the other side we see. So that's why her ear looks so much back. That's why it's a little bit not the best image, but one of the best. Yeah, they are definitely difficult to find, you know, profile views, complete profile views of a human, especially a female. And the male also is kind of difficult, but yeah, we'll see. Now, what can we do about this Asaro head? We have to do it, basically. And first, let's make the traps. Let's make the neck. Let's take, by the way, I have it open here. I think I have it somewhere. Or, yes. So, I will open it because I haven't it had open. And I will rotate. What I'm doing here is, you see, this. And I will rotate to see it from the side view. And I will make a shot from the side view. Let's see like this. Come on, I want to pause. Okay. This maybe a little bit. I'm moving the timeline. And this, I'm not sure this is completely male head, but let's say it's a male head. And let's zoom in out, zoom in a little bit. And let's make it more profile. And I think the nose is a little bit too big, but it's fine. I will just print screen this, print screen, and then paste it over this one. Because in this print screen we have also this one. But it's not quite, you know. Okay, I will move it like this. And we'll have it both. Have them both like this. It's so interesting. No, it's not gonna work this way. I will just put it here. So we'll have the side view. We'll have the front view. Let me think a little bit. Can I have it better? Yes. Delete this. And then show this one big. I want it big. And then show this one closer like this. And then I will squeeze it. Oh, I squeeze it too much. It's not good. No, we cannot squeeze it that much. Probably I will move this here. And then print screen this one and put it here. Now we have both in one place, which is great. Now this one I will, yeah. So this is on the ArtStation page of this guy that I told you about. So we continue with that. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, I know. This is how I do my references. I mean, most of the time I print screen and I put it. If the image, if it's a video from YouTube, for example, print screen works amazingly. You can print screen videos, even, I mean, your favorite actor in the interview or whatever. Make some print screens, make a nice PureRef file, and just use it. It will be for the best. Yeah, you will see. Now, this is the ear, of course. Where do we put the ear is questionable. In the beginning, it doesn't matter that much. We'll put it somewhere, and then, for example, I move it up. I can move it down with a big move brush from afar. And I told you, how I make my brush big or small is just I zoom out and my brush is big. Zoom in and my brush is small. Now this is the fastest way I can make my brush small or big compared to the object. Now I will push this area above the chin here, which we see it's pushed. And then we will have the mouth, but first I will just make sure we have this kind of a flat area, which is here and here. On both sides, of course. And here I will make this line that I told you that connects the cheekbone with the chewing muscle. So let's analyze a little bit Asaro's head. So you see, this is the jawline, of course. This is this triangle here in the bottom, the dark one. And this is the jaw, not the jaw, the cheek line, the kind of a most prominent part of the cheek. And then you have this line in here, which usually it will go a little bit here because the chewing muscle have this kind of a, you know, shape in here. And usually it will not go to the edge of the jaw in here. It will go a little bit forward to the edge because of the chewing muscle. So we will make it a little bit closer to the front part, not so much to the corner of the jaw there, because it's not right. In my opinion, at least, it's not right. So we will do it as we think it's right. Yeah, sometimes I am relying on my knowledge, on the logic, on my instincts maybe. No, there are no instincts in play here. Everything is logic and knowledge. Since I have pretty good knowledge of the face anatomy, I know what is where, or at least I think I know, and that's the main part. You have to think for yourself, not to rely on the knowledge of other people that much. You have to think, you have to, you know, research, all that stuff. Don't rely on knowledge of other people because, you know, it's could be lying. So sternocleidomastoid, the traps, they're in the back, sternocleidomastoid in the front. Make it a little bit more flat like this, because as we know, it kind of goes from the top, and then it goes in here, but also part of it goes a little bit out. That's why it's like this. Asaro head doesn't look like Asaro head yet. Hopefully at some point it will. I will look at this. So here the forehead is going a little bit too much up. I don't approve that, because you see, when we look at this, and again I will say this is from another artist, so it's not 100% true. It's not 100% right. So it's his representation. So when the head is forward, we see from the front, we see this part here, and also the ears here. I don't know if I catch it, not so much from the side view, but the ears are too much back, in my opinion, because, you know, the middle of the head from the forehead to the back, the middle point is around here, and the ears are too much back. I think they should be starting around this area here. Yes. And the jaw also, and this line should be a little bit forward. So this plane here is not so big as he's made it. And also the forehead will go a little bit up, and then it will go gradually back, and around here above the ear will be the most you know, the biggest point or the highest point, and then it will go back. But you know, it doesn't matter that much. Those are just details. What matters is that it looks good. Those planes are kind of good. They're on the right position, kind of. So we can use them to make a nice exercise. That's why I'm doing it. Almost no head that any artist has made is perfect. Mine are not so perfect at all. Also, I'm making mistakes in some other areas. Some people are making mistakes in other areas. But there are very low amount of people, kind of experienced artists that have made so many heads from scratch as I. Because most of the time when you're an experienced artist, when you're doing freelances and stuff like this, you are doing heads from base meshes. So you have a base mesh, it's relatively fine, all the forms are established, you just change the face features and a little bit of other things. But you don't make it from scratch, and when you don't make it from scratch, you lose the overall knowledge of the skull and the face, where it is compared to the other parts of the head and stuff like this. You kinda lose this knowledge. And I have this knowledge pretty much a lot, because I always start from scratch. Even when I'm doing freelance, since this is my best experience is to start from scratch, I always start from scratch. Yeah, I cannot afford myself to start from a base mesh or something, because I will lose one of the best things in sculpting for me. You know, making something from a sphere. Now I'm doing the nose. I will push it a little bit forward. We may push this part, the nose overall, and with the cheekbone a little bit forward, although it's not completely necessary and we can take it back at some point. We'll see. Now I will cut here, smooth around the mouth area to make the muzzle of the mouth. We cannot make everything here because we don't have the topology, but we'll do whatever we can. So here what we have, it's very interesting, by the way, because the eyebrows are going down like the skull, of course, as we know, the eyebrow ridge. But here this is pretty huge, which is, I'm not sure it's true. I mean, this is a little bit too much. It shouldn't be. I mean, let's see the skull. Let's see a representation of our skull. It's not that huge, but yeah, we can make it. It's not a problem. We can make it a little bit like this, kind of huge, but then we can dial it down. But before we do so, we can increase this part of the nose, but the whole thing, and decrease this, the top part. The top part should be kind of narrow. The bottom part should be wide with the nostrils and everything. And as always, the bottom of the nose, this kind of a base of the nose, should be a curved line, and the nostrils should be on the side. And from the side view, it will look like this, not like this. Don't make it a straight line here. It's not. It's never a straight line. Even in his representation, the nostrils are not going too much in, although this could be the case. But most of the time, the nostrils are a little bit more in the face. But that's debatable, since there are variations, a lot of variations we can have. So if it's a male head, I will push the forehead backwards. And then I will add this kind of a dig above the eyebrows. And in the front too. But then I will add more geometry. A lot more. And then I will symmetrize, because it's not symmetrical. As always in Blender, those are the problems with Blender, that when we start from a sphere, although the sphere is pretty symmetrical, at some point our model is not as symmetrical unless we symmetrize it. And I symmetrize it, of course. And many people will ask, but where do you symmetrize it from? How do you get this menu of symmetrizing? It's from here. Symmetrize. You see? Just press it and it will make it symmetrical. Okay. Now, here, let's make those. Let's make this, although I'm not sure. These are the, yeah, okay, I think it's fine. It's fine. By the way, this is not the real and original Asaro head, which is the original, because Asaro is a guy who has made the planes of the head back in the days. It's kind of old. I'm not sure how old it is, but probably it's tens of years of old. I'm not sure. And there are a lot of people who are make it like 3D or whatever. And this is one of the guys. And I think this representation looks pretty awesome, pretty good. That's why I'm doing this one. Although it has mistakes, but if you notice his other projects, he is not perfect. We are not perfect, none of us, but he's pretty good, so it's fine. We can do it. Now I'm doing the face, the nose. Let's make the cut here, make it flat. Let's make those flat too. I'm just pinching them with the pinch brush, and they're kind of becoming flat. Flat here, flat here. Let's make this real Asaro head, or at least, yeah, we'll see. Let's make the bumps for the eyes. Looks pretty Asaro to me. Then you see how we can push this whole area in, which is great. The ears will not make them so much backwards as he did, because we know that that's not the case, and we don't need to make a mistake in this one. The ears should be starting from the middle of the skull, relatively, and most of the case. I think it's not probably always the case, because skulls, like faces, are different. They're not all the same. If they were all the same, probably we will look pretty identical. We don't. We don't look identical at all. That's why there are variations, and you have to consider that. Now, this part of the nose a little bit wider. The middle part of the nose a little bit wider. The other parts of the nose are a little bit narrower. Okay, something like this. It seems like it's like this. So straight line to here, which is kind of a white, then narrower and up to here, and then wider in this area, and then narrower here. It's like wide, narrow, wide, narrow, wide. But this is the place that the skull is ending and the cartilage begin afterwards. That's why it's a little bit wider, you know. I don't know exactly why it's wider, but I know that there is the cartilage there, so it's starting. So probably the cartilage and the bone together are making it wider. Maybe, I don't know. But we don't have to know those things that much. We just have to know that in this place the nose is a little bit wider. The bridge of the nose is wider there. We'll add more meat in here. This. And upper lips, upper eyelids. Again, I made mistake. Lips. They're eyelids. I'm digging here. Let me try. I haven't made the planes of the top of the head that much. That's why it doesn't look so Asaro. Asaro head is always kind of a planar head. So I'm just flattening those areas. And now it's more Asaro. It's not the super Asaro, but it's more Asaro. We may say, okay. And what I like here a lot is that from the top of the ear, not exactly the top of the ear, but the top of the base of the ear. Let's say that this is the base of the ear here, where the base is attaching, and this is the top of the ear. The top of the base of the ear is here, and from there to the eyelid, almost to the eye, we have this kind of line, and then we have this kind of plane, which is pointing upward. And that's very, very good. And that's very important to remember to put on your models. Afterwards, we'll get the corner of the cheekbone, which would be around this area, probably, maybe a little bit forward than this, maybe here. Yeah, let's place it here, we'll see. And then from it, down, we'll place this line. But it will not be as backwards as he has made it. I will put it just here, because I know that here we have the chewing muscle and other, but maybe he's right, because the chewing muscle is kind of protruding here, and it's making this kind of a bump. But this bump, maybe the most upper part of this bump is in the middle of the bump. That's why he's placing this, because from this point, it's going mostly backward and in. Let me draw it a little bit. So from this point, it's going mostly backward and in, like this. Overall, this area. From this point forward, it's going like this. So it could be right, this line. But it depends. Let's put it there. Maybe a little bit forward. I will not put it exactly to the corner of the jaw. I will put it a little bit forward, and that's how I roll. And here it's very important to have some lines also from the jaw, not from the jaw, from the cheekbone to the mouth. And here we have to cut some, probably, some areas. Let's see, so cutting here is important, because we have this muzzle of the mouth, which always have a cut in here, and then we smooth it, because we know that if we leave it very much vulnerable, it will look like an old person, which we don't want. Now, the mouth will be here, so probably those lines will go a little bit more in. Yes. Those lines that are coming from the cheekbone down. And then I smooth the rest a little bit, and then I can make a bit of a line which is connecting the inner corner of the mouth down, because overall this plus this plus this plus this is making the overall eye socket of the skull. So afterwards, this line represents mostly the muscles that are connecting the jaw, not the jaw, the muscles that are connecting the cheekbone and the mouth, these muscles here that are coming this way. This line is representing those muscles. Each line represents some forms, either muscles, either bones, or even sometimes fat, because the human face is, it's not consistent. It's not only made of muscles and bones as some people are presenting it. It's made of fat also. And there are a lot of places where we have fat, especially these days when we have very high calorie foods with a lot of sugar. Most of us are having a lot of fat on our faces, more than before. Yeah. If you go to any city, let's say 50 years ago. 50 years ago, there were not so many fat people. Most of the people were thin. Most of the people had this Asaro head things like a little bit like this, and here a little bit bigger points about around the mouth, stuff like this. Now it's not like this. Okay, let's make the upper lip. First, the distance between the lips. This. Push it. And then make the upper lip. And then we have to decide what to make big. Because now you see that the distance between the nose and the chin is not that big. And we have to probably decrease our nose size. Which is okay. And increase this. Okay. Now, I will also shrink a little bit the jaw, because it was too huge. We don't like that huge of a jaw to have. Especially if we're not doing Superman or Batman or whatever superhero it is. I love them all. I'm a superhero fan. I don't know, they're muscular, they have these nice poses. On the comics, they are very well drawn from some very good artists, so what is not to love about them, you know? Yeah. So, the ear, I will make it like this, and then here I will dig, and yeah, we will flatten this area. And the ear is kind of done, I think. No, we have to push this in. Of course, we don't have enough geometry here. We have to remesh again at some point. But I'm not sure how he made the ear. Huh. So I don't think this is correct. Although, maybe on the Asaro head is correct. But, you know, Asaro head is very famous. This doesn't mean that everything in the Asaro head is correct. Even in the original Asaro head. It could be correct for some people. It could be a little bit not correct for some. And some things are, frankly, not super correct for anybody. Because you see the... Ooh, we can make this... Yeah, sharp corners in here. It will be interesting. And flat area here, flat here. Yeah, it seems almost like a Asaro head now. Although, the top part of the head is too big for a Asaro head, so I will just shrink it down. Because in the Asaro head, the top part is famously very, very small. It's even too small, in my opinion at least. So the face part is too big, and the overall top part of the head is too small. That's why I don't completely believe in the Asaro head, although it's a very good exercise to make. That's why we are making it, because every exercise is good to make. There are no bad exercises, but you have to not believe everything you see. You have to believe only the things you see on the pictures, and even in the pictures, don't believe everything, as I told you. Even on pictures, this is a picture, this is probably not photoshopped or anything, at least not the overall shape of the head, and you see where the ear is, a lot back than it should be. Why? Because it's not profile, it's kind of tilted forward a little bit. It's not complete profile, it's a little bit tilted, and now the ear goes back. If it's more tilted, the ears go much back. And if you think that this is complete profile and you think, oh, okay, so the ear is very much almost to the end of the head in the back. Yeah, you will be wrong. That's why sometimes even perceptions from real photographs can be deceiving. Let's see if this is a profile. This is kind of real profile. We don't see any of the other parts of his head. We don't see his other eyebrow. We don't see anything. That's why we can say if his skull is coming up to this point, middle of the skull is around here, and the ear is starting from, this is not complete profile. He's tilted a little bit towards us. It's, this is not a complete profile, as I said already. This is, we see a little bit of his other eyebrow, so it's not a complete profile, but it's relatively profilish. It's not ultra not profile. So, yeah. So we have to be careful about those things. But let's continue with our Asaro head here. Amazing Asaro head. Asaro head is one of the most famous planes of the head exercise, we may say, or thing that somebody made, which, as I said, I'm not sure because yeah, this guy who made this, he has looked at Asaro's head and he had tried to replicate the features, but since he's just a human, he probably couldn't replicate everything completely correct from the Asaro head. Also, Asaro head is made also by a human, so he had made whatever he thought is, even if I make a planes of the head, it will have some mistakes most likely, which I think are correct, but some other, artists will say, the ear shape is not quite like this always, it maybe is more like this, and this kind of stuff. So I will make the ears a little bit bigger, because they have to start from the nose. I will make the chin a bit smaller and, flatten it, because we need more flat planes. Maybe the mouth itself has to be bigger, but yeah, I will make it bigger and wider. And then we'll need more geometry, so let's do this. Now smooth. We are having something. Now, for the mouth itself, I kinda made the lips a little bit more protruding than I should, so I will flatten this upper lip with the flat brush, which is high polish brush or something. Then I smooth, and then I will push the inner portion of the mouth in, this between the lips, and then here, let's see, I cannot see exactly what's happening here on the Asaro head, but let's do this. That's kind of okay. For the lips, yeah, I think what he did is very nice, because you see how it is. So it's like this. There is a line in here, and there is kind of line in here. Of course, what I will add is just a line in the middle. The bottom lip, I don't like it to be flat. It's never flat. So this shape, for me at least, should be considered of two planes. One plane like this and one up plane like this. For me, this is better representation of the lower lip than just one planar form. Of course, if you want to simplify it a lot, then it could be one planar form. But remember, you are simplifying a lot also the upper lip, and the upper lip could be a planar form. It's not a problem for the upper lip, because it's more planar. It's not always planar, and it's kind of curvy like this, but we can make it planar. It's not a big issue. But for the lower, it's an issue, in my opinion, to make it planar. Some things, like the nose, you have a lot of detail on, and you cannot put a little bit of detail on the lower lip. I mean, the level of detail of the whole sculpture, of the whole planes of the head exercise, should be relatively the same. But in this case, we have more detail on the nose than on the lips, which I don't completely approve, so yeah. Okay, these are planes in here, which we have to try to achieve. Plane. Okay, and here, let's see the nose, how it is. So we have this position, we have this, and then we have this. All right. I think it's going relatively well. We have to fix the eyes, we have to sharpen some areas, smooth others, and we will be golden at some point. We have a little bit more time to do. Asaro head, it's a good exercise. Probably it will take you a few tries until you get it kind of right, or more time. Because, you see, I will tell you, I'm pretty fast. Don't try to replicate the speed that I'm working with. Try to replicate the quality. Even if you do it for 4 times, 5 times, or 10 times slower, it will be worth it to try to replicate the quality. My quality for the speed that I'm working is relatively cool. I like it, people are liking it, so yeah. Here we'll make this plane, so you see, this side plane, and it's connecting with the bottom plane in here, which is very cool. That's one of the things I like a lot about this. And yeah, of course, here it's usually not that in the real head, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's looking cool and we can make it. Also, Asaro head, or planes of the head exercises, could help you a lot with stylized heads also. So make sure you know that. Now, we see that in this line is not exactly straight. So we have kind of a curve in here. And I will try to replicate that. So I'm making this curve. I'm making it like this. Like this. And then here, and then this will continue down. A little bit like this. Let's try at least to do this. So this, and then this. And we'll see if it will work. Here I'm not sure, probably it should do like this. It's not exactly clear what's happening here, but yeah, the lower eyelid, it should be not so thick and big as I did it. So you see, mine is very, very long. So how to fix it? Probably I should add more geometry or more meat in the bottom here, so it became thinner. Yes, this I think is the best way, because it was very, very thick. Now it's thinner, it's good. We like it. Okay. Yeah, I'm fighting with this just to make the forms. And even if I'm fighting, imagine that you will probably be fighting a lot. So don't expect this to be easy, but just try to do it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times. It doesn't matter how much. You should do it a lot to get good at it. I mean, there is no way you can just do one head and then you are expert on the heads. That just doesn't work this way. There are no people like this. Even very talented people like Gabriel Guerra, that I made interview with him on my channel, Speech Our Life. You can see it. It's very inspiring. He said that he had a pretty long journey. I mean, his journey was long, not years and years, a couple of months, but every day 10 hours. Every day 10 hours. 10 hours every day. That's why his journey is not years, but months. But most people cannot spend that much time. So their journey will be a little bit better, a little bit longer, most likely. So this head, in most parts, I don't completely consider it super malish, because it doesn't have the huge eyebrow lines and stuff, but overall it's kinda malish, we may say. The eyebrow here, it's not very pronounced. So it could be femalish, although what saves the head to be more male is that it's angular. All the angles are making the head look more male. If I smooth this head a little bit, and I make the neck a bit thinner, it will turn it absolutely fast into a female head. Because we don't have many male head, things. Like I told you, the eyebrow lines and some other features of a male head. I love this here. How it's kind of very subtle, but it's very nice. This kind of upper line in this area. And from the top view, I would like to just make it more straight, and also not so straight, but a little bit curved outward. Yeah. And then I will push the ears a bit back, a bit in. With a big move brush, I'm pushing them. Now let's see the front view again. Yeah, I'm looking constantly, and you see, this is not completely, going... This is not flat. From this corner to here, it's not flat. It has one kind of a line in here, which is like this. We could make it. But I'm not sure. Yeah, we're making it. I already did it, so. This line, and then I will make the chin a little bit flatter, and then this a little bit flatter. Since those are planes of the head, I'm making flatter things, and we are fine. How can we make the base of the nose? I can make it like this, and then like this. I think this will be the best representation of the base of the nose. And of course here I have to flatten a little bit, because it was too wide. I can flatten it. I think it's kind of looking okay. Although I squeezed this too much, I will increase the size of it a little bit. And then I will squeeze it a little bit, not too much, above the nostril. And it should work. Definitely should work. Here, of course, as I told you, above the nostrils, we should be very careful not to push too much. We should be very, very careful there. Very careful. And he is a little bit sad. Maybe we can make him a little bit brighter, like this. He's a little bit, tiny bit brighter. He looks more like bright future up ahead and stuff like this. It's not super, it's an exercise, but even that in exercise, we can make him a bit like, bright future, everything is cool. Summer will come, because now is winter. In my, when I'm recording this, it's kind of the beginning of the winter. So it's a little bit depressive and everything, but summer will come, we'll go to the seaside, everything will be okay. Now I'm trying to make the planes of the eyes in here, of the eyelash, of the eyelids. There are a lot of things, eyelashes, eyelids, eyebrows, something, a lot of eye things. And I'm sometimes confused, since English obviously is not my mother tongue. It's not the tongue of my mother. It's not the tongue of my father also. Either. So yeah, not a tongue at all, maybe. I'm just trying to achieve some result in here if I can. Something that from the side view will look more manly. But obviously it will not be happening, so whatever. It's fine. But the guy has done a very good job with this 3D model, I think. Yeah, he has probably spent a little bit more than 43 minutes into it. Maybe some hours. Which means that probably you should spend a little bit more time. I'm not spending that much time, because I already talked about maybe all of the things that I should talk about. Here, by the way, around the ear side, I would suggest for you to make it a little bit more, the jaw is ending here, yes, but then you have some other things, and they are ending a little bit behind the ear. So this could be a little bit longer. Ending of the jaw, a little bit behind the ear it could end. And most of the time it's not that sharp ending, but still we have some, planes that we have to do here, and that's why there are sharp endings in here. It's normal. Okay, we have this jawline. Okay, everything is cool. Sharpening this, sharpening here, sharpening in here. Everything is sharp these days, especially with these planes of the head exercises. They are sharp as hell. No. Sharp as, very sharp. I don't think they should be that sharp, but still, if they are sharp, it's fine. But, again, I'm saying it again, I cannot emphasize this enough. Don't trust everything 100%. Just check your things. Check everything. For example, you're doing this, you say, okay, those planes are fine, and they are pretty fine. Most of the planes here are fine. There is nothing ultra wrong in here. But some things are not completely this way, And checking from multiple sources will give you a little bit more, right information. And of course, multiple sources, the best source are pictures, always. And yourself in the mirror always is a very good source of info about the shapes of the eyes, of the area around the eyes, of the nose, the area around the nose, and all that jazz. It's very important to do so. To look yourself in the mirror and maybe even touch yourself. I always suggest for the people to touch themselves, and they are laughing or some are mad that I'm suggesting that, but you have yourself as a best source of anatomy you have. Why don't you use it? Use this source. It's yourself. It's a very good source. Okay, Asaro head is kind of done. I did it a little bit more different than the real Asaro head, and maybe my head could be a bit smaller top of the head because it's a male. Yeah, I think now it's more like a male. The female will have more like this and bigger head like this. Yeah, but the male, no, the male is aerodynamical. He's runner. He's the best. Okay, this will be for this lesson or video, and in the next one we probably should try to do some of those exercises. So definitely we will do this one at some point. This one we can try to replicate a little bit, just the main forms. We will not be able to make the whole thing, and we shouldn't. Also here you see those lines, the cheekbones, and then the muscles between the cheekbone and the mouth, that are the rope muscles here, and then those kind of very huge things around the mouth in here for the young people. They are a little bit too much in here, but it's cool. Also, this guy has them, those kind of bumps around the mouth. There are fat pads and stuff. Here this looks pretty cool. It's very difficult to replicate because we don't see exactly what's happening, but we have. Let's analyze this just very quickly because I like it. This we have, this kind of fat pad we have in here. We have the cheekbone protruding, so we have it. And we have this kind of a area which protrudes also, but we'll see. And here around the mouth, we'll have the mouth, the corner of the mouth. We have the lips slightly open. And then here we have also this kind of a thickening. Then we have the lower lip. This is flat area here. This is not so flat, this going in. And then around here what will happen is another question. We might have something here. The nose is a little bit too thin in here. It will be difficult to make it. And also the eyes. No, the eyes are kind of normal eyes. Nothing too much about the eyes. All right, we'll see. We'll see. I will choose something about the next time. Bye for now. All right, guys. Now, what we will try to do is some head. So let me show you this portrait, and these portraits are the work of this artist. I'm not sure it's a female or male artist, I'm not sure. Asel Kuzureva от Kazakhstan, from Kazakhstan. It's very cool. This one is here. You see another face. From this artist you can learn a lot. This one also is from him or her. So all of those from this, they are from this artist. So amazing stuff. And yeah, let's continue. So which one we will do first? Because we can do at least two, but this one I'm sure we have to do because it has profile view, it has front view, it has 3/4 view. It's amazing to do it. So let's do it. Let's go mesh, new sphere, and this one we will call Asaro head. We disable the visibility, then we go and we start our face. So what I notice here about this guy is that his face part from the eyebrows to the chin is a little bit too big, but it doesn't look super bad because it's kind of a stylized model. Stylized models are always very good for exercise because you see the face features which are realistic. They're real face features. Like let's analyze it a little bit. For example, like this guy here, like this one, this plane in here, which is so we have the orbit of the eye in here, and we have the cheekbone is going backwards like this, and all those things we have. But also we have this chewing muscle in here, as we know, which makes this kind of bump. So this is the bump, and that's why you have overall this. And also we have most of the time the fat part in here and a little bit of a thick thing around the mouth in here. And all of those in a young guy, they can look like one kind of a shape. And you see how it works like this. It kind of makes this circle, and then the mouth circle will be inside it, inside this circle. So we have this. Of course, those shapes are not completely like I'm saying a circle and circle. They're not exactly circles, but overall you can see what I mean. But the main thing in the middle is to make kind of a flat shape here, although it's not completely flat. As we can see, we can make it a little bit curvy, so something a little bit different, very nice. The ear shape is not, it's a question mark again, but it's a little bit bump in here we have. It's not like going like this, question mark, like I would do most of the time, but it's a little bit more interesting, so it's good to have some differentiation, some different thing. So you see about the nose, you see the nose, the bump of the nose is around here, so this is the skull. It will be around here like this, and then the teeth will be here just behind the lips. The cheekbone, we established it. We established the orbit of the eye here. We have a little bit of a bump here in the forehead. We have the temporal line around here. Okay, the cheekbone is going up in here. This one is almost straight. So the upper point of the cheekbone is kind of a straight line. The lower is kind of more going down. The front part, these are the muscles that are connecting here, and we have this chewing muscle here. This is the jaw around here. Overall, yeah, this will be the lower jaw. So analyzing the concept, of course you don't have to analyze anything, that quick analyzation. You will analyze it while you sculpt it. You will just look at it a little bit, say, oh, okay, this, and stuff like this. Not analyze it, yeah. And also, when you write in Google Acer Kuroseva, you will see that he or she has, or let's say this artist has also a YouTube channel with very low number of subscribers, less than 1,000, but has at least one speed sculpt in the channel, as you can see how he or she, or the artist, how the artist is sculpting, which is very cool. By the way, it's very rare that I cannot say the what kind of, is it a female or male, the artist, by the name. But in this case from Kazakhstan, I'm not sure how the names go there. So yeah, but it's an artist that we can learn from, either, no matter the gender, you know. I always say the gender doesn't matter. Even transgender doesn't matter. What matters is your skill. In our field, I mean, the skill is the most important. So, sternocleido mastoid, you see how we have the Adam apple? Let's make it a little bit sharpening here. Sharp point, of course, smooth it a bit. It shouldn't be ultra visible or ultra thick or whatever. So the chin is kind of a thick and pretty big. It's not like a thin chin that I do. I usually do very thin chins. But of course, studying more will make my art a little bit more diversified. It will not be just one type of thing that I do. Of course, when I do something from concept, usually I can do it. But diversifying your head library is also a good thing. Again, I will do the ear. This time the shape of the ear will be a little bit different, but we'll see. Then disable the mask and continue working on this ear. Okay, bones. Now, let's see what we'll do here. Let's flatten this area, front area, a little bit from the sides. Let's flatten this. And you see how we have, also I will flatten here a little bit. And you see how we have this cheekbone, where it comes. We have this flat line until the muzzle of the mouth, which will be around here. And then we will have just digging until we reach the eyes. Digging upward. Because we will have this kind of an area here. I'm digging here. Here. Digging. Because, you see, it's kind of flat area here. So I have to dig it. Make sure I dig it well. And I'm a good digger. Not grave digger though. I'm a digger. Just digger. Now, let's make the nose. And let's flatten the nose a bit from the side. Although the nose will again have this kind of a triangular shape or pyramidal shape or whatever. So don't think that the nose will be something ultra different. Although this nose is not exactly realistic. It's a little bit stylized, but it looks very nice. And also for game models, many times people prefer stylized. So this, let's say, it's more into Fortnite style of character, which is very good, because if you kind of make this kind of characters, this style of characters, you can make them. For example, I can make this style of characters, I can make realistic characters, I can make all types of characters. So this is good for me because I can do whatever. I can even do realistic stuff. Kind of. Mostly game realism, because realistic stuff requires much more time, which I don't like to put in my stuff. So, from the front view, I noticed that we were working mostly from the side view, and from the front view, let's see it, we can notice that our guy is very wide into the ears, so I will just fix it. Also, the top of the head is a bit too much, you know, so I will just make it a bit better looking. And those eyebrows, they can go a little bit back. And also I will dig. I always dig here a little bit and here, but it's always, it's not always. I dig always when I'm doing kind of a male that has to look like a male model or something. But if you are doing something from concept, you have to see how exactly this is on your concept model. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Now, what I will do is I will increase a little bit the cheekbones in here, just to add a little bit of, meat on them. So you will notice that this artist is, if you watch the YouTube channel, you will notice that this artist is making everything from slightly more geometrical models. So more geometry he's putting, or she. The artist is putting more geometry in the beginning, which I told you is a good for experienced artist who knows what he is doing, who has done thousands of heads in his lifetime. And he knows exactly what he wants to achieve. But for us, a beginner artists, for example, I'm not exactly a beginner, but yeah, even I am starting always from pretty low resolution models. And I think this is the right way. So yeah, you can check out how your head will look. Of course, do an exercise. You have the time. I mean, you have to put the time. So why don't you do an exercise? Why don't you try bumping the resolution up to like 2 million polygons, for example, for one head, and try to work from there. If it will be easier for you to put the details on, or it will be easier with like now it's like 3000 polygons, and then we can go much lower at 41,000 and symmetrize it, and then continue. Is it gonna be better with 40,000 for one head to put the detail and stuff, and then continue from there to bump the resolution, or it will be better with a couple of millions in the beginning? I don't know. In my opinion, a couple of millions in the beginning would be a grave mistake, but especially for a beginner artist, for a very, very good digital sculptor who already knows his stuff, a couple of millions from the beginning would be not such a big challenge, especially if you come from the not digital sculpting, from the normal sculpting background. Then it will be even easy. But the good thing about digital sculpting is that you can start from a low resolution, not do too much detail in the beginning, just not go into too much detail, which is a good thing. And lower resolution will not allow you to go into detail, because you cannot. The resolution is low, you cannot go into high detail. Just impossible. You can try, but you will not be able to. So you're restraining yourself basically from going into high resolution. I'm talking about this stuff while I'm working, because you already know what I'm doing. You see our model, and you see what we have to do. So I don't have to speak too much about those things. That already we know most of the things already. We know that the cheekbones have to be a little bit more protruding than the back where the ear is. And then we might have a little bit more meat in here in this model, because he has a huge jaw, and the jaw shape, as I told you, this square jaw is coming from this chewing muscle mostly. The chewing muscle is making the shape here, that's why it's here, like this. And from the side view, we'll have this kind of a shape in here. Which, by the way, from the side view, let's see. Yeah, it's there, but it's also coming a bit forward here. It's like a curve a little bit, but the bottom is a bit more smooth. And here we can have a bit more muscle. It's pretty cool. And this curve is going here, and here we will have the inner portion of the eye socket. Yeah, and the eye socket will also come in here, but it's kind of visible. I mean, you can touch it, and we can kind of make that it's there, but be careful, don't just do it, because it will look like a skull, and we have a human after all, basically. So I will make this, you see, on the side of the eye, we have a little bit of a fat place. This above the upper eyelid, this one, this here, is fat pad. It's only on this side. It's in the inner portion, in here, it's a bone. If you touch it, it's a bone in there, in the inner side in here. But in the outer side, it's kind of a... some people have it more, some people have it less, but it's a little bit of a fat pad. In my case, I don't have too much of it. But the overall thing here is pretty bony in my case. But in most cases, you have it. So just do a little bit. On a male, don't do it too much. On a female, should be a little bit too much. So it will look more female-ish. But you will see that. You notice the forehead, how I did it? I did it, the temporal lines, those are the temporal lines. And of course, let me see myself. Okay, yeah. They're a little bit too, they're coming into an angle. I will just pull them a little bit on the side. And now we have kind of nice temporal lines. We are okay with that. We have to be careful with those temporal lines. Don't make them too big on the female. On the female, they shouldn't exist in most females. They are not, they are there. They have them, but they're not that visible. So we shouldn't push our luck by making them huge in the female. So here I will push our luck with the ear, because we have to make the ear, basically. And again, the question, I will push this area, this middle area, I will push it in. And the overall question mark part of the ear, which is the outer part, is spiraling inward here. And we will have this kind of thingy going on. Of course, I don't have too much resolution. I don't want to remesh yet. I will remesh a little bit later. And we will continue fixing the ears. But for now, I'm just giving them just the proper form, the proper shape that will help me afterwards to achieve the best possible result. Now it looks relatively fine. And as I told you, it's a very good thing to look at other people's drawing, because you see, you can even make the habit to make a bust, which means that you probably could make not only the head and the neck, but also a little bit of the body, which is great in this. You see how nice it looks with a little bit of a body. With only a neck, it also looks kind of cool. If it's only a head, it will not look cool. That's definitely true, but yeah. And we see the sternocleidomastoid here, which is coming like this, and here. And this is one of his heads connecting to the sternum, which is a bone in here. All the ribs are connected to the sternum, almost all. Yeah, almost all, because the most bottom ribs, they're kind of not exactly connected to the sternum. They're connected, but with cartilage. They're not connected with the... But they're not... No rib is connected directly to the sternum. There is always cartilage between them, I think. Whatever, doesn't matter. Now, here also the sternocleidomastoid. And when I'm talking about the sternum, because it's sternocleido, because this is a clavicle here, and here, the clavicle. So it's connected to the sternum. It's connected, one part is connected to the clavicle, and the other part is connected to the back of the skull here, which is the mastoid process of something. So it's sternocleidomastoid. Okay, yeah, I think we're doing relatively fine. We can make a little bit of a longer neck. This is a sign of a younger person. The longer neck, more like straight neck like this, younger person. If it's like more like this, and its straps are starting from the ears down like this, it probably is an older person, or it's a very muscular person. And sometimes the sulk, for example, will be something like this, you know, it's here. From the front view I'm staying. So I'm digging this. It's relatively fine. Let's go and see how the eyes look. So we have the upper eyelids pretty well defined. We have the lower eyelids pretty well defined. And we have almost everything. So let's do it. Now, Since we don't have too much geometry now, I will do it as much as I can. So, upper eyelids, just below this crease. So we have the crease above the upper eyelids, then we have the upper eyelids. Yeah, I know it's a little bit complicated, but when you do it a few hundred times, you probably will start to get it. But in the beginning, it's always hard. I know because I've been there. And yeah, you have the lower eyelid too, and in between you have your eye. Of course, we will not make a real eye, although I already showed you. But let's, in this case, make one eye. So I will make a sphere. I will make it smaller, a lot smaller, much smaller. And the eye will be around this size, I guess. Yes. Let's see, by the way. Let's see. So I press 3, no, I press 1, and I go from the front mode. And then I will put this in here. For example, this will be the width of our head. Basically the best width of our head. And let's Shift D and move it on the x-axis and put it here. And now both of them, Shift D and move it on the x-axis. Okay, now Shift D and move it on the x-axis. And let's move it on the x-axis again. Because I released it. Now, you see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6, which is not good. So it has to be smaller. Yeah, it has to be even smaller, the eyeball. So I will make it, because I told you it's 6.5 times it goes to the head. Now it's 6. Let's not make it too small. Let's use it like this. So this will be the size of your eyeball. Control I, X, and delete the faces, the other faces. Then select this one and press Home, and then G to move it. So this will be the size of your eyeball. You see, it's much smaller even than the nose width. And I will put it, as I said, a little bit more upward. You see, it's a little bit up. It's not in the middle like this. It's a little bit more up. And it should be there. Alright, so this is one eye, and the other eye, of course, we will go and put it with mirror. It's easier. With mirror, it's easier. And also, while we are here, right-click Shade Smooth, because eyes have to be smooth, and we will see if this will be good for our eye, for our character. Because, for example, the eyes now could be a little bit closer together, although they seem to be okay, and I think they are, but we'll see. But this, I think, so far is coming out to be our best model, because we are getting better first, and then the second thing is that we are looking from a very nicely chewed up and made model. What I mean by chewed up is that the artist has made the artistic decisions, and we are seeing them, but they are already kind of established, and we are just grabbing them from there. So we don't have to think too much about how to stylize the nose, because it is already a little bit stylized. So definitely a very, very good exercise for everybody. This is very good exercise. Always very good exercise to make models based on very good other character models. Just for exercise, of course. And of course, you can always put it in your ArtStation if it becomes very nice. You can put it in your ArtStation. You can give the link in the description to the original art and say this is a fan art of this artist, for example. Nobody will argue. I mean, nobody will make any problems with that. Okay. Now we have kind of nice thing. Let's make the mouth. Let's try to make the mouth. The mouth can ruin our model, or it can make it better. We will see. And around the mouth, we have a lot of things going on. So let's make it, and then we'll make the things around the mouth. So for the mouth, I always start with a little push with the something sharp brush, and then just make this M kind of a shape. And then I will smooth just the corners of the lower lip, the corners only. And the upper lip also, I will kind of give it a little bit of a push. And then with the grab brush, I will grab the upper lip and just push it upwards. Not so much forward, but upward. And you can see you have to put the mouth a little bit more down. So I'll just dial it down a bit. And then here, I will just try to fix it. Maybe give it a little bit more sharpness. And we don't have too much, as you probably can see, geometry. But we will fix it. We will do it, no problem. Okay, it looks fine. Now the lower lip, we can make a little bit like this. And then the lower lip, we should make it a little bit thicker. But since we don't have enough geometry right now, we'll make it thicker a little bit later. First, I like to add more fat in this area. Is it fat or is it just fantasy? I don't know. Is this the real fat? Is this just fantasy? Yeah, I have to restrain myself of singing in the courses. Because in my YouTube channel I sing a lot. But not a lot. Yeah, it's not a lot. But it's kind of... I tend to sing a little bit sometimes. Because I know that I'm singing right or correct most of the time. It's not that I have a very good voice or for singing or kind of powerful voice or some kind of a voice that can get up and low. I can get very low, but not as low as some people. And I can get not too much high because my voice is mostly in the lower register. Mostly like this, you know, bass. Doom, 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 bass, 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 bass. Ball, baseball. Now, it doesn't look like our guy from the concept though. It looks more, more old. But we have to just fill those areas here a little bit where the muscles are. And then it will become, our guy will become a bit not so old. Then we have to make eyebrows at some point. Yeah. And here below the mouth, we can make this kind of a fat patches, which will usually give us a nice result. So you will see always in some character artist, you will always see his touch. And in this artist, the touch is making this kind of a fat areas below the lower lip. But it's fine. And also here, just fat areas. Now, let's increase the resolution a lot and see what it will bring us to. Yeah, now it's looking a little bit younger because we have smoother face. And if we make the mouth right, so from here we make it up, we make it like this, very much smooth it, and just make it correctly. And the lip itself, the upper lip, not so much straight, not so much a plane, but inflated plane, and the lower lip also inflated, not plain, it's just inflated stuff. It has to be the lower lip. And then we'll achieve, maybe, sometimes, not a bad result. I will add a little bit more meat in here, because you see the lower lip, let me draw it to a little bit, it will be easier for you to understand. So the lower lip is starting here, for example, and this is the end of it, you know, the corner of the lower lip. And then it has something like a straight line a bit, which is going like thinner and thinner. And then we have this kind of a, you know, the bulge of the lip itself, like this. And here again we will have this kind of a straight line. You will notice that if you look lips from up close, you will notice that more or less in some people. That's why we are pushing a little bit here and we're making this. But those are details. I mean, the most important thing is to make the overall shape nice of the skull, of the head, around the cheekbones, to make sure you have a skull below. You see, we have a skull now below it. It's not a skullless, we may say. Although our guy is with not so full lips, and he looks a little bit with thin lips and stuff, but still he doesn't look super bad. Maybe his eyes should be a little bit bigger and a little bit further apart, and probably it will be fine. So I'm making them further apart. Symmetrize we don't want now. I will go and move this a bit sideways, and still, I mean, the other one is mirrored, so it will move with it, whatever it has to go. Yeah. Let's see 3/4. Okay, it's not exactly the same as we can see. Probably the nose could go a bit forward. Not so much backward that I do it. I usually do it a lot backwards. But this is my style. So different styles. What else? Those can be sharper. So I'll sharpen them with some pinch brush. Then here we will have this kind of thing on the nose. So the nostrils, as you see, they don't just end here. They continue inward like a little bit. And I did them the same. So be careful with the nostrils, be careful with the overall nose, because it's not that simple. That's what I will say. It's not that simple. The nose, many people are also underestimating the ears and the nose also. The nose is not to be underestimated. You always have to overestimate the nose. Don't underestimate it. It will be bad for us all. Maybe my guy looks a little bit older, also because he doesn't have any hair. The guy in our concept is not having hair, but it has something like hairline and a little bit like he has a short haircut, very short. But our guy is mostly, without hair. So we'll see where this will take us. But I'm very glad we did this model. Maybe here I pushed it a little bit too much. I will make it a bit more, okay. This looks fine. Maybe this can be a little bit more vague in here. Not so pronounced, okay. Here I can make a little bit of a touch and then smooth it. And it's very, very slightly visible. Okay. Maybe we can make it more visible and then smooth it. When we have made something and then smooth it, it could be a little bit there, but not so much there. But it's kind of visible, so that's why I'm trying to do it, For the eyelids, we have to do a little bit more, because they are awkward. Yeah, 33 minutes, I think. For this, I made it kind of quick. But yeah, it's better for you, because you don't lose any time. But of course I suggest you pause the video, you do your own thing a little bit, then you turn on the video again, and you do it again with me. There are people, by the way, who can work with me even when I'm streaming, where I'm extremely fast. I'm doing a whole character for like an hour and a half in my stream, with legs and fingers and stuff like this. So yeah, there are people who can relatively follow, of course, not too much, but into an extent they can follow. Let's analyze a little bit the eyelids. They have to be thick, as I'm making them. I mean, see how thick they are, and it's a good idea to be thick. I mean, let me show you. So this is the thickness of the eyelid. It has to be consistent. The same thickness here, 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 and here. The same. And then it has to be pretty thick. And then we have to go down and back. So this plane is pointing down. It's pointing down and forward. It's not pointing only forward, but it's down and forward. So it's from the side view, it will be upper eyelid, eye, lower eyelid, and it's pointing down, a little area pointing down, and then we'll have the fat here, which will point probably up. Most of the time this points up, so it points like this, and then we'll have the other kind of things, and the eye will be like this. Okay, so yeah, and the upper eyelid, as I told you, crease above it, and then some thickness, it depends on your model, and then again thickness pretty big, similar or the same in all over, close to the eye. I mean, from the eye to the end of the eyelid, like this, to the corner of the eyelid, I mean, this corner, if we can say, this thickness on the top and the bottom has to be same. You see, mine is not, here is a little bit thicker, so I will just pull this and push this. But overall, I want very thick eyelids. Why? Maybe the lower shouldn't be as thick that I make it, maybe a little bit thinner. Why so thick? Because this way they will kind of throw shadow, which is a good thing. To throw a little bit of a shadow over the model. If we put the shadow on, for example, and there will be a shadow, a big shadow, which it's just how we made it, and the sculptors also made it like this, the traditional ones, I mean. So I think it's a good idea to do it. If you don't do it, it's okay. For the ear, I think we have made the ear pretty well, but this particular thingy here, it's not that sharp. In many people, it's not that sharp. It's just a little bit visible like this. Here we'll make it as the concept goes. And of course, it's not a concept, it's a 3D model, but I'm calling it a concept because I'm working from it. I'm learning from it. I am just, you know, trying to repeat it a little bit. And for me, it's a concept. I'm treating it as a concept. And don't worry if you don't achieve likeness to the concept like I did. I didn't achieve the likeness with the concept. This is what I'm saying. My model is not looking like the concept at all. Why? There are certain things probably around the eyes. Maybe he has a little bit more of a fat pads here above the eye. Maybe some of the proportions are a little bit wrong in my model. Maybe, I'm not sure. Also, we are seeing it from below a little bit like this. And the nose probably is not exactly the same. There could be a lot of things, but the idea is that we have something that looks nice, and that's the main thing. That's the main idea. To kind of understand some forms, to try to memorize some forms, to put them in use later, to have them in our memory bank. I can inflate even here a little bit. Yeah, when I inflate, he becomes instantly younger. Insta younger. Okay, I can push here the corners like this. But we don't have to make it complete the same. The idea is to just make an hour exercise, and our exercise is pretty cool. And our next head, most likely, no, we can of course always make some eyebrows, which in this case will be something like this. This will be our eyebrows. And with eyebrows he looks a little bit better. And if we kind of make a hairline, he will look even more like the concept. But we don't completely need that. We can even go here and with some blackness, just to do this. Not that we need it. And the eyebrows. Now it's just a question of putting detail on our model at some point. The thing is that, do we have to? It depends. If you want to, of course, if you feel like a pleasure of putting details. My idea is to teach you the main forms, and the details are not as important in my opinion. They are easy to put, they just require time. The most important thing is the base. If you don't have the base, you don't have anything. You're just ruined. But, you know, opinions. Everybody has one. They're like assholes. Everybody has one. Alright, this looks pretty nice as a head. And the next one, maybe the ears shouldn't be that elfish. Although if we want to make an elf, of course, they can be elfish. But in our case, we are not making elf yet. It's easy to make an elf, by the way. With elf ears, I mean. It's not very hard. So this is cool. I kind of dig it. Maybe the nose is a little bit too long, but it looks really fine. So we will leave it like this. And we continue on the next one, which will be more realistic probably. And then maybe we can try to do some female heads. And then we should do some feedback and we will end this course most likely. So stay tuned, we will return. Okay guys, we're here again now. We are done with this head from Asel Kozureva, I'm not sure. But let's name it. What is this? These are the eyes. So, eyes. But yeah, I will connect them probably with the head. So I will just do this, Control J to connect them. And they will be called Asel Kozureva 01. Because this is our first head and from this artist. And probably we will do another one, we'll see. But this is our first head, which is cool. Now, sphere we add. And now we will try to do this head. Which, by the way, this is from the guy called Aaron Hernandez from ArtStation. This guy. So, he has very few followers. But his last work is called Jarl Portrait or whatever. So I don't know if he, because he doesn't say in the description, if he took this from as a scan or something. I'm not sure. Probably. I will not say it's not a scan or scan, but I would say it's a scan. Most likely it's a scan. It looks like a scan, but it looks very cool. So we will try to replicate it a little bit. First, let's diagnose it and then we'll replicate it. Let me just put my screencast keys because everybody wants the keys to be on the screen. So let's analyze a little bit what is happening here. First, of course, okay, now the nose is, you see, it's not symmetrical, which is normal. Never the real face is never symmetrical. So this seems like a scan. Also, the mouth is not exactly symmetrical on the corners. There are asymmetrical things that are pretty realistic, and it looks like it's not made from an artist because it's difficult. And also, most artists, especially for the nose, they put some stylization, a little bit of the nose, and this nose looks pretty realistic. So I would say it's a real scan. It's a scan. Okay, so let's see. These are the cheekbones here. Cheekbone in the other side. And then those muscles here. And then we're going to this bulges around the mouth. And overall, what's happening is this. Like this. So if we achieve this kind of result, it will be fine. But also, we have a cut in here. Like this, because this is kind of a fat pad in here. So it's from here around this area. So this bulge is also from this fat pad. And then we have these bulges around the mouth. They are visible in here, bulge around the mouth. All right, so the nose is pretty nice, but also it's kind of going inside. The nostril is going inside the face again, because from the bottom the base of the nose will be like this. And then the nose will be something like that. And the nostrils will be here on the sides. Okay. Let's see the eyebrows. They're very interesting because you see they're like this, and here we have something like that. So this is kind of the temporal line is barely visible in this guy, but it's there. And then we have the eyebrow ridges. We have this kind of a bulges here on the inner part, those two bulges, and then we have the eyebrow like this, and then the eye starts from below, and we have this kind of fat pads around or above the eyes, on the sides only. On the inner part here, it's mostly bone in here. That's why it's so dark, because it's like very much inward. So the eyes, you see the bottom eyelid, but it's not so cut in here because it's not realistic to be super cut. So it's kind of a fluid transition, and it's very cool. And the lips, of course, M shape on the top, and between the lips it's a little bit like M shape, but not too much. It's okay. And you also can see how on the sides of the lower lip, let me just hide everything. Let me try to zoom it in just for our convenience. Okay, so on the sides of the lower lip, you see here, it's like the lower lip, and it's going straight down like this, almost. But suddenly, around the middle, it starts to kind of dig in. That's where this deep shadow is, this. And then it's kind of blends with the rest. But also, of course, we are doing kind of a sharpening here, usually when you do it. And then we're doing this sharp line inside to make this plane, and then this plane in here. And he has it, but it's very, very subtle. You see this shadow in here represents exactly this kind of a push a little bit in here. So this is the end of the lower lip, but this is a push in here. And then we have a little bit like this. So you see, in the normal, realistic human, all those things are a little bit more subtle. But even if you do them a little bit more hardcore, it will kind of look good. And also from the front view, you see this particular thing is here. Usually, from around the corner of the mouth down and away, is the eye socket. The bottom of the eye socket will be here. And then from here we will see another line that's coming like this. But of course in this area it's almost invisible, this kind of line. And then you start to see it here, but it's not sharp. It's just change of shape. It's not sudden change of shape, it's a little change of shape. And also we see this line around the nostrils in here. And this is a little bit bulging in here because it's a fat pad. It's bulging. But the line itself is not a line. It's just a change of shape. It's a little shadow in here. So that makes us think that we have to be careful with those lines. We have to not make them super sharp. And where is the sharpness here on the face? So around the eyelids, we have a lot of sharp corners. And also on the lips, we have pretty sharp upper lip and pretty sharp transition between the two lips, which is normal because they are two different objects most likely. And also sharp this area here. Just the middle part of the lower lip is pretty sharp. And also the jaw is very nice because we have, you know, the cheek fat here, then we have a little bit indentation, and then we have this muscle here, which is the chewing muscle. It's here. And then we have straight line, the chin, and then basically straight line, and then we have straight line here. So we have straight line, straight line, straight, straight, and then straight in here. It's very, very cool. So let's try to do it, by the way. It's cool. We just analyzed it a little bit, and hopefully I wasn't hiding most of the things that I'm showing with my big head. I didn't, so if I did, but yeah. Okay, now let's show everything like this. Let's turn our symmetry on. I've turned it on already. I'm fast to turn it on. Matte cap, I like to use in Blender, I like to use this matte cap. which is the default one, not Studio Light, because it's more like bleh, and Matcap is better. Now I just, do this and try to make just a basic shape of the head, which I know. Because here, the thing is that we have only face and forehead, but we don't have the rest of the head, which is not a concern because we already know how it looks like. And even if we don't know, even if we don't exactly have the idea, we have a lot of references in this same file, so we can go up to the skull references, for example, try to replicate a male skull, and then when we are ready with the overall shape of the head, we can go back to the face, to this face, and to do it. Amazing, I know. Now, let's make the sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is the neck muscle. Always do this. And then from the back, I will increase the size of the traps. And then I will decrease the size of the neck. I don't want this neck to be ultra huge, but we'll see. It's not... Nothing is written in stone. Let's make sure our jaw is a little bit more protruding. He has a big jaw. Also, let's make this, the chin, a bit more squarish, because his chin is pretty squarish, we might say. It's like a flat plane, almost, and then kind of a two lines going outward, and that's what it makes it look good. So next, I can just make this, and just smooth it a bit, but the idea is just to see what's happening. But don't forget that this is a three-dimensional figure, so you have to also cut around this area here, and then make also the eyes. Just push to make the eyes. And then I will push to make the forehead above the eyebrows. The eyebrows, we shouldn't make them like this. It's too much. So gentle, then we might need to even make them narrower, closer to each other, because as you can see, where the eyebrow ends, the face continues, because it continues backwards, as you can see in my face also. This face is photographed or just shot without, almost without any perspective. That's why it seems so wide. But our face has a lot of perspective, so it's not so wide, but I will make it a bit wider on the back. Make sure your focal length is no less than 80, 85, because otherwise you will mess up the head very, very badly. And even I see people who are making very nice realistic things, they are making the focal length, because the focal length exists here in Blender, also in ZBrush, the focal length they're making 120. Then you will have very less perspective, and you can zoom in on the face very much without any distortion. The distortion is the problem with the lower focal length, the lower than 80. So again, I will make a mask and then just extract some ears from it. And we have ears. Okay, from the side view, I will make sure those ears are going backwards, because from the middle of the skull back they go. At least that's the idea here. And let's see. Okay, I think we are doing pretty good. Now, let's increase the size of the neck, so we have a longer neck, we'll see. And the ears, we don't care about them now. We have ears, which is the most important thing. And now we can see how he looks from the profile view. So the profile view is like this. In this shot, he is a little bit tilted down. That's why his forehead angle is not so much backward like a real man. I mean, aerodynamical, but it's a little bit more like a woman. But because he's tilted a little bit down, and you see how the nose doesn't go with the bottom of the ear, because he's down. So the nose goes a little bit below the bottom of but our guy here will be straight, so our head or forehead angle will be a little bit steeper than the reference. And of course you can make it exactly as the reference. You just have to put the ear a little bit more up, and everything else should be like the reference. And also he's tilted down because also his jaw is in a very steep angle too. I mean, this kind of jaw going so much down is usually reserved for females if they are looking straight into the camera. But if he is a little bit like tilted down the head, then the jaw can go with this angle without any issue. You know, those things we have to consider at some point. But of course, if you want, you can make it absolutely like the concept and it will be fine. It will be just tilted a little bit down. But I'm not sure how tilted down is this. I think it is tilted down too. But it's also tilted on one side. Yeah, I know, a lot of tilted things here on this character, yeah. But it's a very good reference, and I assure you that if you are watching this reference and trying to replicate it, you probably will get a good result. For example, you see from the profile view, we see the eyebrow here, at the eyebrow line, and I will just push above it, because you see you have this dimple in here. And if we make this, our forehead will start to look more realistic immediately. Then muzzle of the mouth we have to make, kind of, and then we have to have a chin, because you see his chin is pretty prominent, so I will push only in the front area, mostly in the front area, and we will have something like a chin, which is great. But the chin should be a little bit bigger, although maybe I need more geometry, but not now. I will just increase the size of the nose a bit, the nostril size, and you see the top size of the nose is very, very narrow. It's very tiny there. So I will try to replicate that a little bit. And this is realistic. I mean, scan, so yeah. We can see from scans, you are learning the most. Although, the problem with scans is they're very specific. This guy has these features. They're not all around the features. On this guy, there are mostly nice features. I mean, the features that you want in your superhero model or something. But there are guys, like, for example, like me and stuff, who doesn't have, like, nice, you know, square jaw, and some other features are a little bit off. That's why we have to be careful with the scans. It's not always the best tool, but it's usually. So now what I will do is I will push all the features a little bit more in. I don't want to go, because you see how from the eye, if we go down from the eye, you see the corner of the mouth is there. So from the eye down, the corner of the mouth should be here. Of course, as I said, he's tilted a little bit forward, so but we'll see how it will go. Now let's add a little bit of geometry, at least double or triple, then smooth it, because we already have our main features and we are about to continue with the other features. Now, I will make sure I inflate the front of the nose and then smooth it, because we need more geometry in there and to have it. And then I will make sure I kind of make the nose work. So his nose, as we can see, is not going forward like ours. His nose is going kind of down, mostly down, not so forward. So I will make it's his nose is kind of a thick, but it looks good, it looks realistic, so I will just do it. I'll just try to replicate it. The distance between the nose and the upper lip is, in this case, is absolutely vertical, but since he's again tilted the head down, it in our case could be a little bit not so vertical. Of course, as I told you, I am trying the most difficult thing to imagine how he will look if it's not tilted. But of course we can tilt the picture itself. I'm not sure how it was done, but let's see. Not with control, probably, yeah, with control. So this probably will more like it. This will be more like it. But still, yeah, this will be better. But this will be better for this. But for this, for the front view, it will not be better. Definitely it will not be. But as we see, I have my cheekbones. We have this kind of a shadow here, which means below the cheekbones he has this chewing muscle. And then he have kind of a in the indentation, or yeah, something like push, depression, just in front of those muscles. And it will work. it will work when we are careful with our reference, seeing the shadows where they are, because this particular head has very nice shadows, and it's very nice indication where are the depressions and where are the, you know, the bumps. It will be fine. So the thing I like to do is above the ear I will push, and then here I will just keep pushing a bit over the eyebrow, and then here will be our temporal line, which in this case it's not very prominent, so I will just do it and then smooth it, but it has to be there. It's a kind of a plane change there, so if we don't do it, probably will be bad. We will have a bad day. But overall, you see how it looks a little bit more realistic, because we are watching a realistic, non-stylized character. We are watching a real character with real features, softer, and yeah, but realistic, which can be nice, can be cool. Of course, can be a little bit problematic for some people, because it could be a little bit more frustrating, probably, because it's too realistic. And in the beginning, I don't recommend super realistic faces. I recommend stylization, because you will understand forms better with stylization. But since we already talked about the forms with this guy, so control, and let's see the front here. I'm rotating with control and left mouse button. Now my eyes are getting a lot bigger than his, so we have to be careful. I will push and pull, so the lower eyelid doesn't go, this up below the lower eyelid doesn't go too deep. I don't want it to go too deep. So sometimes I have to go and just pull the skin and pull it out a little bit, because it's going too deep. That's why. And we don't want that, definitely. The upper eyelid I will make. And then this fat part, which is kind of ending here. And then here on the inner part of the eye, we'll have just a crease over the eye itself. And then with the move brush, or the grab brush in this case, I will just try to achieve the form of the eye that this guy has. Almost from the bottom, always half sphere, or not exactly half sphere, but spherical. Don't make it flat here. I mean flat like this. No, it shouldn't be flat at all. It should be kind of spherical, because if you want to fit an eyeball inside, it will be easier if it's spherical, of course. And then of course, if you put the eyeball, and the eyeball is the right size, not bigger, not smaller, the right size, then it will be easy to kind of fit the eyelashes or eyelids around it. But from the side view, I always like to push the lower eyelid a little bit behind the upper eyelid. So the upper eyelid should be visible from the bottom if we look, and the lower eyelid should be a little bit more behind it, like this. Behind. Yeah. Amazing. Now, his eyebrows are falling down over the eyes, which looks very cool and very manly. If you're doing a female, you shouldn't do this exact thing, but in a male, it looks pretty cool. That's why we're doing it. And this is a very cool practice, by the way, to do this particular guy and to try to achieve his eyebrows and his forehead, because it's very, very cool. Of course, on the forehead, we see very subtle this. We see very subtle this design, like this. Very subtle, we see here this. And, you know, this pushes here. This is kind of... there. By the way, if you don't notice, there are two bumps in here. You see? 1 and 2. But they are very subtly... I mean, it's almost invisible, this distance between those two. It's shading, but it's a little shading in here we see, which is indicating this. It's very subtle. So don't make it too obvious. Make a little bit of subtlety there. Make it visible. It's there, but very subtle. So yeah, it's important, very important to be subtle, because if you're not, you're ruined. You're, you know, basically. No. Now, those things I will push And then from the side view, yes, we have this kind of a round shape in here. And yeah, it's looking good. Now, let's see the ears, how they go. From the side view especially, we will see them. Okay, so we have the question. We have the Y shape inside, but the Y shape is a little bit not so Y. But we'll see. Now, let's push this inner part of the question mark. The beginning of the question mark, we might say. Let's push the corners of the question mark, the inner corner. And until here it disappears, until this area here. It's like this and then disappear. You see, it's here, disappears. And, okay, doesn't matter for us. Now the Y, it will go like this. The question mark will go in and the Y will go above it. But it's, you know, have to be careful. Now the ear hole will be around here. And basically we have it. Of course, let's see it from here. Looks very cool because it's a realistic ear, and I am positive that this is a scan. So the guy hasn't mentioned that it's a scan, but seeing his other works, he has only 2 more figures and he has some environments. So he is mostly rendering and grooming and doing such stuff, but with scans. He's working with scans. So it's not so impressive, the things that he do, although probably some of the things that he do, I cannot do. But he probably cannot sculpt a real and nice looking character by himself, which is not a big issue, obviously, because he can find some scans. So I'll push the ears even more in. Alright, and now I will check the chin, I mean make the chin a little bit narrower. And now, what are we noticing? Yeah, the ears are too much in this part, so I'll fix it a bit. But it doesn't matter. What we notice is, you see, almost a straight line here, almost a straight line here, but going a little bit in. As you can see, they're not parallel vertical lines. They're going a little bit in. Not so much as this, but a little bit. And then here, curve, and then straight line. Curve, straight line, and then curve, straight line, but a little bit even like this. And this is the shape of the male face, especially the heroic face, with the square jaw. Here we will have sometimes visible the chewing muscle, a little bit indentation for that. We'll have this, and then disappears, because this is the corners. I mean, if you touch it here, it will be your eye socket. Then we'll have this from the top of the nostril down and outward, but very, very tiny. I mean, don't make it too big. And then we'll have the mouth at some point. We'll have to make the mouth at some point. But for 26 minutes, I think this looks pretty cool. Of course, we are not in some kind of a racing here. Who will make it for faster or something? But yeah, I'm trying to be a little bit faster than not. Now, what I will try to do is do this kind of bulges. So the one bulge will go from here, the other bulge will go on the corner of the mouth. Those 2 bulges, I'm making them a little bit more, and then I'm smoothing them. And they kind of stay there, and then I will kind of go and make those muscles that are making us smile here. Push this area a little bit in, push this area a little bit, and you see we have a very nice kind of a place around the mouth. Here I will push or pull just with a grab brush, and of course we need a mouth. Now the mouth, see, the corners of the mouth are very much pushed in because the mouth is kind of round shape here. So I will push the corners and then make the mouth. You see, when we push the corners of the mouth in, it's very nice because they're finding their space. Now I will make the marionette line, which is from the corner of the mouth down a little bit, and then smooth it, because I don't need exactly a marionette line there, but I need this space to be a little bit more in, and then we have this. You see, it's kind of, let me show you again. So this, and then from here we have this bulge around the mouth, this bulge. And then we have this, which is coming here, and it's making this shadow here and this shadow here, which is this kind of line. Of course, again, I'm emphasizing, don't make them too obvious. In the beginning, you can sculpt them very obvious and then smooth them. So they are there, they're making the shadows, making the forms, but not kind of visibly there, you know, with the sharp lines and stuff like this. So careful, slide, push, pull, and do the stuff. Now, upper lip, M shape, push for the bottom lip, and here on the sides I will pinch, because you see how it's very much thin on the sides. And his lower lip, let's make it like this, and smooth on the sides. Of course, what I like to do always is push the distance between the lips a bit more in, just with a normal grab brush. I can do it, or move brush. And then we'll see. But he doesn't look exactly like the concept still, like the scan. And he probably will not look, because I will not do the asymmetry on the face. So the asymmetry on the face is a theme of another course. It's not about here. We are not doing likenesses here. We're not doing realistic, perfectly realistic faces. We are learning how to do basic shapes of the head, which is the most important thing. And without it, you cannot do a proper face. You even, without the knowledge in this course of the shape of the faces, you will not be able to even properly do scans, you know? You will not properly be able to fix scans, for example, if you have to. So, yeah, it's pivotal finding a job in a game studio, even fixing scans or something, to know face anatomy. Without it, they will not even give you scans to fix, because scans are very, sensitive. You cannot change too much things, and you have to know what to touch and what not to touch, and where to fix, where to smooth, where not to smooth. You have to be very, very careful with the scans. That's why people who are working with scans are very good artists usually. It's not everybody can work on scans, you know. There are scans already in the industry, anybody can go there and work. No, it's not like that. Nobody wants their scans to be messed up and given to somebody that doesn't know anatomy and will just make them much worse than even a good sculpt, you know? Because, yeah, the scans can be worse than a good sculpt if handled incorrectly. In our case, this is looking relatively good. I would say it's fine for the time being. I think I explained a lot of things. Let's see this position here. You see, from the ear down, we don't have this kind of a cut, like this. It's not like super cut like this, because there are a lot of tissues here, and it's kind of soft. But the big transition will be seen from the front because of the muscle and everything. And from here, you kind of see it like cool. But of course, if it is a stylized character, you have to cut it there, most likely. So stylization is a little bit different thing. I will lift his ears, push them a bit, then push this area, smooth this. But this, as I said, is maybe one of the best exercises, because we are seeing a real human, and we can see, of course, we will not underestimate the other exercises where we will work from arts of other artists and try to replicate their work a little bit. just to learn. We will not be able to replicate it fully probably, especially in this amount of time. And especially, you know, working and making likeness is not easy at all. But, you know, so let's analyze a little bit the eyes here. So for the eyes, let me add a little bit more detail. All right, now smooth. And for the eyes, so the eyeball, the bottom eyeball, the bottom eyelid, the bottom eyeball, the bottom eyelid will go like a round shape. It will be a round shape. And then the eyelid, the eyeball will be inside, of course. And below it, we'll have a kind of indentation. But the eyelid itself can be a little bit inflated. And then smooth it. Don't make it too sharp here if it's not a stylized character. If it's a stylized, you can make it sharper. But if it's not, it depends on your reference, of course. You have to see which things are sharp, which things are not sharp. And in this case, this below the eyes is kind of in. It has shadow, but it's not super sharp. And then this area here, is a no man's land. But what is there? What is filling the area of the eye socket in this area here? Because this is the eye socket. This is the inner part of the eye socket. What is there? There are 2 or 3 fat pads, which are like this. So fat pad number 1, fat pad number 2, and number 3. I'm not sure how many exactly are there, but they're there. But in most people which are younger, they're not super visible. They're kind of making a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a bump in there. In here, it's not exactly a bump. It's even just a planar line or whatever we can call it. It's not a bump, even. But it's there. When we grow older, then they start to sag, and then it becomes ugly. But normal. It's normal to be ugly. Now here I will just, I will just drag a little bit to achieve this shadow. Shadow on the wall. Okay. And all those things that we're doing are connectingly making the character a little bit better each time we're referring to the reference and we are trying to do something like the reference. Of course, this is only if we have made the right decisions in the beginning to make the very much best possible main shapes. If you don't have the main shapes right, most likely then whatever you try to do, it will become futile. I'm not sure how it's called, but it's not good. So be careful about that. Futile. Okay, so our head is kind of, yeah, it's kind of fine already. I think we have it pretty well. Let's look at the ear from up close a bit and how to do it. So I see that this question mark shape, if you touch yourself also or look yourself in the mirror, you will see that you can push your finger here inside. So it's kind of hollow inside, hollow. He is hollow as I go, my shoot my flesh and bone, there's no soul, he seemed no long. Yeah, I'm singing a little bit. Sometimes when I say hollow, every time I'm thinking about the Pantera song, Hollow, of the band Pantera, if somebody know it. But it's one of my favorite bands, and it's a kind of a thrash metal band, like Slayer. But it's very cool. So if you want to be a good artist, and if you want to do tutorials and make living with the tutorials, you have to listen to Pantera. That's a fact. That's definitely a fact. So be careful and just do it. Just do it. Alright, this guy looks cool. I'm always pushing a little bit in the inner point of the ear because I like to not see it from the front view. Now it's a little bit visible, which I'm not completely a fan of, because even in this, without almost any perspective, it's almost visible, but it's not as visible as ours. So, you know, we have to be careful. Also, the ears should not be like this, like wavy. They have to be kind of a straight, not straight, but curvy lines, but not jagged curves, you know. So that's also one thing that we have to be aware of. I'm inflating here, and overall we always check the bottom of the nose and the eyes, the ears, because many people I see are making these ears like down like this, and it looks odd, but you don't know what it is. The ears are too low. You have to make them a little bit higher. That's sometimes can be an issue. All right, I think we are pretty well. It's not exactly looking like our guy, but I think it was a very, very good exercise. I will just push a little bit. You see how around the nostrils you don't push too much on the top part of the nostril. You just push a little bit and then smooth it. Don't overdo the nostrils. Don't do too much the nostrils. I even did it a little bit too much. I will push them in, and then the top part I will push it out. Never do this, the top part of the nostrils, to go too much in. It depends on the character, but most of the time it shouldn't be the case. So check your models and fix the nostrils. Overall, good job, guys. If your model from the 3/4 view doesn't have this kind of a cheekbones, you're okay. If it has, just push them in. Alright, this is a model, let's call it Aaron, what is this guy called again? Aaron Hernandez. Okay, since I got this image from his art station, I will call this head Aaron Hernandez. If you write Aaron Hernandez in art station, he will, it has to be as. He doesn't came out. Why? Because he has written his name with the Spanish, some of the, you know, the O has this thing over it and the A has this thing over it, which if I write it in normal English letters, it doesn't recognize it, which is not good. I mean, probably if he wants to be more recognizable, he has to write it just in English, you know. He's from Mexico, from Baja California, Mexico. Okay, now this head is relatively fine. The next video, we should try to make a female head and see what exactly is the difference, maybe, between female and male head. Because there are differences, and we have to analyze them and then make a female head, for example. But we will analyze some differences and we'll see. So, see you then. So guys, I think of something interesting. So let's do this. Now, let's try to turn this head into a female head. It will be very cool. Exercise. And I will, when I'm doing this, I will tell you what are the differences between female and male head, and we will see if we will be able to make it. I'm not sure I will be, but we'll try it. Just Shift D to duplicate it. So Aaron Hernandez, we will write here female, which is female, and we will hide one of the heads, and we will start. So first difference, very important, is the thinner neck. As you can see, the neck is much thinner than the jaw, and then longer neck also, and very much those the neck also from the side view will be much thinner, especially from the back. So from the back, very much thinner neck, and you will see how the head is kind of bumping. The back part of the head is much more pronounced and bumping, which is normal. And see, he's looking already more feminine with this thinner neck. Of course, no Adam apple, kind of. It can have a little bit of a bumping here between the sternocleidomastoid muscles, but it's not too much. Also, the traps are kind of going very much slightly like this, and also the overall neck doesn't have such big musculature, and those muscles are very flat. In the female, the muscles are not so pronounced. They're pronounced, let's see, they could be pronounced a little bit here in the middle, but yeah, let's see here. Yeah, you can make a little bit of a, you know, two things and a bump between them. Not bump, but dimple, or just indentation between those two things, and you should be kind of fine to make a girl, you know, like this also. Yeah, so this is one of the things. So the square jaw can be on a male or female. There are very beautiful women with square jaws, but the overall chin, you see the chin here of this girl is enormously smaller. Of course, it should be smaller, and we'll see. Okay, you see, now it's much more feminine. Of course, we can make it not so manly. I will smooth it out a bit, and now the chin is looking more feminine. Usually, what I do is I push the chin back on a female. I push it back. So, what my goal is to make, let me show you, nose, lips, chin, kind of going backward line. Now it's not exactly good, but we will get to there. Now, what else? What else we want to do? Not too much temporal lines and those things, I will just flatten them out. And this front part here, I'll flatten it out. We need to have a forehead kind of pronounced. I mean, to have this kind of two parts here on the forehead, but without any temporal lines showing, or at least not too much. As you can see here, there can be kind of there, but they're not there. I mean, you see, here it's very, very smooth around these areas here. Not so many temporal lines. Here, absolutely smooth, because this is a stylized thing. Here, smooth, very smooth, and not a bump here, but very smooth transition on the eyebrows. So let's do this. Smooth transition on the eyebrow. Now, he is starting to look pretty awkward because he has kind of a feminine forehead. Although, yeah, he has a feminine forehead because it's also like forward. It's not backward like a male. It's more forward. But still, his face features are still kind of, and also the neck is kind of feminine and long and gracious. But his face features are still male. So, what to do? Let's dial down a little bit the jaw. Let's increase the size of the upper lip. Most of the time when we do a beautiful woman and stuff, we want kind of a nice big lips. This is not always the case, but mostly we need big lips. So the bottom lip, the top lip, and also the lip will be a little bit more full, the upper lip. Okay? It's not still femalish, but it's getting there. So the features of the face here, you see how they are much softer. So now I will smooth the features, and then I will make the cheekbone more pronounced. And it's not the bone, this is cheek fat. The cheek fat here of the female is mostly a little bit more, you know. That's why I'm doing it like this. And what is left is the nose is a little bit too rough for a male, so I will make the nostrils a bit smaller and the nose itself a little bit smaller and the front part also smaller, and smooth this kind of a bony area here. Everything in this area should be smoother in a female, and it's starting to look a little bit like a female, but not too much. So we need more work. The best thing we have to go is the eyes. Let's try to make them a bit better. And also the chin is still a little bit wide. Let's see here. You see the chin, how kind of a narrow it is. So let's make it even narrower. The mouth smaller. Maybe the jaw itself, the bottom jaw itself will make it a bit smaller. And on the sides, the angle will be steeper. And we need to make it a bit smaller, the neck also. It's looking very awkward now, because probably the nose from the side view, we have to push it a bit and make it kind of going up like this. But it's not super necessary. This is not exactly a big, you know, a big deal. Maybe it will not be the best looking female, but whatever. So, what else? I will push the whole thing of the whole mouth area with the nose a little bit forward. And we'll see how it will do. A little bit more pointy nose. And the mouth, I will push it up a bit. And maybe the upper lip should be more forward pronounced like this. Yes, this definitely is making it look better. But overall, in the beginning, the most important things are thin neck, thinner neck. Of course, here I will make it even thinner. The muscles of the neck not so pronounced, very much flatter muscles. I will leave the square jaw for now, because this girl has a square jaw and she looks pretty awesome. But overall, it's starting to look like a girl. Of course, here the eyes, they are a little bit, you know, on the male, never do cat eyes. But on the female, just push the corners of the eyes a little bit more up. And then, here, make sure those eyes are not going over the eyelids. Like I told you, don't do this on the female. Just make sure you have more space here. But overall, make sure you have this this kind of fat pad going above the eyelid. And then let's do a little bit of a, you know, eyebrow, like the girl in the picture. And always use references. You can use a couple of references, but never stay without reference. Reference is always a good thing and always a must. Now it's starting to look like a female, but there is more to want. Okay, I will inflate the lips so they kind of connect a little bit. Maybe the upper lip, I will kind of dig a little bit above the upper lip, but not too much. This is very subtle. This is very subtle change of plane and lightness. So if you do it too much, it will be a disaster. So if you do it a little bit, it will be more realistic. If you do it too much, disaster. So be careful with that. Then we can smooth a bit. And we have to be very careful about this. So now we're having some kind of a line in here, which we don't ever want to have. So what I will do is I will add some meat around here and then smooth it, just to cut this line. I don't want this line. And now it's looking better. Better. And probably, you know, a little bit, maybe I will add here some meat. Overall, we need to have this kind of line which finishes around this area and smooth everything. And we will be completely fine. So now, what I notice, my eyes are too high, most likely. So I will just pull them down. I don't need them that high. And the nose was very, very long, which we don't particularly want. Also, on the women, the eyes are usually not so deep inside the skull. Especially because of the eyebrows are more soft in here, so they're not so pronounced in forward. That's why the eyes, they kind of are a little bit more outward. So, yeah, from the bottom, it's like this. They don't need so much protection because they are not hunters. In the time that we were created and over like thousands, maybe hundreds and thousands of years, men were hunters and women were taking care of the children at home. So men has to be more resilient They have thicker skin, they have more muscles and everything because they go to hunt and to, you know, to make sure they have the everything for the dinner. They're making, I mean, the female are making the dinner, they're cooking it, but the men are finding it. You see the neck, pretty much parallel lines to each other. It's not, let me show you, it's not something like, many people are doing like this, which is wrong. Don't do this. Make it like parallel lines. Even, it will be better if they are like a little bit curved parallel lines, but we'll see. Let's see if we have something like this as a reference. Yes, you see, pretty parallel lines. And the jawline of the female, I always stylize it a bit, so it's more sharp, and then smooth it a bit. But the idea is that I need it to be more kind of straight, because then it's looking better, I think. Maybe the chin shouldn't be that thin, but still, you know, there are a lot of things you have to consider, but mostly it's looking, it started to look like a female. Although I have to push a little bit more the upper eyelid here, because it's too pronounced. It shouldn't go too much forward, or it will look manly. And it's not a big issue if some manly features are on a female, but you have to be very careful with that, because most of the time there will be not just some manly features, but at some point it will look more like a man than a female. Now you see, it's looking like a male, like a female, but it's not. Yeah, it's kind of okay. I mean, this is what we can do, and this is what we did. Next, we will try to sculpt a female from scratch, from some of our references. For example, we will use this one, or we will use this one. I like very much, but it's not super cool. It's visible from the side, so it's fine. But overall, what we have is very soft features, small chin, thin neck, much thinner than the kind of a big male, you know. And also on the eyes, around the eyes, you see, you still have this dimple here. Let me show you, if I can catch it with the Epic Pen. Epic Pen is the app I'm using to draw. Sometimes it doesn't want to draw over the pure ref. So this is the forehead, and then it has a dimple in here, and then it has the eyebrow line, but it's small. On the male it could be a bit, you know, a bit more, not too much more, especially, no, in some male, like villains or some over testosterone freaks like Hulk, for example, it's super huge, yes, but in female you have to be very, very careful. Also on the noses, they're pretty elegant and small and nice. Here the nostrils, they should be very tiny and cool. We have this, by the way, is the fat pad here that I'm talking about, this. And it's very, very important you do it. If you do it, and then the eyebrow is like this, and the fat pad is here, and here will be kind of more flat area, and you have the eyelashes, even a male can look like a female only with the proper eye, and around the eye area. The eyebrow here to be a little bit more in, and stuff like this. All those things can make even a male look femalish. Even only the eyes, you know. So it's pretty, pretty important. Okay, maybe the nose, I can kind of make it a bit not so pronounced, the nostrils, a little bit more baby-like. And this will make her look more feminine. And I can push the mouth a bit. Overall it looks fine, although the ears, I can push them a bit forward. They are too much backwards. And we are kind of done. We have a female. Of course, if you want to make it more femalish, you have to go to the paintbrush, and with black, I'm pressing Ctrl now to draw with black. We can make the eyelashes. If we put real eyelashes, it's better, of course. And then the eyebrows. And then the black area just here, what they are making with makeup, you know. And then only on the corner of the lower eyelid we can make black. Like this. And we kind of have a nice thing. We can make the eyes. Like the balls of the eyes. And then we can make, if it's black and white, we can just a little bit. And also here on the nose, we can just make sure on the ears also. And on the cheeks probably. It will be nice to have. Of course, if we put hair, eyelashes, all that jazz, it will be much more feminine. But even with a naked head, with a skin head, the female should look femalish if the features that you put are good enough. And I suggest you make them good enough. I already told you what you need to do. Maybe those shouldn't be that pronounced here. So I'll cut them a bit, but yeah. This could work. Now, okay, you see, this is Aaron Hernandez, but female-ish version. I made it just for 18 minutes. I made it from a male to female because I know what to put. Of course, it's not ultra female-ish yet. Because from a male, when you make it, it always stays a little bit of a male in there, you know. You have to work more and more and more to make it more femalish. But it's overall looking kind of cool. Let's see it next to the male and just compare them. Guy, male. Okay, male, female. You know, it looks... The chin, neck, shape of the head. By the way, in the female, since the jaw is overall narrower, the top part of the head can look a little bit wider. You know, in my case, when you look at me, you see how my top part of the head and the bottom part of the head kind of one line, kind of like this. You know, it's a little bit, you know, wider here around the cheek. It looks like, but it's not. The widest point should be around here, just in the back here. Just above the ear in this area is the widest point. And here the cheek are wide, but the widest point is here. So be careful not to make the cheeks wider than this. It's important. But whatever. So you see what else? The chin, of course, much narrower. Lips fuller. The nose, not so much like it's punched, you know, because this guy. And yeah, a little bit nicer, smoother nose. And those kind of this things here that the men have, and the temporal lines, smooth them, push them in, make them more round, overall round. Everything is round. Even in my case, if you look at me, it's not this thing is here, but it's not making a huge angle here. It's everything is round. Let's see from below. It's round. Even in the male is round, but in the female is more round. And the female head should be smaller, so I will make it smaller, just like this. So now, and shorter, because she's shorter. And now, she looks like his sister, for example. Because they have some similar features. Yeah, we cannot not do this. Smaller, lower jaw, you know. This lower jaw of this guy is pretty heroic and big. And in a female, it's smaller and, you know, nicer, you know, overall pretty cool. Maybe we can make even the nose, her nose, a little bit smaller, but yeah, I think we have established what is the difference between female and male, of course. And then in the next video we should make a female from scratch, just to exercise. This one is pretty good from the side view, and she also have a front view, so we can try to replicate it a little bit, but we will not try to do the same, you know. I have here references from different artists. Like this, for example, is very cool because you can see some of the shapes inside the face, and it's looking very nice. This is definitely not a scan. It's a stylized kind of model. It's very nice. Also, those are very cool. I cannot tell you the artists. There are so many, but I'm sure that you have seen some of them in ArtStation. What is this? Enter Galactic. Carmen Mavis Rules. Ah, this is from Mavis Rules, yeah. Mavis Rules is very good to the artist, but she is also, I don't know. I'm not sure that those are made from her. Those clay things. But they're very cool to learn stylized female anatomy. We can make the exercise like this also. If I don't forget, of course. Alright. So, I think it's time for us to go to the next video where we'll make a female head. Bye for now. So guys, our female head looks a little bit awkward. It's especially because of the eyes. The eyes are a little bit malish still. Yeah, and that's because they are not round. That's one of the reasons, is because they are not round. The other reasons is because we don't have a separate eyeballs. And why I'm not making the separate eyeballs, we will see. You will say, because I'm stupid. Let's just make the separate eyeballs and it will be better. I will push this inside. Then I will make what? Clear the mask. Make a sphere. Put it here. In position. Now, the problem will be that our separate eyeball will have issues. The eyeball will be around this size, most likely, even maybe smaller, but yeah, let's say this size will be nice. So I'll put it inside, put it up, and it will be about here, maybe a little bit more in. Okay, I think it's kind of fine. Let's add a little bit of subdivision surface. Let me think a little bit. Okay, subdivision surface twice, and then apply. And then I will connect it with this one. Okay, let's try. Control J. And then what I will do is in sculpt mode, I will press symmetrize. And it's symmetrized now. They are yellow eyes, but they will be white at some point. And this is a little bit better though. Around the eyelids, we didn't have particularly the crease above the eyelids, which makes them look a little bit odd. We should do that. And we are kind of okay. Maybe the eyes themselves should be a bit bigger, but the eyeballs, no. So the eyes can look big, but the eyeballs, not so much. So let me show you how big is actually the eyeball of this girl. Many people will think that the eyeball, what the, yes. So many people will think that the eyeball is around this size, which is not. It's not this size. It's from around here to around here. It's this big. So it's kind of this size. So smaller, basically smaller than the nose. It's around this size. So the eyeball, yeah, it's small, definitely. It's not something huge. Let me try to make it as a circle, if I can. No, I can't, because those circles, yeah, it should be around this size, the eyeball, which is smaller than the nose itself. You see? Amazing. Now, let's continue with our model. We will make an this girl or at least we will make a girl from scratch. Uh, would it be this girl? We will see. So we have female, we have male, we will disable them. Then we go and mesh, sphere, and we continue. Now, we start, as we start with the male, we make the chin area here, we squeeze the head, especially the front part, the back part also, by the way, because if you leave it too wide, it will be like an alien. So we have to be careful. I'm smoothing here to smash it a bit, smash it, and then from the side view, we always want to have this kind of a squarish shape, but as again, I will emphasize, don't make it too square. Just a little bit squarish, not so round, not super round. So now it's maybe a little bit too squarish, but we will see. Let's make a small neck. So I will pull down. I'm rotating to see from all angles what have I pulled, because sometimes if I pull down and I look only from one angle, it seems like, you know, it happens a little bit like a tooth with two necks, which is not exactly the right thing. Now, I will squeeze here, squeeze, and you know, you don't try to make it as female-ish in the beginning, you just try to make the right proportions. So, the skull in the back should be kind of small, not big and huge like this. It's smaller, you know, and the chin will be thin and nice, also small chin will make. And the neck will be long and thin. By the way, if you make the neck too thin and the head is relatively not stylized but realistic, it will be bad. If the head is stylized, the thin neck, it's not a big issue. But if it's realistic, it could be a problem. So make sure your neck is normal size. And never, again, I will tell you, never do the neck like this. You know, this is a turtleneck. I mean, the jaw is too big in here. You see, let's analyze a little bit this one. From the other side, we will see. And here it looks like her neck is too much forward, her jaw is too much forward. But if we take the neck, and the back part of the neck will be here, the skull will be around this area, like this. And here, you see where the neck attaches? Yeah, we have a little bit of a curve, of course, yes. But where the neck attaches is between the end of the jaw and the front part of the jaw. So this is around the middle point. So if your end of the jaw is this, I mean the jaw is this big, it should be, the neck should come to around here. And here like this. And remember that on the female, on the cartoon character, on baby character, this back part of the skull is very protruding. I mean, the neck is thin and this part is very protruding because, you see, on the skull, if this is the skull, for example, around the middle, around here is coming the spine. The spine is coming from here. And you see, the female doesn't have too much muscles here to make the backside thick. Only with very huge and very thick traps, the neck will be very thick. With the small traps and flat muscles of a normal female, this will be kind of a curve in here, pretty huge. So yeah, let's continue working on ours. So, no turtlenecks. No turtlenecks. I will push this in and push also this. So the back of the skull is pretty huge. It's not huge, but it's protruding a lot from the neck backwards, you know. Because many people are thinking that this should be more like this, and they're making the female like this, which is not exactly the case. Let me show you what I mean. You see here, it's protruding. It's not too much because she's not exactly in a profile view, but still it's protruding. Even in a male, it's kind of protruding backwards. And a female, in here we can see she's pointing forward, but if she was to be like straight up, this will be protruding even more. And you see how her head is like flat here, flat on the top, and flat on the back. It's like a squarish shape, not a round shape like this one. This round shape, I told you, is because when they scan, they put a net around the hair here, and the overall shape of the head becomes a little bit different. And if the guy doesn't know what he's doing exactly, if the guy hasn't made enough skulls and enough heads in his life, the head could end up like looking like this, like it's inflated in the back here. Because yeah, but if they scan a girl without hair, then it will be a nice scan. But they usually scan girls with hair, and that's why this happens. So let's continue with our model. Yeah, we spent a lot of time in the beginning, but the beginning is maybe the most important thing. You have to spend enough time here so your model will look good enough for the next stage, which is putting some detail, some primer detail. And make sure your model and your head is not super wide. You know, you see here, it's from this position, the length of the head, the height of the head is from here to here. Of course, she's a little bit like down, because you see the nose and the ears are starting a little bit above the nose line. That's why, that's because she's kind of tilted forward, the head. But other way, it's from here to here. So this is not all the way through here. It's kind of like this. We have it. Maybe it should be wider in here, yes. And then flat, 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 small chin, and it's like this. So length, width, the width is smaller than the length. Don't make it like round shape, you know. All right. And the eyes are kind of in the middle of the head. But that we will do. Now, the idea here is to make the forehead a bit smaller, because the forehead, many people are making it too wide and too angular for a female, and that is making a lot of problems. That's a lot of issues are coming out from this. So ears I'm making, and disabling the mask, continuing with the jaw. So I'm gonna look at her mostly from this angle, from this side, because my reference is from this side. So I should look at it from here to see what will happen. So we will have the separation here, and then eye sockets. But between the eyes, we'll have a little dimple, as you can see. Let's see it from the side. You see how it's a little dimple. And this is not a complete profile. Don't get me wrong. As you can see, you see the eyebrow. Then you can see where the middle line of the head will be. And then you see above the middle line of the head, which means this is not a profile view, a complete profile view. That's why it's very difficult for a female, especially beautiful female actresses or models, to find a complete profile view, because mostly the rule of photography is to never take complete profile. Take a profile with a little bit forward tilt, you know, a little bit of the face, a little bit more of the face will be visible. But this is because in photography they look better. For reference, they're okay, but we have to be a little bit careful. We don't have to rely on their being complete profile, because they're not. Most of the time they're not. It's rare that you can find a real complete profile. Now what I did is I did this cheekbone stuff that is going through the mouth, to the mouth, from the ears. So let me show you exactly what I mean. So if the ears are from here to here, this position, so from a little bit of a top part of the ear, we have this going through the mouth, which is kind of like this. Yes. And this is kind of a fat area. Of course, it's very blended with the rest, but it's a form there. You see, we have a form also here, and we always have the muzzle of the mouth. Kind of, you know, so those lines are coming through here, and then they're gradually going like this to go to the muzzle of the mouth. So the muzzle of the mouth is very important. If you don't kind of make it, it's there, but then smooth it with the rest, because it's a female. it will look awkward and not very much fun. So let's push it, the muzzle of the mouth, and then smooth it. Then push it, then smooth it, then push it from here because I want the nose also to be a little bit more visible. And the top of the nose, I will smash it because I want it to be thinner. Now the eyebrows I think are kind of okay. They are not protruding too much like this. For example, they are kind of going outward, so aerodynamical, yes. And the head itself, the forehead, I will push a little bit here. Again, I'm pushing a bit. I know it's a female, but still I'm pushing a little bit because I don't want this to be like this, you know. This shape that is in the beginning when we are making the model is not good. You have to fix your foreheads. Don't make them like they are from the sphere. I mean, the forehead should have its own forms, but we will get to that. I mean, for now, we have this. The muzzle of the mouth will be a little bit more forward because you see her upper lip, how it's like going forward a bit. But careful with that. It shouldn't be ultra forward. It shouldn't be like a duck lip. And also the distance between the end of the nose and the upper lip is very small in some female. Some very feminine females. This is if the female is very feminine. It's with a lot of estrogen hormone in the before birth. Yeah. If the fetus or the baby in the womb, if it's fed with enough or too much estrogen or low testosterone, even a female can be more feminine. And if it's a male, for some reason, it becomes gay. That's why gay most of the time is not by choice. You're not choosing to be gay or something most of the time. Most of the time it's, or transsexual or gay is a question of low testosterone levels in the womb. And from that, you have boys who have girls' brains and they are suffering a lot after birth. But these days, we're getting more and more tolerant towards them. So I think, yeah, and we are understanding that scientifically it's proven that this is the case. They are born this way. They are not made themselves this way. They are born this way. And this, by the way, mostly is starting to take an effect in the teenage years. Because then the hormones are starting to kick in and everything. Before that, you can see a normal boy or a normal girl. But then in the teenage years, something will happen. But the idea here is that this is a pretty feminine girl with very small distance between the nose and the upper lip. Okay, we have it. Now, let's dial down the resolution a lot. And then smooth it. Of course, I can symmetrize it also. And you will ask, but where is this symmetrize come from? Let me show you. The symmetrize is here on the top. Where is this butterfly icon? The little arrow. And then it's here on the bottom. How I get it on the screen so easily? Because you right click and add to quick favorites. In my case, it's remove because I already added. And with Q, you get your quick favorites and the symmetrize will be there if you add it. And you can add also other things if you wish to do so. So it's pretty cool. Symmetrize is cool. We have to do it especially in Blender. And now you see it looks like a female. Although the top part of the skull is a little bit too big, I will kind of dial it down a bit, especially on the sides. We want the top from the front to look like a roof of the house, not like a squarish thingy. That's why I'm doing this. I will flatten the sides a bit, flatten the fronts a bit, and yeah, basically we have it. Maybe I will dial it down a bit and then move this forward also a bit. The idea is that above the ears will be the top part of the skull most of the time, and from that point it will go back gradually. Now, let's see here, for example. You see above the ears is the top part of the skull, and then after that, this top part, it's going backwards and down. This is a real girl without hair, which is great because it's a great reference. This also is a real girl without hair, too much hair, but we cannot see too much from this. This is from below. We can see the muzzle of the mouth. You see, the mouth is never flat. It's always like very curved. Like you see, it's here. It's very curved. Even sometimes I'm doing it not so curved. So curved. Also the eyes. You see the shape of the eyes. This is a very good reference, and if you know what to look for, it will be very useful. Let's see here. On the top here is so even here it's right. On the top of the ears is the top part of the skull, and then it's going backwards and forwards from there. It's like, yeah. And they made it. But what I don't like here completely is this here. This kind of a specular shows that we have a little bit of an angle just above the eyebrow here, which for a girl is not looking very good. Maybe it's not like that. Maybe it looks like this specular is there, but it's really not exactly, the shape is not exactly what I imagine it is. But still, you know, I have to say there are issues with the skull. The face is amazing on that one, but issues with the skull. Now, let's make the mouth exactly like our concept. So I will push in this area and then push here on an angle a little bit. You see, it's on an angle. Okay, now it looks very bad, but let's make a little bit of a side of the nose here and the nostrils, and then we will see what we'll do from the front view, how big it should be, because now it could be too big. I don't know, we'll see. Now, the top lip, I will move with the move brush a bit up and this a bit down. Move this up and make sure we have the nose. It will go inside the face a bit, so never make the nose go outside of the face. You know, the nostrils have to go in. And then we will have our lips. Of course, now we don't have too much geometry, so I will just mark them where they should be. And the lower lip also. And just the distance between lower lip, this, and the chin. Between the lower lip and the chin. And the lower lip should be a little bit kind of a thicker, and yeah, but we don't have geometry now, so I will smooth the nose also. Probably in my case the nose is too long, or there is something wrong with the proportions, because now I see that this part here is a little bit small, or the top part of the skull is too big. So I will just shrink the top part of the skull, because I don't want it to be too big. Also, I will shrink the neck. I don't want the neck to be too huge. And when I shrink this, we have to shrink the whole head as well. You see, it's never, you know, sometimes you can hit it from the beginning, but most of the time you have to adjust from, with the big grab brush, you have to adjust your sculpt. And as you can see, the ears are starting from the middle of the skull around this area. They are tilted backwards. Make sure you check all those boxes in your model and it will be fine. The ears, okay. Then, what else? Then, the top part of the skull, where the skull is kind of going up, and then reaching the point. The top point is above the ears, which is check. We have it. Okay, now the eyes, I will move them a bit in. I don't know where the eyes will be yet exactly, but we will see. Now I will push this area. So, but be careful with the cheekbones. They should be a little bit more in. Except if you're making an Asian character. Some Asians have very protruded cheekbones. They are pretty much out. But yeah, we're not doing an Asian right now. So I will increase the resolution and then smooth. And now it should get better. Let's see the sternocleidomastoid. Don't make it too pronounced or too big. We need it, but not too much. And then let's make the clavicle in here, at least. Try to make some clavicle. Just like this. And then we'll make this kind of area a bit more protruding. this should kind of work, but it's not perfect, especially from the front. You see how the neck is kind of getting thicker? We don't want that. We want here in the back this to get thin, because the neck is usually, the traps are here, and the sternocleidomastoid is thin, so it's not protruding that much. It's very thin. You have to be careful with those things. Now here, I'm not sure what's happening around the nose, but we'll do this. Just like that, and the nose, and we will make holes for the nose, and we will make little things in here, which will be the nostrils basically, and then we'll make the hole between the two parts of the upper lip. It's not the upper lip, it's the distance above the upper lip. And here I will add more meat, because sometimes, and it's a big mistake, this line here gets here, which is not correct. So you have to push more meat in this area to get the line to go a little bit more up here. And then you smooth this line, because you don't want it to be too huge. Also here around the eye, around the mouth, we can add more meat or geometry and just squeeze it. Just smooth it, I mean, not squeeze it. And then I will just make sure I have the upper lip, and it's kind of fine. I can add more volume into it, more meat, I say, especially in the middle, to make it like a big. And then the lower lip, we can do it bigger. And then on the sides here, we can inflate this area so they touch each other on the sides, and it will be extremely and immediately better. And then we'll have to look at our girl from the front, because otherwise it's looking a bit odd. Maybe our lip is not as huge as we want to be, as it has to be. The upper lip and the lower lip has to be a bit big. They are actually, we are doing a nice, beautiful female, which means we have to make the lips a bit bigger. And of course, not bigger than the concept. We will try to achieve the concept, which means we have to make it bigger. But for now, I will leave it like this. Let's make the ears, by the way. The ears will be again this shape will go in. The question mark is here. Of course, I'm looking at this ear, and then the Y shape is inside. And then we will push this middle of the Y shape, or inner part of the Y shape, in. And then we'll make this little protrusion here, and we'll push all these things back, so the ear will kind of tilt backwards. Then we will smooth this and make sure we have this lower part, which in her case is pretty prominent, so I will do it. Ears are relatively the same shape in all persons. The same, not shape, the shapes are different, but the same parts are on the ear. The same things, relatively same placement, but the shapes are very various shapes of the ear. But if you have done like 5 or 6 ears in your lifetime only, it will be difficult for you. If you do tens of ears or hundreds of ears at some point, you will notice how they are pretty much the same, with some variety in the shape of the different parts of the ear. So this doesn't look super cool. So let's see from the front what is wrong. So what is wrong here is the following. The nose is wrong because we have to make sure the front part of the nose is wide enough, but the nostrils are going a little bit in. So they're not so wide. Although her nostrils are kind of wide. What's happened? I pushed my microphone and it went up to space, which is okay. I will just fix it and continue. Hopefully it's not detached. Yeah, it's still working, so it's good. I was just to turn and put my hand to sneeze, but I just hit my microphone and it went ballistic. But it's okay now. It's okay. I'm sorry if the noise was a little bit overwhelming. You see how the nose, by the way, in the middle has this kind of crease. Why? It's because the nostrils are here. We have the nostrils, the hole of the nostril. This is the bottom part of the nostril. And then the nostrils finish. But then we have a cartilage which is coming like this. One in one side and the other one is on the other side. The same. And this cartilage, by the way, is the reason that most people, not most, but we have this kind of a cut in the middle of the nose. Eyes have it too. Some people have it on the chin too, but not me. Those lucky bastards that have the double chin, you know. Now, the mouth is a little bit too huge, so I will just move it forward like this, and then I'll make sure it's closer to the nose, because now it's not as close. And also we might want to put some teeth inside, because without teeth, without the upper teeth mostly, it always look awkward when it is like this. Without upper teeth. So let me put just very basic cylinder, make it smaller, make it lower like this, and put it, and they will be very slightly visible, the lower teeth, the upper teeth. But when they're there, we are having a better day. And I will put the symmetry on, then go to my sculpt mode and just put it into position. Okay, don't put the teeth too much forward. I told you that the skull with the teeth is kind of a backwards in here. It has a big distance between the lip here, the front part of the lip, and the teeth. The distance is kind of like thick. That's why we have to be careful there. So I will smooth some areas, because here especially you don't want this crease. It's there, you can make it and then smooth it, because if you make it too much, it will be disastrous. Now, the jaw. I noticed that the jaw is coming at an angle here with the ears and everything, so let's do that. Push, push, just make sure this is kind of an angle, because she's a very female-ish and she doesn't have this square jaw that some females have. And I mean, female-ish is not always ultra beautiful. She is, but I'm saying not always the super female-ish is ultra beautiful, because sometimes a little man features, but very moderate, in a female can make her look very, very attractive. But this is just for me, probably, I don't know. So there are a lot of beautiful women with kind of a wider jaw from the front. It looks like wider. It's not exactly wider, it's normal. But you see, the nostrils, they are not in this, like this angle. They are almost straight down, like this. And then above them, it's not very, I mean, you don't push too much above the nostrils. It's like, kind of like this. And the double nose, the double front of the nose, we'll push it and make sure it's not ultra pronounced. This has to be very, very subtle here. So I will even kind of smooth it so it's ultra subtle, hopefully. It's not yet, but it should be. I will push the nose. I will try to make sure the nose is like the concept. From the side view, she is looking relatively fine. From the front view, she is not looking ultra cool. But working from a concept and achieving a likeness is not an easy task in any measure. It's very difficult, and it requires a lot of knowledge about and a lot of practice. You cannot just with knowledge, it will not happen. You need to have the practice in order to make all the sculpting necessary exactly as it should be. Only with knowledge it will not happen. I will give you most of the knowledge, but the practice, you have to do it by yourself. Nobody can give it to you. So let's continue with the eyes in here. So the eyes, I will put them here. Maybe we can move them later. And since I haven't put the eyeball yet, I can move them very much whatever I want. With a little margin, I mean not whatever I want. I cannot put them next to the nostrils, although we can try that, we'll see. So this will be the eyeball here inside. So this is the bottom of the upper eyelid. Then we'll have the crease above it. And as we can see here, the crease is not in the same distance from the eyelid all around. It's closer here on this side, closer on this side, and the higher distance is around here. Okay, so then I know that above it here we have a fat pad. So I will do this fat pad and smooth it, because we don't want this fat pad to be very visible from 3/4 view. Most of the time when you do this fat pad a lot, when you kind of overdo it, and then you go to 3/4 view, you will get scared because it will be a big bump in this area, which will make it look more manly, which is not a good thing ever. It's never a very good thing for your beautiful female to look ultra manly with this kind of big, you know. Okay, now here, with the big eyebrows, this will be our eye, and then this is the bottom of the eye ball, and then below it will be our little tiny bottom eyelid, which is not very little or tiny, but it's there, so it's fine. Now let's see, I will move it a little bit because I see the shape was questionable. And here we have to be careful with this transition because it's very harsh. I will flatten it, because on a female you usually don't have this ultra harsh transition between the nose and the forehead and everything. It's kinda, everything is subtle and cool. That's why it's a female, you know. And if for some reason we can have our girl to be a beautiful girl just in less than 1 hour time, it would be a wonderful thing. But for you, it probably will take a lot more. And make sure you watch this video a couple of times maybe, or even the other videos, because I told you in the beginning, when you watch a video with so many informations, with so much information inside, you will get around, if you are very careful during the video, you will get around 20%, 25% of the information only. And the rest will be in the video, but you will not be able to see it, because the brain cannot, you know, process so much information. That's why you have to watch the video a couple of times and practice. So watch the video once, practice few heads of female, for example, and then watch the video again and practice a few heads, and you will see definitely improvement. That's inevitable. Now here, this part of the nose, I will make it a little bit narrower. I don't want this part to be huge. And here we'll see what will happen. But she is already looking kind of okay when we made our eyes. But make sure that the jaw is coming down in an angle. What I mean by that is not straight down and then jaw like this, like Quagmire from Family Guy, but like in an angle, inward angle, and then we have going in and the chin. But everything is kind of smooth. There are not too much harsh lines in a female head or face. So be aware of that. I will increase the size of the cheek fat here. And our girl is looking kind of fine. It's not the best looking girl maybe in the universe, but it's visible that it's not a male, which is which is kind of fine. I find it nice. Then what we can do is we can try at some point to make some eyebrows as she has in our concept, we might say, but it's a picture. Yeah, and with the eyebrows, she's looking even better. And if we make eyelashes, which I suggest to make it separately, but I will make them from here, from this mesh, which is not exactly the best, then it will look even better. And if we put again the black colors, and it will start to look amazing. But you see, the muzzle of the mouth is there. It's there, the muzzle of the mouth. It's not pronounced, it's not like this to be visible, because it will be awkward, but it's there. It's exactly like this, but it's very smooth with everything else. You have to make sure you have these forms, muzzle of the mouth form, and in there we have this fat pads around the mouth, and the corners of the mouth are inside like this. They're going in, as you can see here. They're kind of in like this, so that's important. The fat things around them, and then the muzzle of the mouth, and then you have the cheek fat here, and it's going kind of to blend with the muzzle of the mouth in this area here, and we even can have a little bit of a cut in this area and smooth it. And I think, yeah, from the front view it looks pretty awesome. And now I will go to my black brush and just blacken the inner mouth, part of the lips, and very importantly this eyelashes and the eyebrows. By the way, don't get too fast. I will erase the mustache. Don't get too fast to do the... Yeah, she's not looking exactly perfect, but it's fine. I think we made it kind of cool. The problem is if you start making the eyebrows too early. You don't need them in the beginning. You need to make it good enough without eyebrows. And then when you put the eyebrows, it will look even better. But if you kind of see, I cannot make it good enough, let me put eyebrows and eyelashes, and it will be better. Yes, it will be, but it's not a very good idea. Because then you will not see your other flaws. Like your neck is too thick, your jawline is a bit too huge, or your chin is a little bit too big or too wide or something, you know, male chin. You have to be careful about those things. But if you make the chin too small, it will look like a hentai or anime character or something. So be careful with that. Nothing too much. Everything has to be moderate amounts. In moderate amounts. But you always can make the cat eyes. So the corners of the eye to be a little bit more up than the corners. The outer corners to be more up than the inner corners of the eye. Which can make the eyes look like a cat eye or fox eye. And in most cases, for a female, this looks good. For a male, don't ever do this. Even for a... No, if it's a male who has to be female-ish, maybe with a little bit thicker chin, squarer jaw and other things, it could work. But... And we are almost ready with this. And we can continue with the next thing, which will be probably something... By the way, I think I said it already, but notice how we have this kind of thing below the eye, which is a little bit inflated, which is our fat pads below the eyelid, which we have to have kind of there. Right? Okay. And of course, they don't need to be huge or very visible. Everything has to be very smooth in this area especially. Because if it's... But we have them. Let me show you. You see this thing in here. It's kind of visible, but it's not super visible, so don't do it too much. What I do always is I do this. The inner corner of the bottom part of the orbit of the eye. And then it's just visible kind of in this part, and then it smooths out and it's not visible. And here you can make it. You can kind of make it the side of this particular orbit of the eye, but you have to be careful because if it goes too much, if it's too much, it will be bad. Alright, let me just make sure the nose is a little bit black in here, and black in this area, and black in this area a bit. Okay. Looks not super bad. Now, what I was trying to say is that we shouldn't... I mean, it's difficult to make female and male heads at the same time. If you're learning how to make a male head, it will be better to concentrate only on that. Because when you're making male heads, then if you try to make a female head, it will become manly and it will be very difficult to make a female head. If we are learning how to make female heads, then you have to concentrate only on that and make only female heads for a certain amount of time to get into this and to see the smoothness and everything. And each time I'm doing mostly male heads and then go back to female heads, then I have issues. Even I have issues with that. So I'm just giving you a bit of a warning here because it's like this. If you're training for something very hard, at some point you will be very good at this something, but something else will kind of be worse. So training for male heads, the female heads will become worse. Of course, many of you probably just want to do a nice character for portfolio and will try just to do a character from Sphere just once and then to spend hours, tens of hours to fix this head and to make it better. Could work a little bit, but I think you should jump from head to head for a while, just for practice, just to get better understanding of the forms of the head and everything. Because even if you succeed in making kind of a nice head for portfolio, after you do it, and if you get a job in the game industry, let me just move the ear forward, it's too much back. Even if you get the job in a game studio, then they will give you a scan, for example, or they will give you some task that you probably will be having a very hard time doing because you don't quite have the practice and understanding of the forms of the head and the shapes. So that's why I suggest for you to practice those forms and head shapes and everything. Just practice it a lot. Make at least, let's make a challenge to make 100 heads for half a year or for an year. For half a year it will be better because for short amount of time, but it will require you for half year you have to do one head every 2 days at least. So you have to spend, if you spend like 4 hours a head, you can do it a head a day, so 30 heads in month. But every head has to be a different actress, or it has to be a study, or it has to be a planes of the head, or even a skull and then a head over the skull. As I'm showing you here, those exercises for me are the best exercises you can take. So working from picture is very cool, but difficult, because the picture doesn't show you that much the things. Here, working from another art is a little bit more easy, because you see more easily the planes, because it's always a little bit stylized, like this one for example. It's very cool. Although if we do this one without the hair, it will not look as good, but we may try to do it in the next video, we'll see. And then, of course, studies, head planes and other stuff. It's very, very important. Even I, from time to time, am doing head studies. I mean, head plane studies, and they have to be done in a certain time because you forget things. You forget how things are working. Because when you are doing things in this course, and at some point you will finish the course, and then your head will be better. But if you don't practice it constantly and every day, at some point you will forget some things and your heads will become like, how was this? How was I supposed to do this thing here, this curves and everything, you know? So those things you have to practice, mostly. Okay, now we'll finish this video and I will see you, of course, in the next, where we will do, let's do this head, and then probably we will start doing our feedback sessions. We'll see.